going to assume everything is working as intended and just get right into it. There might be interruptions or awkward things heard in the background because I don't live alone. It's not intended to be professional or anything, just if you really wanted to read along, here's your opportunity to do so. For starters, this is just going to give a quick summary for those that might not even know what the hell this is. This is an online collaboration that is under the name of SCP, based on what everybody says was the original 4chan post from God. I'll probably pull it up. Hold on. I'm improvising this again, not professional, so you're gonna have to blow my brains out. Back in 2007 or so. It's a green text. No, not a green text, sorry, just a normal 4chan post that was successful enough to spawn a massive series of things. I guess I can just start out by reading the original and explaining as to what it's become since then. It's probably going to be very difficult to say what's in order, but again, I should probably just start with the basics. All the way back in 2007, we have a 4chan thread titled "From the Files of Site 19." Allegedly by SS Walrus. This item has been designated the name of 173. Its special containment procedures are listed as follow. Item SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. One person must enter SCP-173's container. No fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must be looking at SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. Its description: moved to Site 19, 1993. Little is known about item number SCM-173's origins. It is constructed from concrete and rebar and was once painted with Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and malevolent. If given the chance, it will kill anyone within its line of sight. Its weakness, however, is that it does not move while being watched. Despite this paralysis, it is still highly dangerous, able to cover at least 2 meters in the literal blink of an eye. It typically kills by either snapping the victim's neck from behind or grabbing the victim's throat and strangling him. Whatever animates SCP-173 does not give it much force with which to break things. As seen from a large room with unbarred windows, is fully capable of containing it. Its grip, however, is unbreakable. When it is not moving, the statue is as hard and strong as concrete. While left alone in its room, one can hear stone on stone scraping from within that is believed to be the sound of SCP-173 moving about. Reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. We don't know nor wish to find out where it comes from or how it arrives, but SCP-173's container will slowly fill with these substances. In order to ensure that bacterial growth within does not begin to damage the building it is contained in, and to maintain some level of sanitation, the enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. So the structure of this is a bit amateurish. Again, it didn't intend to be anything in the long term, but the concept of describing anomalous materials or beings in a format intended to only describe how they are contained is extremely unique, and its uniqueness and its aura of believability, that I'll call it, is easily what ignited this, turning into something much larger. Something like this, which to new eyes, as many people note, may come off as something real, something that they weren't supposed to run into. But since those days, they've added a lot of stuff that have kind of ruined this immersion. As much as they like to roleplay and make it seem like a thing that actually exists, you can see shit like TikTok on there. Like a government facility would ever have TikTok. Not that I need to explain that. So this site here, as I said before, is run by multiple people. It's like, damn it. They have small moderation teams, a lot of editors. They allow you to write your own things, but they have to go through a verification system and whatnot. They have a whole list of numbered articles that are each their own entity or object that have their own kind of story behind them, as well as descriptions and whatnot. Anytime somebody writes their own, these have to go through, again, a process, determine whether or not that it's good enough to stay there. Then they're usually edited a shit ton to be a lot more professional looking, not as amateurly written, to flow within a lot of other articles. But it should be noted that while these are all hosted in one place and are under the same name, that the canonicity of all of these articles are up to the viewer. They can choose whatever kind of world they want this to be in. So don't take it as hard fact. It's mostly supposed to just be what you get from it, neat ideas. And it has allowed a lot of people to do exactly that with multiple games, videos, and other things. And I was hoping to eventually do my own, heavily inspired by what everybody else is really inspired by, the Containment Breach game made by Penumbra Studios or something. I'll probably show that one off as well after I get through a good few of them to demonstrate exactly what these things exactly are. So after that 173 article, which oddly enough does not have an image attached to it, even though everybody kind of recalls it having said image. I don't think they changed much about it. Very minute changes. Changes of wording, changes of terms, probably correction of structure, and overall just more professional and fits in a lot better. But the fact that it did not originally contain an image allowed you to fill in your mind, even though it should be noted that I can't, for those that don't know, but for the rest of you magic motherfuckers to imagine what this thing may look like, how it may function, and filling in the details that it may not specify to create your own kind of story or character based off of this. I should probably get into what these object classes are, because that's going to be pretty prevalent. I don't think I wanted to discuss anything else. They describe a lot of sites, like the places these things can be contained at, or the people that contain them. But I don't think that will be necessary, or very interesting anyways. Sorry about that. I think of other things that are like that. I think they will also. No, I think I already said that. The fact that there's characters, there's scientists and a bunch of other things, but their stories are better on their own instead of trying to permanently attach your idea to them and expect all these things to be perfectly meshed together. Again, just what you get out of them. But this is it's kind of used in every single article to describe how dangerous an item or entity may be, and how difficult it is to be contained. I'm just gonna straight up read the page because, not the entire thing, but most of it, because it's again edited by multiple people and it's gonna be described a lot better than I could. All anomalous objects, entities, and phenomena requiring special containment procedures are assigned to object class. Damn it, I cannot read at all. Are assigned an object class. An object class is part of the standard SCP template and serves as a rough indicator for how difficult an object is to contain. In universe, object classes are for the purposes of identifying containment needs, research priority, budgeting, and other considerations. An SCP's object class is determined by a number of factors, but the most important factors are the difficulty and the purpose of its containment. Primary classes. These are the most common object classes used in SCP articles and make up the bulk of the objects. Safe class SCPs are anomalies that are easily and safely contained. This is often due to the fact that the Foundation has researched the SCP well enough that containment does not require significant resources or that the anomalies require a specific unconscious activation or trigger. Classifying an SCP as safe, however, does not mean that handling or activating it does not pose a threat. For a complete list of safe class articles on the site, click here. Trying to not regurgitate, kind of taken exactly what they mean by safe, because they're saying that it doesn't have to be by definition safe, just understood that it can be contained correctly. So I guess you could say that, like, as weird as this is, and like, it's just generally stupid to say, like, a knife is technically safe. It's understood it can be contained. While it can be dangerous as a weapon or tool, is completely understood and is therein safe, even if it can be, as it says, poses a threat. Now, Euclid class SCPs are anomalies that require more resources to contain completely, or where containment isn't always reliable. Usually this is because the SCP is insufficiently understood or inherently unpredictable. Euclid is the object class with the greatest scope, and it's usually a safe bet that an SCP will be this class if it doesn't easily fall into any of the other standard object classes. As a note, any SCP that's going to be autonomous, sentient, and or sapient is generally classified as Euclid due to the inherent unpredictability of an object that can act or think on its own. For a complete list of Euclid class articles, okay, I'm just going to ignore those lines because those will all take you to a specific category that's listed there. Or as it said, Euclid here, unpredictable, require more than like a one-time resource to contain it. And usually anything that's sentient due to its unpredictability. It can think and improvise. Now, Keter class SCPs are anomalies that are exceedingly difficult to contain consistently or reliably, with containment procedures often being extensive and complex. The Foundation often can't contain these SCPs well due to not having an understanding of the anomaly or lacking the technology to properly contain or counter it. A Keter SCP does not mean the SCP is dangerous, just that it is simply very difficult or costly to contain And then I'm not going to read that again. So a good summary is that they can be extremely dangerous, but it's moreover the fact that they are difficult to contain. Now, this is where it gets a bit weird. I think it'd be better to start with the neutralized ones, because outside of here, these are used in very, very specific cases, and I'm not a huge fan of them personally. So for starters, neutralized SCPs are anomalies that are no longer anomalous, either through having been intentionally or accidentally destroyed or disabled. I see that they separated to explained as well. Explained SCPs are common articles about anomalies that are completely and fully understood to the point where their effects are now explainable by mainstream science, or phenomena that have been debunked or falsely mistaken as an anomaly. Curious as to what that one is in referral to. Sorry, that's a joke article. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck this is. We're gonna have to find out what that means as well. The Ort Cloud. I'm gonna have to figure that one out with you bastards. Alright, Homunculus class. I don't know these well either. They're just not as well defined to me. Homunculus class SCPs are anomalies that the Foundation specifically uses to contain other SCPs. And the mere existence of Homunculus class objects is classified at the highest levels of the Foundation, and their locations, functions, and current status are known to few Foundation personnel outside the O5 Council. See, that's where this becomes a little problematic for me, because you could easily have Homunculus classes also be Euclid or Save classes. While that they are designated for use on other ones, it's a bit strange to give it its own classification. There'd be like some kind of an addendum, but that one is pretty clear as to what it means. But good to know. An Apollyon class SCP is an anomaly that cannot be contained, is expected to breach containment imminently, or some other similar scenario. Such anomalies are usually associated with world-ending threats or a K-class scenario of some kind and require massive effort from the Foundation to deal with. So those are usually lead to what it can only call like dead-end canons, where they tell a story that just kind of ends the world. Hard to continue a story if there's no longer a universe to have a story in, so those are usually kind of considered non-canon by everybody, or future events. Archon class SCPs are anomalies that could theoretically be contained but are left uncontained for some reason. Archon SCPs may be part of consensus reality that is difficult to fully contain, or may have adverse effects if put into containment. These SCPs are not uncontainable. The defining feature of this class is that the Foundation chooses to not put the anomaly into containment. It's a strange one, so maybe the resources aren't worth it, like they're too safe, or it does not like being contained and is otherwise safe. So that That's probably got a tiny ass list. Yeah. And they're all mostly recent ones. I imagine most of these really specific ones have a very limited small use and just shouldn't be classified as such. Like you could say that these Archon ones, if they shouldn't be contained or difficult to contain, they should be underneath Euclid or Keter. They really don't have a reason for these specific classes. Probably separate the difficulty from the current status of an object, instead of trying to combine them in a really, really weird specific merging of both. Pending used to indicate that the Foundation is actively researching the anomaly but doesn't have enough information yet to give it an object class. This is a deliberate decision to emphasize that a story is ongoing and isn't the same as the author not knowing which object class to assign. I'd have to check what this one is. They're all mostly recent ones. My initial guess was that these were ones that are awaiting approval or something. But by that description, I think that this one is a more, what's the word? Not chronologically, but more dependent on, like time dependent article. Like it updates slowly over time to give the immersion that it's actually being actively researched. Interesting, but falls underneath roleplay, so I'm not going to give that too much of a thought, considering that that's only effective and useful if you are an avid and frequent user of the site, which I am not in any way, shape, or form. Esoteric or narrative classes. Esoteric object classes, also occasionally referred to as narrative classes, are object classes that do not fall into any of the above sections. They are generally only used once and are created to further the narrative in a particular SCP. It is highly recommended that SCPs use one of the standard objective classes listed here. While some authors choose to introduce exceptions to these rules, they are only very rarely done and need to justify their existence and placement. Many site members will downvote for non-standard object classes if used without merit. Sounds pretty base to me. Yeah, it doesn't appear to matter to us. I don't think most of these do. Decommissioned are an object class that were used by senior staff in the past to not only delete unwanted articles but place them in a sort of wall of shame to serve as examples of what not to do. This object class is not used anymore. No, they got all pussy about it. Decommissioning articles is not done anymore, partly because such heavy-handed edits by SCP staff are no longer allowed, and partly because decommissioning ended up backfiring. See the History of the Universe Hub for more historical information about declassified SCPs and their usage in the past. Okay, Jesus Christ. That looks like a massive chunk of stuff. So I'm just going to ignore the rest of this because this is more about writing these kinds of things. There's some really basic questions that really probably don't need to be asked. I'm not gonna go through all of this, but I want to know what this is specifically. This essay is a chronicle of the SCP Wiki dating back from the beginning to the current day. I've created it so we can easily remember where we've been in our history. People deserve an easy and interesting way about where we came from and where we're going. See any errors in grammar, spelling, or syntax, feel free to fix them. If you believe you see a historically inaccurate fact, you send me a private messaging explaining it to me and I will fix it or explain it as soon as I can. I hope you find the information presented here Educational enlightening in that you come away knowing something that you hadn't known before. So that is extremely fucking handy for the very beginning. Now they say that way back in 07/X, paranormal for that's a little 4chan board that if I pull up will immediately have this stream probably marked for pornography or explicit material. So I'm just gonna do the exact opposite of that and not go in there. As much as I monthly visit places like that. So /paranormal was an interesting place, bursting with new ways to keep you up at night. Stuff like oldish creepypastas were actually creepy instead of being something that made you wonder how it ever spooked anybody. On June 22nd of that year, what was intended as a one-off creepypasta became something explosive. SCP-173, The Statue, by Motto 42. You can read an archive of this event here. And there you go. He allegedly archived it. I imagine that it's very, how do I describe this? Alleged, like, hard to prove, especially for something that's that famous. They did spell state wrong, didn't they? I really want to see the reactions, but I imagine there's a good few awful words. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Whatever. Just grow up and not be a fucking pussy for seconds. This has nothing in the item. Did it not have an item? Even for a papier mache or gypsum figure. I don't think the image is attached anymore, which is a little bit of an issue because I was under the assumption that an image was not attached. Well, for those that don't know, this is this horrible, evil little bastard, and its varying quality of images, let's just say. Yeah, I used to have that image attached to it, which back then used to freak the fuck out of me, because when I was a little kid stumbling into this stuff, I didn't know if this stuff was fake or not, and if I stumbled into something I shouldn't have. I think that's one of 2 different images I've seen as official SCP-173 attachments. I'll see if I can find the other one, but I imagine there's going to be a shit ton of shitposts and unofficial images. Got one from the Containment Breach game. Got an inside joke that started because of Secret Labs, I think. Might have been a little bit before that. PewDiePie thumbnail. A ton of meme stuffs and GIFs. Different interpretations of it that I'm not a fan of at all. Kind of just over the top and edgy and kind of take away the believability and uniqueness and general interest. It's like needlessly over the top for what could otherwise just be like a weird, freaky, haunted idol thing that came from something that should not have been fucked with. Something native, something generally freaky. And that complaint kind of goes for all of these. I have no idea if that's the sculptor or anything, but pretty sure that's the thing that's based off of. I don't know if that's the actual thing. It's very similar-ish in sports, Stampede is. Yeah, the head's a bit different, but the original image attached belonged to... I don't want to be racist and say Japanese, but it says Japanese, so I'll just take that as assurance. It's a statue that he did not intend for it to be used this way, and probably finds it a bit disrespectful. Probably comes from more native indigenous themes and whatnot, so for it to be turned into like a horrible hostile entity might be in direct contrast to it meaning something, maybe like, I don't know how to describe it, like it just being very insensitive or something to him. I wonder if I can run into the specific one I enjoy. I wish they'd stop giving it actual limbs. That was kind of one of the best things this one had, was it didn't flex or anything. That's fucking stupid. That's... no. No. That's great. Oh, God damn it. I can't find it. It's like a drawing of SCP made out of like rebar. Like a little concrete pillar. I might have it in my little Discord chat thing. Oh god, there's probably a shit ton of images that could easily just delete this damn video forever. I apologize. These first ones are gonna be pretty goddamn complex in history and whatnot, and I'd like to try and cover them because it's very interesting and almost essential for the rest of this. I'll try and find it real quick. If I can't find it, I'll give up. Very, very sexy images, I know. I know. Keep your boner in your pants. Don't get rock hard to the rock hard statue, friend. I apologize if you can like hear every mouse sound perfectly, by the way. Motherfucker. Okay. Hold on. Maybe if I just look at this, it'll magically pop up. It was very similar to this one. Again, it couldn't be articulate, and I didn't like the entirety of the design, but it had a good feeling for what the story was based off of. Suppose I forgot to include that the original SCP-173 statue is... How the fuck did you... Why? How? You scary motherfucker. Yeah, the left side is particularly what I enjoy. Again, I don't like the limbs and the flexible ridges. But the original design, because they don't own it and it belongs to that Japanese artist, you can't make any profits off of it, but you're allowed to make things for free based on designs. He's okay with that. So people opt to redesigning it if they don't own the rights to the images. Thanks to Hayes for fucking finding this magically for me. So I enjoy... Like, let me just fix this real quick. I'm scared to fucking pull up what the hell's in my paint because I don't know what's in it. Hold on. Oh no, we're good. You're scary. He just knows like every single fucking message we have. I wouldn't say disguised or the isopod, but more so it just being this pillar that has some form of sentience, where the like it's broken away from some kind of building or something, like it's made out of some concrete that it shouldn't have been made out of, that turned it into this possessive thing that broke away from a building and just harass some like urban-ish area, and the only advice that you get is these painted markings from people that have seen it before it was classified, found, and contained by the SCP Foundation. So like these little creepy ass like spray painted eyeballs and messages on them to try and assist those that would run into this in said an urban environment and whatnot. So that kind of world building is a shit ton more interesting to me. In its methods of killing you don't even have to be able to bend or be fucking scary or anything. There could easily just be sharp little pipe rods sticking out of it. Not all edgily, but just enough to like puncture or harm you, or hell, the damn thing could easily just slide across the ground and smash you into the fucking wall, or fall on top of you, or anything more clever than just giving it appendages and just saying, oh, it actually stabs you or breaks your neck. I think that should cover most of SCP-173 for now. The initial appearance of SCP-173 was something really different to the X community. Instead of being a basic story with a jump scare punchline or a thing that made you feel squicked or scared, it was designed to make you wonder and draw fear from that. You can imagine the reaction of many internet dwellers as they scrolled down to see that thread. It was popular. The original thread stuck around for a couple of days as many people marveled at the creepiness of the writing and the implication that there were more things just like it somewhere. But as some were thinking of what could be out there, others wanted to know how they could get their piece of the SCP pie. Over the following 6 months, there were multiple reposts of 173, as well as a handful of low-quality attempts at creating original SCPs. In January of 2008, the SCP concept experienced a huge surge in popularity, and 5 large threads created between January 17th and 19th. A number of original SCPs were created. They became the very first entries to what was then known as the SCP series. Although many users embraced the SCP series and used the idea well, some were unsatisfied with the limits of merely posting in forum threads. In addition, many citizens of B, which is 4chan's random thread, and Paranormal were beginning to grow weary of repeated threads being created. So on January 19th, 2008, the SCP series wiki was created on the Edit This Wiki farm, which was essentially a Wikipedia clone. The entries that were moved to the Edit This Wiki were the original works of the users on X and B. With the creation of the SCP series wiki, the community began to post fewer and fewer threads on 4chan, instead writing directly to the wiki. As such, Paranormal and Random ceased to be the primary medium of these works, with the threads slowly fading away. This act of January was also when we got a few of our oldest and earliest shapers of the community, such as Dr. Gears, a Fat Ghost, Kane Pathos Crow, Fritz Willy, and Bayan, if I'm not completely mutilating words that aren't in my language. With these writers, we also got some of the oldest and most loved or hated entries to the SCP series. The only one I recognize on that list is Dr. Gears, and it's about to talk about him. Damn it. Dr. Gears wrote many of his current 42 articles in the old Paranormal and Edit This days. Some, like the now deleted SCP-31 Parasites generation, did not last. However, quite a few gems have survived to this time. SCP-682 was made in its original form, ready to gnash and destroy all it could, but it too has been significantly... God damn it, what is wrong with my mouth? But it too has been significantly revised over time. Originally, it didn't have the interview log and a weaker description. It received its change from an anonymous writer on the Edit This wiki. The Dr. Gears character also came from this time from a prototype tale. The tale in question was a note reprimanding some researcher for cross-testing 2 different SCPs, which resulted in the creation of SCP-682. When it was posted to Paranormal, it brought criticism for being too far emotional and unscientific. As such, Dr. Gears reshaped the character as a man who has no emotion, deeply traumatized by the going-ons of the Foundation. So, as it said, it's going into more of a character community focus with multiple people writing it and focusing on the characters and merging things rather than more static and non-dynamic articles that can function on their own, which has pros and cons that we'll probably run into and realize as we go through. The SCP Wiki originated on Edit This, but that wiki farm was unpolished, a little bit sloppy, and in retrospect, probably not a great place to start out. The entries were displayed on a big list similar to the one we have. Communication between different members of the community was difficult to accomplish since the discussion page, as we know it, did not exist, and the pages where we could communicate were primitive. This junction is also where we gained other influential members such as Bright and Eberstrom. It's still possible to see some of the old comments by using the Wayback Machine on Edit This. Bright is another user I recognize. Eberstrom was definitely one of the most influential members of the old wiki, yet has been buried in the dustbin of history. Looking through many of his posts on the old discussion pages, it is obvious he was very influential and was well known by Dr. Gearscain and Fritz Willy. His 001 proposal was one of the first on the site and the oldest one to survive from the Edit This in ARC form. I'm not sure what that means, and I'm going to be disrespected by anybody that does. Entries on Edit This grew from less than a dozen to many hundreds over the course of 6 months. The SCP-001 proposals did not exist as the number 001 was initially held in abeyance. That's a new word I'm going to have to Google right fucking now. State of temporary disuse or suspension. With the label reserved until someone makes an entry worth of SCP-001, and as you'll see, that's still how it is today. And it kind of even gaining like a bit of a backstory as to why that is, but in reality, it's, as they said, that they've determined that none of them are inherently worthy of said designation. And I think I should mention it now. My interpretation of that is that the order of those numbers shouldn't be anything special. So the first SCP should really only just be the oldest, and the numbers going up should represent that as such. So for the first one, it really shouldn't be something massive or scary or super special. Hell, there might not even be a proper record for it if this community is much like how this foundation would operate. Like, the first few it would contain would probably no longer exist, or they wouldn't have kept proper records of it until they had a larger quantity of it. So hell, even then those first few might not even exist anymore, or the order's incorrect. So that first one will probably, by just how those kinds of things would go down, would just be a very random but old and still surviving one, or one that's kind of generally not very important. Also, I thought it would be very interesting to include, as I think this site has picked up on, including real life things that we've described and figured out that this SCP Foundation would be able to have considered anomalies for a long time until correctly understood. So something like quantum mechanics could be described as a bit anomalous and would be under some kind of classification, or hell, something like electricity, if you wanted to do some SCP has been here for a long time, as unrealistic as that should be. I don't think one would probably want to do anything before the 1900s. probably around the 1950s or so for you to do that like office format. There could be like some kind of containment things beforehand, but for this actual foundation, I don't know if it would precede the 50s. There might be some groups in universe that could have come way before then, but as like this creepy, oppressive, secretive foundation, I don't think one would want to go before the 50s. Now to continue reading, the entries on Edit This grew from less than a dozen. Okay, we already read that with the link. Several SCP-001 proposals were eventually created. Eberstrom's proposal, Site 19. Catalyst proposal, also Site 19. Dr. Gear's proposal, the prototype. Jonathan Ball's proposal, the sheaf of papers, and Tysigen's, if I'm to understand that correctly, proposal, A Lost God. Only Dr. Gear's and Ball's proposals still exist, with Eberstrom's having been ARC'd and the rest deleted. Oh, fuck me. ARC stands for archived. You bastards. I don't know why you'd write it like that, considering it might be a type of format that they have to do to code it properly or some kind of tag, but verbally it's better to just say archived is 2 syllables, ARC'd is 3, and those strange characters to type that, if you're not like an expert typer, would take as long, if not longer, than just typing archived. Additional influential entries were made during this time exclusively on Edit This. Josie the Half-Cat was one of the first major entries to be posted on Edit This. It was popular enough that the first SCP logo was based on her appearance. You can see it here. I didn't know that. What does Josie look like? Oh shit, I remember that. Dr. Gears also wrote a significant number of articles posting entry after entry to the SCP series main page. Many of the Broken God and MC&D stuff, as well as classic articles, were written at this time. I'm unsure as to what the fuck MC&D is. I'm sorry if I completely fucking just forgot something they said already, but I'm just gonna keep reading that as fucking McDonald's because I'm brain dead. I might be able to find out by clicking the source. I only recognize 682. I apologize. I'm a containment breach fucker. The community on Edit This was loose at best, with most communication taking place on paranormal or through the board discussion pages. There were few guidelines, with the only actual how to write an SCP guide being at the bottom of the website, and entirely optional to read. There was no deletion process, with many terrible entries being left on the main list. A few of these entries would be left behind when the move to Wikidot was enacted. So I'd imagine that would be the case if you're like a brand new thing and you have kind of a very small user base. There's kind of no reason to be really authoritative, goddamn author, you know what I mean, very controlling and critical about it if you're only going to get a very few articles. You just want to like fill it up to give it like a sense of scale, but once it gets larger, that you would start wanting to establish some kind of quality standard. Fuck me, that is almost exactly what I said. Despite the lack of quality control, the first phases of canon began emerging during this time. Secure facilities showed that the Foundation had a reach beyond Site 19, that the O5 console gave the idea that the SCP series had in-character leadership. Oh, we gotta go. I gotta read those. Fuck. Such concepts such as D-class, thing called variations on the name D-personnel, and object classes were introduced. So that's referring to both the object classes being the Keter, Safe, Euclid, or Keter. I forgot to mention that some people pronounce it differently. But then also these personnel classes that I did not remember to fucking talk about because I didn't think that would be very important. Fuck me. I don't see it. Fuck. I had like the rest ready to go and now I don't have that one ready at all. Damn it. Not stories, not feed, not story, I don't think. Might be this one. Object classes. Security clearance levels? Yeah. I might, yeah, I might pause this one to quickly go over what that is, because that's a little important. Because this is a long page, and I wasn't intending on reading the entirety of it. I was trying to see what the intro of this stuff was before getting a foothold, because I am curious as to which ones came first, but I don't think they have an exact order. Because on its date created page, there's like a shit ton. And those are just referring to the page creation dates, which is unfortunate. Because then you might never know which ones truly entirely came first. But we'll just have to cope. Oh boy. So, security clearance levels. Overview. Foundation security clearances granted to personnel represent the highest level or type of information to which they can be granted access. However, having any given clearance level does not automatically grant access to all information at that level. Personnel are only granted access to that information on a need-to-know basis and a description of the designated disclosure officer overseeing their respective departments. Now, obviously that's in reference to in-universe because you have like access to fucking everything here, because otherwise you would be unable to read stuff, and that would be really annoying. Level 0 for official use only. Level 0 security clearances are given to non-essential personnel with no need to access information regarding anomalous objects or entities in Foundation containment. Level 0 access is typically held by personnel in non-secured clerical, logistics, or janitorial positions at facilities with no access to operational data. I'm gonna have to do one of these. I think it's referring to like doctors and whatnot. No, it's just documenting stuff. Okay. So I wondered if that also had anything to do with civilian stuff, but I think that's specifically referring to people that are within the actual foundations and are actually given a clearance, as opposed to just a more global designation of paperwork, as I thought that would be, like a level 0, like a get out of area because lies, 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 and not like some horrible evil entity or whatnot. But that doesn't appear to be the case now. Level 1. Level 1 security clearances are given to personnel working in proximity to, but with no direct, indirect, or informational access to anomalous objects or entities in containment. Wait a minute. Proximity to, but with no direct. Okay, so wait. I'm gonna... Level 0 is for personnel in non-secured facilities. So that might sort of be what I was talking about, but they're non-locations, I think. Well, these ones are at the location, but still don't come in any contact with them. Level 1 security clearances are typically granted to personnel working in clerical, logistics, or janitorial facility or positions at facilities with containment capability or otherwise must handle sensitive information. So, yeah, the difference between level 1 and 2, level 0 and 1 are people at locations that actually have these anomalous things at them. Now level 2, security clearances are given to security and research personnel that require direct access to information regarding anomalous objects and entities in containment. Most research staff, field agents, and containment specialists hold a level 2 security clearance. Curious as to how that contrasts to the higher levels, because that's pretty ambiguous. Level 3 security clearances are given to senior security and research personnel that require in-depth data regarding the source, recovery circumstances, and long-term planning for anomalous objects and entities in containment. Sorry, I realize what that was in reference to now. These are probably people that are ordered to do specific things and are only given orders through how to handle the procedures, and just functionally just being people that follow orders, while 3 are people trying to figure things out but don't have access to everything still. So most senior research staff, project managers, security officers, response team members, and mobile task force operatives hold the level 3 security clearance. Now we're not there yet, but the mobile task force and a lot of these people are broader jobs that are designated to people that have to contain SCPs or areas or find new SCPs. They're essentially like a private military unit that tries its best to contain something with minimal damages, and if they're finding something new, they're probably given access to everything that they know about it or what they need to know, or if they're trying to recontain something, they have to be able to know how it functions or use information to improvise and come up with new plans. Level 4 security clearances are given to senior administration that require access to site-wide and or regional intelligence, as well as long-term strategic data regarding Foundation operations and research projects. So that's in reference to the actual Foundation as opposed to the SCPs, which could be considered very sensitive information, especially to like not opponent, but like anything that would pose a threat, like other governments. That you'll see that there are like other facilities that are kind of in like a facility war with these people, and might use that information to attack them. So this information is highly sensitive and could put the risk of multiple SCPs at risk. Level 4 security clearances are typically only held by site directors, security directors, or mobile task force commanders. And that's probably for those specific circumstances where they are being attacked by other foundations or whatnot. Now, level 5, I haven't been reading the code names, I apologize. Secret, top secret, Nathaniel. Level 5 security clearances are given to the highest ranking administrative personnel within the Foundation and grant effectively unlimited access to all strategic and otherwise sensitive data. Level 5 security clearances are typically only granted to O5 Council members and selected staff. I imagine they handle global size scale things and information that is a bit dangerous for people to know, your favorite like world ending events or big no-nos and whatnot. Now the personnel classification. Classifications are assigned to personnel based on their proximity to potentially dangerous anomalous objects, class, entities, or phenomena. Class A personnel are those deemed essential to Foundation strategic operations and are not allowed direct access to anomalies under any circumstances. Are those deemed essential to Foundation strategic operations and are not allowed direct access to anomalies under any circumstances. The circumstances require Class A personnel to be in direct proximity to such anomalies, such as in the case of facilities housing containment units. Class A personnel are not allowed access to the areas of the facility containing such anomalies and are to be kept in secured areas at all times. In case of an emergency, Class A personnel are to be immediately evacuated to a designated and secure off-site location. O5 members are always Class A personnel. That is interesting. So I imagine that's in reference to their priority and security and whatnot, so people with this are to be kept as far away from that shit as possible due to their importance. Or maybe civilian, maybe when we get later we'll see that. Class B personnel are those deemed essential to local Foundation operations. Oh, that's what it's in reference to. So Class A is in reference to those that are in charge of planning things and kind of being in control of multiple people. So now Class B personnel are those deemed essential to local Foundation operations and may only be granted access to objects, entities, and anomalies that have passed quarantine and have been cleared off any potential mind-affecting effects or mimetic agents. In the event of a containment breach or hostile action against Foundation facility, Class B personnel are to be evacuated to a designated secure off-site location as soon as possible. For those that don't know, mimetic agents and mind-affecting things are beyond the physical, are mostly referring to things that are ideas and are a bit hard to understand until you've kind of read a few read a few examples. I think this one's in reference to people that can come in contact with some things, but they have to still be really safe. Now, Class C personnel with direct access to most anomalies not deemed strictly hostile or dangerous. Class C personnel that have had direct contact with potentially mind-affecting or mimetic properties may be subject to mandatory quarantine and psychiatric evaluation as deemed necessary by security personnel. That's to protect people around them to determine that they've not been affected by an SCP that has mind effects and whatnot. In the event of containment breach or hostile action against the Foundation facility, non-combatant Class C personnel are to either report or to oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with me? Non-combatant Class C personnel are to either report to secure lockdown areas or evacuated at the discretion of on-site security personnel in the case of a site-wide breach or other catastrophic event. Those that are combatants are forced to stay there and take measures against them, so I imagine that's the designated class for those that are more militant. I imagine these are more research personnel. These are like your founders, these are your high researchers that shouldn't come into contact with anything dangerous. These are more danger-ish ones, but are still relatively safe. Now this is probably the most important one and is the most discussed. Class D personnel are expendable personnel used to handle extremely hazardous anomalies and are not allowed to come into contact with Class A or Class B personnel. So it's trying to say that these are people that they just kind of throw in there and do not care if they are terminated or fucking murdered by the SCPs in question. Class D personnel are typically drawn worldwide from the ranks of prison inmates convicted of violent crimes, especially those on death row. In times of duress, that's another word. Hello. Threats, violence, constraints, or other action brought to bear on someone to do something against their will or better judgment. Let me get an example. For example, if Bob makes unlawful threats or engages in coercive behavior that causes his ancillary to sign an agreement or execute a will against her will. Oh, well, that fucking image, like, is perfect. Forcing somebody to do something, whether they like it or not. Okay. In times of being, like, forced to do it against their will, Protocol 12 may be enacted, which allows recruitment from other sources, such as political prisoners, refugee populations, goddamn, and other civilian sources that can be transferred into Foundation custody under plausibility deniable circumstances. Class D personnel are to be given regular mandatory psychiatric evaluations, are to be administered in an amnestic of at least Class B strength or terminated at the end of the month. It's usually that one. Usually after a month of service, they get their fucking head blown out. Because they're kind of already on death row, but if they're kind of higher than that, or are sort of horrible but not life sentences, they usually just get amnestics now, I guess. I don't recall it having been amnestics before. I think that's an addition to not be as oppressive and brutal, as fucking horrible and kind of humorous to me as that is. An on-site security or medical staff. Oh my god, lethal injection or gun to the head. In the event of a catastrophic site event, Class D personnel are to be terminated immediately except as deemed necessary by on-site security personnel. Fuck. Class E is a provisional classification applied to field agents and containment personnel that have been exposed to potentially dangerous effects during the course of securing and establishing initial containment over a newly designated anomalous object, entity, phenomenon. Let me try that again, because I don't think any of those words went through my head correctly. Field agents, containment personnel that have been exposed to dangerous effects over the course of securing and establishing initial containment over a newly designated anomalous object. So when they find like something new and they're unsure of, they want to contain these guys. Class E personnel are to be quarantined as soon as possible, monitored and screened for potentially harmful changes in behavior, personality, or physiology, and may only return on duty after being fully debriefed and cleared by psychiatric and medical staff. So there you go. Kind of held in a temporary or permanent state based upon the state of their physical body or their mind, to make sure that they can't hurt other people, to study the effects of said things, or to spread and whatnot. Now, I don't know if anything after this is inherently important, but because we're already through it, I fucking might as well, I guess. These are the different, not classes, but staff roles. You have a containment specialist. You have two main roles at Foundation facilities. Firstly, containment teams are called upon to respond to confirmed cases of an anomalous activity to secure and establish initial containment over anomalous objects, entities, or phenomena, and transport them to the nearest Foundation containment site. In addition, Foundation containment engineers and technicians are called upon to devise, refine, and maintain containment units and schemes for objects, entities, and phenomena in Foundation facilities. So I guess these are your more, I wouldn't say specialist, maybe like some, I guess, because they seem to handle the transportation and acquisition in general, like initial, like they have to deal with the most improvision and the most dangerous environments, because they have to run into these new bastards, or probably recontainment as well. Researchers are the scientific branch of the Foundation. I can assume that this is probably really self-explanatory. Drawn from the ranks of the smartest and best trained research scientists from around the world, with specialists in every field imaginable, from chemistry and botany to more esoteric and specialized fields such as theoretical physics and xenobiology. The goal of the Foundation's research projects is to gain a better understanding of unexplained anomalies and how they operate. Security officer, on-site security officers, often referred to simply as guards at Foundation facilities, are tasked with maintaining physical and information security for foundational projects, operations, and personnel. So they just kind of follow orders and kind of exist as a threat of power and physical force and whatnot, spending on-site things, primarily drawn and recruited from military, law enforcement, and correctional facility personnel. Security officers are trained in the use of all types of weapons, as well as a variety of contingency plans covering both containment breach incidents as well as hostile action. These personnel are also responsible for information security, such as making sure that sensitive documents are not misplaced and that a facility's computer systems are safe from outside intrusion. They are also often the first line of defense against hostile outside forces for Foundation facilities. I guess they are also on paperwork sensitivity. Well, Tactical Response Officer. Response teams or tactical teams are highly trained and heavily armed combat teams tasked with escorting containment teams when dangerous anomalous entities or hostile groups of interest are involved in defending Foundation facilities against hostile action. Response teams are effectively military units stationed at major Foundation facilities that are ready to deploy at a moment's instance. These are for extremely dangerous situations and hostile people or entities and whatnot. To defend and contain field personnel. Field agents are the eyes and ears of the Foundation, personnel trained to look for and investigate signs of anomalous activity, often undercover with local or regional law enforcement or embedded in local services such as emergency medical services and regulatory organizations. As undercover units, field agents are typically not equipped to deal with confirmed cases of anomalous activity. Once such incident has been confirmed and isolated, field agents will typically call for assistance from the nearest field containment team with the means to safely secure and contain such anomalies. Mobile Task Force Operative. Mobile Task Forces are specialist units comprised of veteran field personnel drawn from all over the Foundation. These task forces are mobilized to deal with threats of specific nature and can include anything from field researchers specializing in a particular type of anomaly to heavily armed combat units tasked to secure certain types of hostile anomalous entities. See the task forces document for more detailed information. They have their own fucking article, man. I think they have like a shit ton of listed ones. Yeah, these are, I'm not going to go into these, but these are all different groups of MTFs. They each kind of have their own group with people in them, and their kind of specific purposes. The one that kind of the basics, like you're going to recognize, are the nine-tailed fox, but we're not there yet. They have a shit ton of stuff, but again, I'm not going to get into that yet. That's not important. That's more personal focus lore, and I'm going to focus on the anomalies for now. And wait until we get to the stories to start addressing that, because that's kind of the only time where that's important. Now, the administration, the site directors for major Foundation facilities are the highest ranking personnel at that location, are responsible for that continued safe operation of the site and all of its contained anomalies and projects. All major department directors report directly to the site director, who in turn reports to the O5 console. Now, those probably should have been at the very fucking top instead of in this reverse order, because that might be a little confusing as to who the fuck these people are. And you really don't need to know anything about the classes or the levels of clearance that they have. You probably know who the fuck these people are before any of that stuff. Now, the O5 Council refers to the committee consisting of the highest ranking directors of the Foundation with complete access to all information regarding anomalies in the containment The O5 Council oversees all Foundation operations worldwide and directs its long-term strategic plans. Due to the sensitivity of all their positions, O5 Council members must not come into direct contact with any anomalous object, entity, or phenomenon. Furthermore, the identities of all O5 Council members are classified. All Council members are referred to only by their numeric designation, O51 through O513. Because 13 is a funny number. With that out of the way, I think that's most of the... I don't want to use the word foundation because that might be confused with like all the other uses, but the foundational need to know stuff in order to understand how these stories work. Now, to go back to the history thing that we kind of derailed for multiple minutes there. Despite the lack of quality control, the first hazes of canon began emerging during this time. Secure facilities showed that the Foundation had a reach beyond Site 19, which I'm going to assume is the very first like random site number that they kind of designated and was probably referred to in 173's article. I can quickly check. Yeah, Site 19. That's probably like the only one that they use since they didn't want to be disrespectful and say that there's multiple sites yet, or didn't think that they deserved it. Or hell, they probably didn't even assume that yet. And the O5 Council gave the idea that the SCP series had in-character leadership. Concepts such as D-Class, which we went over, then called variations on the name D-Personnel, and object classes were introduced. There were no senior staff author inserts, and no such thing as Foundation tales. That right there is a little bit cringy, but whatever. It's in specific referral to characters that are just dead-ass self-inserts of the story. Okay. Confused who the fuck the third person was. Okay, Foundation tales are very, very quotation, not quotation, very, very non-canon, like one-time stories that are just using SCPs and personnel in question to tell like a one-time interesting story. Users would leave O5 notes at the end of articles, leaving comments about the articles. This led to the development to sillier and sillier notes, which in turn resulted in several edit wars between users who appreciated the humor and those who did not. It was during the edit this days that the scientific rigor we hold all articles to began to take shape. Prior to this, many authors casually disregarded basic science and mathematics in order to make their entries. As time went on, more and more additions were made to the series. People began to make more and more unscientific articles. People got sick of it, and on March 23rd, 2008, username Aiden made this post on the SCP series discussion. Would anyone really object to me going through these over the course of the next week or two and truncating the overly precise measurements? There are quite a few SCPs that say stuff like approximately 57 point... Fuck you, I'm not good at reading decimal numbers, so fuck off. There's no need to go down to nanometers when you're writing an executive summary. It could probably even be reduced to a single significant digit. In most cases, I'll probably round off to tenths or hundreds of a unit, if not whole units. I'll also be converting all measurements to standard... Fuck, I'm a loser. I don't remember. Standard instrumentation? I can't remember. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. No. Not Sports Illustrated. Fuck you. International System of Units. Well, that's a little annoying. That's not the order. Because that's what you use in a research report. Miles, pounds, etc. may be included in parentheses if really necessary. I'm also seeing that a lot of reports are straying from the item number object class SCP description format. Some are just missing an object class, and while I'm at it, some having the wrong class in my opinion, and others just cluttered white space wise. I'm going to go ahead and make the sections number, class, SCP description, bold, and add some white space where needed to make them easier to read. There's a couple that are pretty narrative, and I won't touch those without some discussion. I'd also like to edit the, in my opinion, overdoing of many of the SCPs and descriptions, reduce the usage of words terminated, reduce the usage of all caps where it isn't needed, edit, remove unexplained excessive procedures, not ones that add to the experience. I mean ones like burying an object in 10 tons of dirt and replacing the dirt every other day for no apparent reason, or have how every other SCP involves very precise temperature ranges which would never occur in nature prior to containment, etc. I don't mean to intrude on anyone's creativity here, honest. I just see an opportunity for improvement. It is all. Response from an anonymous user was, "Go ahead, that sounds like a good idea. Conversion to SI will really add to the scientific style. Removing oxymoronic expressions like the one you quoted is fine by me. Basic formatting for the creation of these articles differ greatly from what we have now. For one thing, anyone could edit an entry at any time and for any reason. Pop culture references were fairly commonplace, with many of the discussion pages mentioning them. Instead of the current comment system, we had discussion boards for each article. Articles were formatted in the same style as Wikipedia, and the general interface was primitive, but there's still something charming about the whole thing. It was just a group of anonymous users getting together to create something they all thought was pretty cool. Reading through the old discussion pages brings a sense of hope for the future." Joke articles also date back to the Edit This Wiki, where they consisted primarily of pop culture references and the like. We had stuff from various books, movies, and comics, with an entire series of objects based on the Portal series. When the wiki was ported to Wikidot, there was discussion about deleting the joke entries altogether, since at the time they occupied normal SCP number slots. They were eventually moved to their current section, with the pop culture entries purged during the mass edit. In the end, Edit This was never a viable home for the SCP series. The web host was running out of capital and was forcing many of the subscribers to either pay him or be deleted. We didn't have the resources to pay, which meant imminent deletion was looming. There was some debate in the Edit This wiki on where the series would go. Since Edit This had no admins, we'd basically been an anarchic internet society, with the Edit This wiki no longer being a viable home for the SCP series. A new host was needed. They cite some quotation, I think. "I was on the site for a few weeks submitting with others when I found out the original creator had abandoned it, it was in danger of being canned by the hosting network, so I migrated all the stories to Wikidot by just copy and pasting everything over." By Fritz Willie, also known as the administrator. Fritz Willie decided to set up the wiki on Wikidot, and it went up on July 19, 2008, where they've been since, and from there was an uphill battle to bring content and writers over. By July 5, 25, oh my god, what the fuck, by July 25th, 2008, the Wiki was ready to go live. This message was the first news update for the wiki posted by the administrator as he opened up the wiki for the first time. The forum is up, page rating is available, the website is going live today, all permissions are open. Welcome. However, when he set it up, there were actually 2 accounts opened up with his name. In secret, he set himself up both as the administrator to do administrative work and Fritz Willie to do writing work. He told nobody about this and contributed mostly under the Fritz Willie name, while doing most admin work under the administrator account. I guess a little like I said, I had admin as one and contributed as the other. I didn't want people to upvote ones I submitted as the administrator just because I saved the site, so most were submitted as Fritz Willie's. Well, that's kind of nice. God damn. These people sound like really good fucking people. There was soon a flurry of activity as authors came in from the sinking Edit This wiki to see the new one. The first admin chips were assigned to the administrator, Dr. Gears, Fritz Willies, and Kane Pathos Crow, while the first mods were Lieutenant Masseypag and Krato. They both got to building the wiki as quickly as possible. The admin wrote a few nice articles, but other than that, I have no idea what he was like. don't even know who he was on the original wiki. I just know that he chose me as one of the big four because I was active all the time on the old wiki. That's from Kane Pathos Crow. I don't want to play favorites or have people favorite mine just because I was the administrator. Fritz Willie, oh my god, ow. Fritz Willie created the administrator account because he didn't want the man who started the wiki to also be contributing stuff. He thought it might result in nepotism upvotes. That's another Google for me. Practice among those with power or influence of favoring relatives or friends, especially by giving them jobs. I did not know there was a term for that. That's a handy-ass term for a leader position, because that is something that comes into relevance when you're dealing with stuff like this. Built the initial pages such as the series page, assigned the moderators and administrators, and worked diligently to bring folks in from edit this. This is what established the wiki.wiki as the de facto home of the SCP series, and not just another option for the creepypasta series. He contributed several articles that continue to bring acclaim today, such as the Coat of Many Arms and the Living Room. He also created a world from the administrator. Oh, a word from the administrator, apologies. I think that's on the front page of this site. If I can find that. I think it's on this right here, yeah. So I'll read it from here because it looks fancier and funnier. Mankind in its present state has only been around for 250,000 years, yet only a small fraction of that have been of any significance. So what did we do for nearly 250,000 years? We huddled in caves and around small fires, fearful of the things that we didn't understand. It was more than explaining why the sun came up. It was the mystery of enormous birds with heads of men, and rocks that came to life, so we called them gods and demons, begged them to spare us, and prayed for salvation. In time, their numbers dwindled and ours rose. The world began to make more sense when there were fewer things to fear, yet the unexplained can never truly go away, as if the universe demands the absurd and impossible. Mankind must not go back to hiding in fear. No one else will protect us, and we must stand up for ourselves. While the rest of mankind dwells in the light, we must stand in the darkness to fight it, contain it, and shield it from the eyes of the public so that others may live in a safe and normal world. We secure, we contain, we protect. There you go. Fritz Willie was active for only a short time on the wiki.wiki, but his contributions cannot be understated. Some of the most influential entries on the main list were created by him, including Cassie, the creeping hungry sands of Tool, Fernand, and the World War II molecular fission canon. He was also responsible for the co-creation of the wiki's first guide, where he would attempt to describe tone. Well, Fritz Willie was intelligent with a good eye for military matters. After that, I don't know. He disappeared soon after the Foundation secondary website was established from Kane Pathos Crow. Fritz was one of the first two moderators given moderative powers because of his numerous contributions to the series. He disappeared shortly after the series was moved to Wiki. Over the years, his contribution reached low scores and were deleted. Eventually, his personal file was also removed, relegating him to the dustbin of history. Did I say that really weird? To the dustbin of history. He resurfaced briefly in early 2014, posted a new SCP. Lieutenant Massey Pagel. Where the fuck are these weird letters coming out of my mouth? Lieutenant Massey Peg, missing a fucking space between parentheses, known as Unite 3012 on the Edit This Wiki, was made a moderator at around the same time as Credo and was the first female member of senior staff. Don't know why that's noted other than Kumari. Unlike Credo, Massey Peg stuck around for a while and contributed to the moderation of the wiki. She contributed many of the important pages that still affect canon in major ways, including Groups of Interest page, Telekill Alloy, and moving articles over from the old wiki. SCP-001 was another point, if a comparatively minor one. The spot of SCP-001 was left open by the administrator to see what would happen. Massey Peg locked the page up in a debate that followed, claimed that she didn't think we ought to have any 001 proposals at all. Today we have 10 SCP-001 proposals, so she was correct at that time. If there had only been one 00 proposal, we could have never seen some of the wiki's better pieces. The earliest effort on Wikidot was moving the series entries over. There were several hundred articles, and only a few people were able to move them. But it had to be done. The users who moved over most of the old stuff were Far2, X the Vile Corruptor, and Lieutenant Masseypag. Masseypag had a computer program to move them over, while Far2 and X did it manually. You poor fucking souls. That shit sucks. However, not everyone was aware of the change. Many of the users on the Edit This Wiki would remain there for the following weeks unaware of the Wikidot site. The Edit This Wiki would continue to exist with a small community with its eventual deletion on September 6, 2008. The Wiki was not only the only one set up during this time. Fritz Willie used the administrator account also set up on the Soap from Corpses product, Society of Skeptics, and the Paranormal, and an application wiki. These websites, while an interesting idea, were just not the right fit for a just starting community. Society and Soap websites were never used, with the only notable contribution being original art by Far2. SCP Admin Court of Counsel was a pre-05 command admin site where the admins of the site would be able to discuss private matters. There were only 4 members of the site, being Dr. Gears, Fritz Willie, Kane Pathos Crow, and the administrator. Many of these issues that affected the early wiki were discussed here, such as the implementation of different object classes, the Hagar attacks, the promotion of users, and promotion of users. The site was later replaced by 05 Command in May of 2009. I know, I'm like terrible at fucking reading. The earliest promotion thread can be found here, where Kondraki, Cleft the Fishmonger, and Far2 were promoted. Kane, Pathos, Crow, and Dr. Gears were by far the most active administrators, with the administrator himself posting a small but still significant number of times. Fritz really had the least amount of activity, with only 3 posts, probably due to him wanting the account used primarily for writing. One of the 3 earliest mods, Far2, was responsible for transferring a healthy number of articles to the new wiki, with a current count of the articles he worked on being 52. Interestingly, he didn't begin writing entries of his own until July of 2008, when he posted SCP-235, which was later transferred into a tale. He also contributed a great deal to Wikidot coding of things, creating the format for the threat classification modules in the threat level module. He drew up a great deal of photoshopped images for various articles, including Josie the Half-Cat and Star-Eyed Child. Yes! We're getting to the funny part. However, Far2's most long-lasting and arguably most important contribution to the wiki was the creation of the SCP logo. What the fuck am I saying? Was the SCP logo. In October of 2008, a forum post was made to propose the creation of an SCP Foundation logo. So, stop saying logo! What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh my god. Several entries were made and were met with unenthusiastic reception. However, as it was winding down and being forgotten, Far2 made a post that would influence the wiki for years to come. That's not the original logo I did up. The original is below. I just ran it through Photoshop's photocopy filter. I used that symbol to make it look like the shield or badge used by law enforcement agencies, and also because the arrows indicate moving inward, containing the threats. The image, which is no longer available, was the original iteration. You motherfucker. was the original iteration of the SCP logo. While countless additional iterations and versions have been created and altered over the years, the basic image of the 3 arrows and a shield has remained intact. Due to personal life issues, Fartu has left the wiki in late 2008, early 2009. His final departure came after a long period of absentee administration. The fishmonger was another. Oh my god! I am dying. I'm genuinely being murdered by their mimetic agents. I'm not supposed to read these in order. I've enacted a horrible, horrible crime against this site. The Fishmonger was another early mod known for his writing talent and his ability to write epic, overarching stories for the wiki. In his early years, he was known for being a very rude, sometimes outright cruel mod, who also wrote most of his stories on that wiki. Who also wrote most of the stories that the wiki was known for at that time. His SCP-808, a technopath, was used in his most popular Wanderlust stories. At this early junction, Fishmonger was an indispensable asset to the site, as his stories attracted many new users and inspired new content. His mod powers, however, were not utilized for moderation of the wiki, instead being used to occasionally troll people or edit other wikis in order to have them fit in with his stories. While this behavior would usually not be tolerated now, it was put up with because of the high demand for his works. So he's a canon fag. Yep. Canon was something new to the wiki, and we took great strides in creating what we now know as the Foundation. When the SCP series was first moved over to Wikidot, there was conflict over what to call the SCP series. Some thought that it would be better to leave it ambiguous, while others wished to shape canon by creating an organization. Various names which were considered included Organization, Foundation, and Collection. On July 27, 2008, the name was canonized as Foundation. Wikidot's SCP Foundation wiki was originally an open product where anonymous edits were commonplace. During this time, anyone could come in and edit anything they wanted, in addition to making posts. Being a member was completely optional and frequently disregarded. Soon, events would force this to be changed, from the anonymous edits being allowed to anonymous edits being completely removed. The Hagar attacks took the wiki by complete surprise. The first incident took place on October 18th when he created dozens of spam threads and attempted to delete many of the wiki's pages. They made the classic newbie mistake of sending the pages to the deleted category instead of deleting them properly. Norrelson and Fartu were the primary forces fighting back against these attacks and were promoted for their efforts. The second Hagar attack on October 25th was successfully defeated by an active force of the new mods and admins. The threats created by Hagar and his minions were repelled. It was after this attack that the anonymous edits were permanently revoked. Administration followed the removal of anonymous edits with measures to keep the wiki safe, with the most notable attempt being application websites where users wanting to join the Foundation could apply. The application wiki would test newcomers to the series. They would have to join up, then make 2 successful audition articles, join the Wikidot site properly. However, this was another idea that was just too ambitious for its time. The application wiki would be abandoned due to being overly complex, then used as a sandbox for a time, and eventually abandoned completely. The process for creating SCPs was also much more laid back. Users were encouraged to create sandbox pages in the practice area, which was a section of the site used for drafting. Any user could create a sandbox there, and many did. There was still several sandbox remnants that can be found on the wiki, usually underneath the sandbox tag. I actually remember that. Do they still have that? Pre-SCP thoughts would usually boil down to finding a picture that looked cool and writing an article around it. As a result, there are many bland, predictable cliché in otherwise negative articles. Quality control in the early days of the wiki was not nearly as stringent as we now have it. I'm gonna do one of these because I know.
Stringent.
Yeah, don't irate me like that. Stringent as we now have it. The process for deletion was informal at best, with no written guideline for how staff should be able to move stuff for deletion. As such, there were a significant number of entries which were either trying to be able or just trying to be plain dumb. Or no, or we're just plain dumb. These articles had very low quality, hanging around in the low negatives indefinitely. There were also various debates on how to change the structure, primarily focusing on the object classes. The three primary object classes currently used by the wiki are Safe, Euclid, and Keter or Keter. There's debate about which object classes mean what and how they're really supposed to be defined in universe, but that debate is for another place. For the purpose of this essay, we will go by the author's interpretation of the locked box test. Safe means if you lock it in a box, it stays put. Euclid is you put it in a box, it's unpredictable. Peter pops out of the box and eats your grandmother. Okay, however, these aren't the only object classes we can use. We've had several evolve out of contests or old practices on the wiki which we no longer use. Explained articles came from contests to test out new object designations. Only few were able to stick around, but they do make for interesting tidbits. At the time of this writing, there are 8 articles with the X designation. God damn it. Decommissions will be discussed in greater depth later in this essay, so here's a brief explanation. Decommissions were created so that the wiki could be purged of the worst entries in the series. After a while, they realized that it was counterproductive, since for every Mary Sue SCP they got rid of, they made the researcher characters more Sue-ish. So the decommissions were left as is, and today serve as examples of what not to do. In the beginning of the wiki. Okay, hold on. They said they stopped doing that though, which is a little annoying because one of the best ways to learn is through examples of what not to do. In the beginning of the wiki, there was discussion on subclasses and threat identifiers. Some wanted the implementation of subclassifications alpha, beta, gamma within each Safe, Euclid, and Keter class, alpha being the least dangerous subclass and gamma being the most. For example, SCP-3110, the Chestnut of Doom, object class, Euclid subclass alpha. The threat identifiers are basically images used to identify what the object could do on short notice. They served a purpose that's almost similar to our current use of tags, identifying what properties the objects had in addition to their object class. Although there were many proposals to create new object class designations, all attempts to implement one failed. There are also some combo designations which are no longer in use. For example, split object classes were in use for some time, such as Safe Euclid, Euclid Keter, and Safe Keter or Keter. I didn't know about that. My apologies. Okay, groups of interest was the creation of Groups of interest was the creation of Lieutenant Massipeg, one of the SCP-Wiki.site's earliest moderators. People had created several groups which reappeared through different articles such as the Church of the Broken God and GOC. Most of the first GOIs were created by Kevin Pathis Crow and Dr. Gears. The original GOIs were censored Labs, the Chaos Insurgency, the Church of the Broken God, the Army of the Guardians of the Islamic Revolution, the Global Occult Coalition, which is what GOC stands for and should have been listed earlier before just blatantly using a fucking abbreviation no one uses, the Serpent's Hand, Marshall Carter, and Dark... Oh god, fucking so many new things I'm learning, I apologize. No, sir, I don't think it's a damn band. Oh, okay. Sorry, Dark Limited and the Unusual Incidents Unit. Global Occult Coalition was inspired by a posse that was roaming I think that's the Technology Board? Fuck, I don't know. Or Paranormal. I think that's the Technology Board. Motherfucker. Oh, traditional games. Well, I'm completely wrong. was inspired by pasta that was roaming on traditional games or paranormal at the time about how... Name I don't know how to pronounce. Nymph was wrong. God wasn't dead, at least not when he wrote that. The entity that called itself YHWH didn't die until the late 50s, destroyed by the Russian army. I think it's supposed to be Yahweh. Yeah, fuck off. Okay, since I completely misread that, I'm gonna summarize that as they're saying that God didn't die, at least not yet, not until the 50s. Chaos Insurgency was around the idea of a bad guy foil for the Foundation. Fu is just a random idea, the sort of the Men in Black kind of character. Someone else named him Fu, possibly Iceberg 7. I think I had no name for the GOI. Which is what again? Am I retarded? Or did they not say what GOI stood for? Yeah, I guess not. I set up the very first GUI's page and everything. It was a little bit more BRPD. Nietzsche. Yeah, you think that might be pronounced Nietzsche? Well, let's just use Google again. Please come with a pronunciation button. Please don't be loud.
Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche.
Nietzsche. Oh, there you go. No, that's not what GOI stands for. It doesn't stand for groups of interest. It's a little more BRPD than one would expect, but I blame Hellboy for that. I don't know what that stands for either, man. Baton Rouge Police Department. I don't think that's what it's a referral to, but whatever. I also set up the Tales page, but I didn't write any for a long time. I just instituted it because there were a lot of articles appearing that would have worked better as stories or people wanting to do stories about things. There was also the stuff for incident reports, experiment logs, eyewitness accounts. All that was set up by me. I spent a good deal of time setting up the creepypasta library too, but they removed that in recent times for some reason. I have no idea why. That's from Kane Pathos Crow. There's also the creation of the active projects section, with the first task being the SCP-CYOA game, started by Kane, and the PDF project started by Andrakai, only the latter of which actually got anywhere. I'm assuming that because I don't know what the fuck this is, and them saying it didn't get anywhere, that is the exact reason. The last project ever see? Do we not know what this is yet? I don't know what this is. I don't know if we're supposed to know what that is either. Oh, that's whatever. Probably in reference to a specific story or object. The PDF project was created as a PDF archive of all SCP articles created with a template which gave them an authentic look. However, many of the articles in the PDF project have since been deleted, which was not a problem seen at the time due to the... Why are you using words I don't know? Stop it. Vagaries or vagaries? Probably like vague. An unexpected and inexplicable change in this creation. Please don't be really loud.
Vagary.
A vagary. Vagaries of deletion policy. There was very limited administrative action against the lower rated articles, as evidenced by the small number of pre-mass edit deletions. The only active administrators were Kane Pathos Crow and Dr. Gears, with Fritz Willie having left shortly after the establishment of the SCP Admin Court of Counsel due to health reasons. God damn. Shortly after the move to Wikidot, he left site administration. He had never been extremely active, posting most of his stories on Wikidot. Fresh blood in the form of moderation assisted somewhat, but it was still an uphill process. Following the departure of Fritz Willie, the administrator, dual power system emerged. Most of the authority on the wiki was coming from Kane and Dr. Gears, who would go through the site proposing projects and helping people write new SCP articles. There was also... Fucking, why don't you say that like 3 paragraphs ago, you fucking bastard? if you're gonna introduce an acronym, the very first time you spell it out, and then you like include the little parentheses of the shortened variant, so that you know that when you're referring to that later on, that the user knows what the fuck it means. Oh, whatever. There was also the attempt at a choose-your-own-adventure game, a first-person shooter game, and a collectible card game. There's always one of those. At least, I guess with SCP, the collectible card game is kind of fucking funny to me. All these projects were eventually abandoned. As the site moved towards 2009, things were shifting and major changes were occurring in tone. New users had entered the culture and had begun writing a whole series of new classic articles. The new site had administrative powers. Damn it, the new site administrative powers came in and began changing things more drastically than they had ever been changed before. The little wiki had finally gotten its footing and was plowing ahead with its tiny but dedicated community. As the wiki continued, large amounts of poorly written entries were created. The discontent is expressed in this post by Cane Pathos Crow. Post in a damn archive link that might not exist anymore? No, it does. Oh shit. This is where we began. These are our roots. There were no X-Men, no cliches, no self-inserts, no glory hogging, no drama. There was only one thing, the will to create something that was beyond the norm but close enough to be intriguing. Something that was unbelievable but capable of causing the slight hint of self-doubt, something that added to the vagueness of this mystery organization, rather than spell out its true hidden means and aims. True, we have become more structured, more informed, more thorough, but at what cost? The Foundation itself is no longer this great shadow that looms over the horizon, too huge and far-reaching to truly see. It has become a pet, something that allows itself to be tamed and groomed. This is where we were born, in that chaos, where the ignorant were spurned, the immature ignored, the worthless cast aside, and the great gave way to what mattered. The Post. But how do we reclaim this lost glory? By Cane Pathos Crow again. Holy fucking paragraph. My god. What do you mean part 2? Oh, there's gonna be more. Well, I'll finish this section, then we'll go to read some actual SCPs, because it's discussing things that happened after the post's actual dates. In the beginning of 2009, Dr. Gear authored his response. It carried with its goals that the wiki would take with it to the next year. By this time next year, most if not all of these goals would have been achieved in some respect. That's kind of nice. That's the issue we have. As we add, we destroy. With every entry, peels away the horror more and more. Some entries add and even enhance the feel of the first entry, however many more tear it down. Annihilation of the wiki and a return to the chans would work, but to give up due to a wave of fail and retreat back to the primordial ooze of fortune is an action I would like to postpone as long as possible. We strive for involvement, for an openness of new ideas, and it has worked well thus far. Multiple people working in the same shared universe will skew the initial vision, but we've done tolerably well until now. However, we seem to now be drifting into much more drastically. With the recent influx of new users, we've had to constantly remind, prod, and threaten to try and maintain the initial vision of the SCP. The SCP were made to be taken and placed into a game, movie, comic book, or any other cool application. They are creepypasta, short fiction designed to unsettle and creep out readers. Any other application is secondary. My solution to the fail influx is simple and draconian. I've heard that. I don't know what it means. I can assume what it means, but let's just get a dead ass thing. Excessively harsh and severe. Okay, whatever. My solution to the fail influx is simple and so effectively harsh. Massive deletions. We have a ton of SCP items and we could trim over 1/4 of them with no issue. No decommission, no please edit plating, just gone. Free the number for someone else. Stricter edits. If people ask you again and again to edit your work and you do nothing, be prepared to lose your article. If you don't want to be productive, we have other people who are. If your only response is, okay, you fix it then be prepared to lose your article to the editor. If you've made a steaming pile of crap and someone edited it into solid gold, they should get the credit, not you. Banning. If you are consistently a jerk, uncooperative, stupid, horrible at writing, we do not want you. If your SCP keep getting downvoted or deleted, maybe you should be doing something else instead of constantly cleaning up. Or damn it, should be doing something else instead of God damn it! Instead of constantly cleaning up after bad users, remove the source of the issue. In addition, a major issue appears to be users who have no idea what they are doing. I hate to use cham terms, but lurk the hell more. Read entries, go over the how-to page, read comments, look over the highest and lowest rated. Take at least a couple of weeks to get into things before you start trying to post. Don't dive in with a pre-made avatar, 20 SCPs idea, a revolutionary image for the Foundation, and a new storyline. In short, we need to start acting more like the Foundation, a soulless, shadowy, bureaucratic entity with zero tolerance for mistakes, incompetence, or insubordination. One whose actions are carried out swiftly and without apology or explanation. That is quite a bold fucking vision that I would completely agree with, as much as it looks like it's kind of divulged from. The only thing I kind of disagree with is the idea of a single vision. It's a good idea to have it in one place and share some ideas, but having it all follow one canon kind of violates the best versions and really neat ideas and kind of act as a huge obstacle for a lot of things. I think any of this shit matters. Yeah. I imagine again part 2 is gonna be like a year after. I guess we'll eventually get into those because those are really interesting. It's cool to know how this shit started and how this shit was maintained and a lot of the things that you have to worry about when starting a new project and running a community, as well as the kinds of things they had to figure out with doing something new like this. So me personally, I really enjoy hearing these. But now for the actual damn thing 2 hours fucking later. God damn. Okay. Need that tab anymore. That one open. And without further ado, our first SCP since fucking 173. We got a cool ass image that's probably really shitty up close of something that we don't know what it is yet, at least not if you didn't read it. This is SCP-002, Object Class Euclid. SCP-002 is to remain connected to a suitable power supply at all times to keep it in what appears to be a recharging mode. In case of an electrical outage, the emergency barrier between the object and the facility is to be closed and the immediate area evacuated. Once facility power is reestablished, alternating bursts of X-ray and ultraviolet light must strobe the area until SCP-002 is refixated to the power supply and returned to recharging mode. Containment areas to be kept at negative air pressure at all times. Teams including a minimum of 2 members are required within 20 meters of SCP-002 or its containment area. Personnel should maintain physical contact with one another at all times to confirm there is another person present, as perception may be dulled, skewed, or influenced by proximity to the object. No personnel below level 3 are permitted within SCP-002. This requirement may be waived via written authorization from 2 off-site level 4 administrators. Management staff issued... Okay, that's a little perplexing because if it's dangerous, that usually they say that level 3 and above are like almost never allowed in it. Be waived from 2 off-site level 4 administrators. Command staff issued such a waiver must be escorted by at least 5 level 3 security personnel for the duration of their contact and must temporarily surrender their rank and security clearance. Following contact, command staff will be escorted at least 5 kilometers from SCP-002 to undergo a 72-hour quarantine and psychological evaluation. If deemed fit for return to duty by psych staff, rank and security clearance may be restored when quarantine expires. Now, you may note the structure of these SCP articles are a bit fucky in the way that I know it's supposed to be like a site that has to uphold an image of being an archive for containment procedures, but for reading wise, it makes it really hard to follow through as to exactly what a lot of these things mean when you don't even know what the fuck it is yet, or the stuff that it's done. So for a reading perspective, it might be better to start with the description, go through the reports, and then use the containment procedure as more of like an addendum or solution to it, but with it quite literally being a special containment protocol archive, I don't think they'll ever change that, but for reading purposes it might be worth considering not following that order, but I'm at the moment unsure. Description: SCP-002 resembles a tumorous fleshy growth with a volume of roughly 60 cubic meters, or 2,000 cubic feet. An iron valve hatch on one side leads to its interior, which appears to be a standard low-rent apartment of modest size. One wall of the room possesses a single window, though no such opening is visible from the exterior. The room contains furniture which, upon close examination, appears to be sculpted bone, woven hair, and various other biological substances produced by the human body. All matter tested thus far shows independent or fragmented DNA sequences for each object in the room. Refer to report below for details related to object's discovery. Reference: to date, subject has been responsible for the disappearance of 7 personnel. It has also been, in its time at the facility, further furnished itself with 2 lamps, a throw rug, a television, a radio, a beanbag chair, 3 books in an unknown language, 4 children's toys, and a small potted plant. Tests with a variety of lab animals, including higher primates, have failed to provoke response in SCP-002. Cadavers as well have failed to produce any effect. Whatever process the subject uses to convert organic matter into furnishings is apparently only facilitated by the introduction of living human beings. Now this is the discovery report. Mulhausen report. The following is a brief report detailing the discovery of SCP-002. Subject was discovered in a small crater in northern Portugal where it struck the Earth from orbit. Encased in a shell of thick rock, the fleshy exterior of the object was exposed by the impact. Encased in a shell of thick rock. Okay. The native farmer happened upon the site and reported its findings to the village elder. Subject gained SCP attention when a level 4 agent posted in the area detected a small radioactive anomaly generated by the object. Selection squad of SCP security personnel led by General Mulhausen was immediately dispatched to the area, where they quickly secured the subject in a large container and performed initial testing with the subjects recruited from the nearby village. Rude. 3 men individually sent into the structure subsequently disappeared. Upon discovering this deadly property of the subject, General Mulhausen issued a level 4A termination order of any witnesses, roughly a third of the village, to ensure no outside knowledge of the object, and initiated its transport to the SCP facility. Data expunged. During preparation for transport, 4 SCP security personnel were inexplicably drawn inside the object, where they too immediately disappeared. Following inspection, it appears as if the object had grown several new furnishings and was beginning to look like the interior of an apartment room. General Mulhausen immediately ordered the requisition of several Class 3 hazmat suits for the remaining security team members, who proceeded to lift the container onto a waiting freight ship for transport to the SCP containment facility. Data expunged. Following the termination of General Mulhausen, Mulhausen. SCP-002 was resecured by SCP staff and brought into special containment in classified where it currently resides. Staff with clearance below level 3 have been denied access to SCP-002 containment without prior approval, at least two level 4 staff after the Mulhausen incident. So there you go. Flesh ball that turns its inner people into furniture. Interesting. Quite. I think that they tagged the person who made it. Neato, there's the first actual little SCP out of the way, and I probably should have had some snacks ready to go for this. Quite interesting. I don't think I'm going to read any of these, because this is for writers, and we're not here to write, we're here to read. We're here to indulge in rich literature of varying qualities of sci-fi creepypasta. And we have 004. I do not recognize this. I'm going to take bites from my sandwich. I would use this as an intermission for those that have been here for more than 2 hours. Damn, I'm hungry. Oh yeah, for those that weren't there, the thumbnail of this is my own interpretation of that damn logo. I prefer being more simplified, so I guess that's just how all modern art is, at least logo-wise. The actual one looks very office-like, so I guess in that fact it works. So I always had an issue with the fact that the arrows really didn't do anything other than just point inward. Like they didn't do anything with the shape. I thought it was interesting to kind of merge them together and create like a containment in the middle. Also, I didn't know that the outside was supposed to be a shield, so that's interesting. I've eaten my fucking sandwich, and I'm gonna go get some ice. I'll be back. I'm also gonna. I'm also. That's what I get paper for like 30. Woohoo. Alright. Oh. Anyway. Better. What's an appropriate amount of heart pain before you consider that capable of heart attack? Okay. Let's get like through more than one, please. SCP-004 Object Class Euclid. When handling items SCP-004-2 through SCP-004-13, proper procedures vital. The items are not permitted to be moved off-site unless accompanied by 2 Level 4 security personnel. Under no circumstances should any other component of SCP-004 to be taken through SCP-004-1. The effects of doing so are as of yet unknown, as the current cost of experimentation makes further research tactical. Should any objects contained within SCP-004-1 breach containment or the facility be breached, the keys must be brought inside. Keys must be brought inside and the door closed prior to the activation of Site-62's on-site warhead. Unauthorized removal of keys from the testing area is grounds for immediate termination. Level 1 clearance is required for basic access to SCP-004-1. Level 4 clearance is required for use of SCP-004-2 to 13. So for those that don't know, SCPs that have a dash number afterwards. Typically the first one is the parent SCP and the ones following are the sibling or child SCPs that are made after having interacted with it. So SCP-004 consists of an old wooden barn door and a set of 12 rusted steel keys. So in this case, I guess it's more of a sibling because they refer to the 12 keys. The door itself is the entrance to an abandoned factory. Chronological history. God damn. Well, bring your fictional history books out, boys. We're reading. July 2nd of 1949, a group of 3 juveniles trespassing on federal property near Find the Door. According to their testimony, they found a set of rusty keys in an iron lockbox and to determine what door the keys unlock. The juveniles are taken into custody after they contact sheriff when one of their friends, SCP-004-CAS-01, goes missing. I'm unsure what the hell CAS stands for. Maybe it's case, maybe it's civilian something something, I don't know. Next day, local authorities find the severed right hand of mentioned body 8 kilometers from SCP-004-1. Other parts of SCP-004- I'm just gonna say the boy's body are found scattered as far as 32 kilometers from the factory. Under interrogation, the apprehended juveniles tell authorities that upon opening the door with one of the keys, the boy was torn torn into several pieces, each of which disappeared. At this point, the SCP Foundation takes over the investigation. That's interesting. SCP agent obtains the keys from the local authorities to begin testing. Oh, sorry, this is the next day. Tests show that all the keys fit into a single lock on the large barred door. 12 Class D personnel are assigned to test the effects of the door. One of the 12 keys, or of the 12 test subjects, each trying a different key to enter the room, only 2 survive. Opening the door with any key except number 7 and number 12 caused the test subjects to be torn apart in multiple directions. However, no dismembered parts were found until later. At the time of writing, only 2 parts of each subject have been recovered, with the exception of the subject using SCP-004-blank, whose pieces were scattered in close proximity. The others have, for all intensive purposes, vanished from existence. The 2 surviving subjects, only one having used 004-7, returned unharmed. The other came back in a near catatonic state, able only to remove himself from the room, and then collapsed on the floor and had to be restrained to prevent him from gouging out his eyes. The Appendix A, Mental Health Effects of SCP-004, the subject using key number 7, said that he had entered a large room, impossibly big for the size of the attached building. For his exit, 0041 propped open and an armed squad of level 3 personnel, after his exit, the door was propped open and an armed squad of level 3 personnel entered. The size of the room is impossible to measure, and the door frame and the individuals in the room are the only part of the room that could be felt illuminated. 16th of July, the juvenile suspects and sheriff were terminated. God damn. I'm trying to reread that last paragraph because that's a little perplexing. The size of the room is impossible to measure, and the door frame and the individuals in the room are the only part of the room that can be felt or illuminated. That's like a big dark void, I guess. Blank is declared a hazardous area due to unexploded ordnance and fences erected in order to prevent civilian ingress. Tests to determine safety of exposure to environment begin. Space-time anomalies resulting from exposure to 04 are confirmed. Testing is suspended until further notice. That's like a half year after the initial incident. July of an unknown date. The unaccounted for remains appear unexpectedly outside of 0041, despite being killed decades before. The remains of the body, the kid, are not decomposed in any manner and are still warm to the touch. Blood remains uncoagulated. The remains are remanded for testing. 2 days after the unaccounted for. Okay, wait a minute, because that's like a very similar date. The unaccounted for remains of one of the 12 original test subjects appear in similar manner to those of the body. Remains have been designated. Have been given its own designation. Records suggest that both the body of the first and second used one of the keys. It's double digit, so it's fucking like 1 of 3, dude. Nice. With the massive proliferation of nuclear weapons in World War III only years away, construction has begun on a site inside 0041. Well, We have double digits before World War III happens, I guess. 2099, that's the last possible day. Construction has begun on a site inside. The site is to stock supplies for blank person days. Blank has ordered the site inside to be expanded to include emergency storage for all mobile SCP blank specimens and a blank petabyte database for the storage of all SCP data. The facility is now referred to as Site 62. Site 62 is operational. Oh, I should have said this like the 90s and 2000s now. Site 62's operational labs and containment units are complete and contain the most dangerous specimens. Backup of the SCP database has begun. Half a year later, due to time anomalies, see space-time anomalies below. All personnel working at Site 62 are now required to reside on site permanently. Families of personnel are to be informed that loved ones are perished in an industrial accident. Clone bodies have been prepared for funeral. In 2003, massive power outage across northeast United States and through Canada due to initial failure of multiple SCP generators. Site 62 was without power for 53 minutes. Sort of. Instead of censoring, sorry, context is Seth's complaining about a lot of things being blocked out and making it very hard to tell what they're in referral to. In reality, these probably would have been replaced with, some of these at least, would have been replaced with some, like a word to share it with. Sometimes they are, at least the good ones appear to do that, but sometimes it might forget. During those 53 minutes, those on site were completely without any source of light. They reported sensing creatures and people, although no abnormal entities could be seen or felt. Selected facility personnel were allowed to read Appendix A and said the creatures sensed were of humanoid size, but otherwise similar to the massive green creature described. Space-time anomalies. SCP-004 seems to propagate spatiotemporal anomalies. Personnel leaving the facility report losing time. Those who have been in the site for weeks insist they've only been in there for several days. Records of work completed and supplies consumed. Records of work completed and supplies consumed support their claims. Other temporal anomalies involve SCP-2 through the keys, especially the reappearance of the body and second body exactly double-digit years after having used SCP, or one of the double-digit keys. Blank has been assigned to investigate all aspects of these time anomalies. Spatial anomalies include the impossibly large dimensions of the area opened by SCP Key 7. Similarly, the 2003 blackout incident suggests that there exists an alternate plane of existence within the same space that Site 62 occupies. I should note that I can understand the point of redacting certain things, like not having to require specific days so you don't have to make up shit that's fake anyways, like fake names, fake times. So there's like ways to handle that, like having it censored but still have some way to determine some important information. Though one could argue that there's like in universe, like they don't want you to know yada yada, even though I don't know if that really benefits the reader in any way. Makes it believable, but it just might impair for no reason. Additional notes. Testing on 04 revealed that some of the keys open the door on a dimension where the laws of physics and topology are significantly different than those of our home dimension. Test subjects meeting these hostile conditions are torn apart, their body parts deposited in various locations, only 3 of which have been verified to be on Earth. Material deposited at 2 of these points appears immediately Material deposit at the third appears exactly blank years in the future. The other 7 locations are currently unknown. How do you know if there's a specific amount of locations? Current testing focuses on 2 avenues of research. The first is finding ways to survive the hostile topologies. The second suggests that the keys may open other doors than SCP-004. I'm gonna say something, but I forgot. Oh, the fact that that's gonna reappear like perfectly on Earth a certain amount of time away, despite it being like moving millions and millions of fucking miles every second. A bit hard to believe. Okay, all Class D for mental health effects. Sorry, all Class D personnel using the 12th key return in a the 11th key return in a catatonic state. So that means the 7th key is actually the 6th key. I apologize. Unable to speak, some may have enough energy left to try and cloud their eyes. Of the 16 subjects, only 4 have survived. Only 1 has regained speech following long-term psychotherapy. He was able to tell the psychiatrist that he saw a massive green creature so large that much of its body extended beyond his field of view. He reported innate fear and sudden recognition, as if it were buried deep in his primal fears and forced implantation of incomprehensible memories. Subject displays acute anterograde and retrograde amnesia. Additional information. SCP-004-14. Object was discovered elsewhere in factory area in the previously undiscovered manager's office back in 1950. Object appears as a large, unvarnished wooden box. The box may be unlocked by the safe key number 6, as well as 5 of the unsafe keys. Upon unlocking the box with key number 6, the box opens automatically on hinges. Volume of the space inside is precisely 5 times greater than the outer dimensions imply. Items placed within while the lid remains open does not affect the weight or any other properties of the box. When the lid is closed and locked, however, all items inside vanish irretrievably. Personnel locked inside the box are also irretrievable. Although losing personnel in this fashion appears to affect significantly the dreams expired by no clue. I'm imagining the dude with dementia, because that's the only fucking thing possible. Interesting. Some neat concepts in there. It taking you to different dimensions that have very, very different properties of physics that would completely annihilate you just because you enter them. That's interesting. The stupid, edgy clawing out of the great big green creature that I can only take satirically isn't very interesting, though. I think I know this one. Sorry, I didn't want to rape your ears with my drinking. Retrograde affects memories prior to the development of the condition. Anterograde affects memories formed afterwards. I had a feeling. I knew what retrograde was. Probably, like, not exactly to amnesia specifically, but one could infer as to what it meant. And then to assume that anterograde was just the opposite. But thank you. I didn't know it was that specifically, though. Just something to do with amnesia. Interesting indeed. SCP-006, Object Class Safe. Whereas the nature of 06 does not warrant any extensive containment, a certain level of secrecy is necessary regarding the object's existence and properties for obvious reasons. The following procedures are required not for personnel safety, but to deny or hide knowledge of O6 effects from the personnel who interact with it. All personnel interacting with O6 in any physical way are required to wear modified Class 6 B and C suits. Before personnel are allowed to perform procedures, they must be briefed with material SCP-006-B or SCP-006-C. SCP-006-A briefing is the correct one and is restricted to only those with O5 clearance. To ensure personnel are wearing suits properly, they are to be submerged into a pool of water. Any air bubbles spotted signify a leak in the suit. Procedures with SCP-006 are to be carried out under extreme surveillance. In case of contact with SCP-006, the commander in charge will announce Procedure 006 XI-12, which the personnel have been briefed to believe to mean high toxicity is present and must evacuate. This is going to be in a more immortality pool. It's going to be, isn't it? New procedure in which liquid is acquired from SCP-006 must be approved by 305 level personnel. The liquid is to be transferred in a quad sealing container and under armed guard. If at any time personnel come into contact with SCP-006 or liquid from SCP-006, they must be confined and terminated after sufficient studies are done. Due to the nature of SCP-006, the most effective termination method is incineration. I have a fucking feeling that would suck ass. Because if that's healing, it's just going to be prolonged burning. It's a very small spring located 60 kilometers west of Astrakhan. Is that even a real place? Foundation Command was aware of its existence since the 19th century, but were unable to secure it until 1991 due to political reasons. While they're fighting over it, over the spot of the spring, a chemical factory has been constructed as a disguise with the majority of laborers under Foundation and or Russian control. It's near Russia, I guess. The liquid emitted from the spring has been chemically identified as simple mineral water 1902, but has the unusual property of health. I told you. Ingesting the liquid produces the following properties in human beings. The ability to regenerate DNA damaged by sufficient duplication. I fucking told you, it's a de-aging pool, it's just Lazarus pit. Fuck you. BNC suit looks like they spelled NBC wrong. Nuclear, biological, chemical. NBC suit. NBC suit. Is that the little Among Us suits? I swear to God. No, it's the fucking Russia, like, radiation suits. Okay. Like one of these. Just imagine, Chernobyl. Okay, heightened excitement of cellular duplication. Vastly improved abilities in the repair of damaged tissue, and a frightening increase in the effectiveness of the human immune system. Upon testing the liquid on animal subjects, hostile bacteria and viral agents were destroyed immediately. Many reptiles and birds were unaffected, while higher primates experienced the same benefits as humans. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So we have a Lazarus pit here. I don't mind SCP designations of like what would I describe it as, like urban legends and whatnot. That stuff's pretty cool. Like approaching it from a scientific and cool picture, cool picture. Pipe. They have it. Pipe. I'm going to take another sip. I'm going to see if it even picks it up. It picks it up sometimes. Damn it. Alright. Finally, an SCP that doesn't have like 8 O's for me to like say weirdly. SCP-15, Object Class Euclid. 15 is impossible to move and is contained on site. A gap of at least 2 meters needs to be maintained around the entire structure containing 15 at all times. Okay, so it's like fucking Terraria biome. No structures of any kind are to make contact with 15's current containment structures. Exploration is permissible, but only in teams of 3 with full safety lines and GPS tracking. Any protrusions from 15 must be capped and sealed immediately with a new site recorded and logged. No aggressive actions to be made within 15. No hand or power tools are allowed anywhere inside 15. No repairs or maintenance are to be made anywhere. Description. SCP-15 is a massive pipes, vents, boilers, and other various plumbing apparatus completely filling a warehouse in blank. The pipes appear to grow when not under observation, attempting to connect to nearby structures via sewer system. I totally didn't say sewer wrong. Sewer. When they're not observed, they grow, attempting to connect to nearby structures via sewer systems and underground plumbing. 15 contains a current estimate over 120 miles of pipes, ranging in diameter from 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter. Some pipes appear new, while others are rusted and leaking. Pipes have been reported as being made of bone, wood, steel, pressed ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. That's a little edgy. No pipes composed of lead, PVC, plastic, copper, or any other traditional material for the production of pipes have been found. SCP-15 reacts to tools and aggression. Any personnel acting violently carrying tools or attempting to damage or repair 15 in any way will trigger reaction. Any pipes near the subject will burst, spraying on the subject for several seconds before the flow suddenly stops. Hold on. Okay, shit. Let me finish this. I'm gonna take a break. Spraying on the subject for several seconds before the flow suddenly stops. Pipes have been reported containing oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. Pipes will continue to burst around the subject until death or retreat. Jesus. 15 was cut back to its current structure after attaching to 11 other structures in the area. Currently 11 personnel have been killed and 20 are still missing. Reports have been made of banging and screaming coming within 15. That's fucked. It just wants to grow. Nor. You right. You right. Well, family member wants something. I can't really do too much about that. Yeah, like it's fucking. That's. Oh my god. Like. That lasted a lot longer than I thought it would. Holy shit, it was not like 30 minutes. You're shit. Poor bastards. Oh my god. Ooh. Motherfucker. Hello. Stinky. Sorry about that. God damn, that was like an hour. Well, I guess you got an intermission. Context was car stuff. Trying to get my car fixed so I can get a job and try and get some fucking money. That's on hold again now. Oh. Back to what we were doing, I suppose. Did like that little secure. Class object is lid. Samples of it have been deemed Class 5 extreme biological. All related products. And irradiation measures the event of which may result in mantled power failure or zero communications from operators outside. Quarantine period for operatives leaving the facility is 4 months. Incineration and irradiation measures shall be deployed. Policy sites to not prepare to evacuate. Like hazardous. Off. Period. Last sentence. Not prepare evacuation procedure? What you mean cutting out, you motherfucker? Because I'm quieter now. Afraid of it. Like, I've been outside with headphones off, and now that there's people around, it's like awkward to talk louder. They're saying that anything, that the samples of it are extremely dangerous and will require like an entire fucking raid facility properly rid of it. Take like 4 months to rid of the damn thing. Damn it. Okay, description is at least. Prion samples of which are stored in each of the known G2 sites. Researching highly classified and primarily aimed at preventing research with to the synthesis of the distant. Prion include 100% of infectiousness, fatality, transmission through exposed mucous membranes and all bodily fluids, not airborne or waterborne. Symptoms of infection manifest no more than 3 hours after exposure and include flu-like symptoms with high fever plus severe dementia in later stages. Coma onset approximately 20 hours after first symptoms appear and 12 hours after noticeable dementia. I don't know what the hell is going on. Hello. Period of sporadic cellular necrosis occurs which comes to resemble gangrene. Surviving tissue assumes its function as highly resistant resilient. I have to say, coma onset will be considered onset of death. Red blood cells greatly increase oxygen storage capacity, resulting in slower blood flow and increased muscle endurance and strength. Is this the zombie thing? And muscular systems are unaffected by total organ failure for several hours. Metabolism may decrease to extremely low levels, allowing subject to survive for over 10 years without nutrition. What the fuck are you talking about? You said that they die after like 20 hours. High blood viscosity results in negligible blood flow from gunshot puncture and slashing injuries. Conditioned behavior, motor controls, and instinctive behavioral mechanisms are damaged, and cognitive abilities are severely retarded and erratic. Animals experience excessive brain necrosis and are inactive. Subject can adapt to its damaged nervous systems, but is limited to basic physical activities, including standing up, balancing on two legs, walking, biting, grabbing, and crawling. Subject will energetically move towards sights, sounds, and smells it associates with living humans. Subjects will attempt to ingest living humans if physical contact is made. Okay, so it's zombie virus. Neutralizing fully infected subjects requires significant cranial trauma. There's strong evidence to suggest not form naturally on Earth. Since variants of similar complexity would have displaced much of the ecosystem. In 1959, a short collaborative effort with the USSR to locate G2 sites and eliminate O8 was negotiated. Following the discovery, the status of O8 in Russian custody since collaboration ended is unknown. Addendum 1, 500 has been known to completely cure even in advanced stages of these. The lame ass zombie virus, okay. Item number 88. Euclid. It's to be kept in a fluid environment at all times, consisting of no less than 40% seawater. Object is to be kept suspended by non-metallic means, currently cotton fiber line that is to be changed daily. Object is also to be checked daily for any signs of rust flaking. If any part of 882 appears uncoated with rust, it must immediately be immersed in 100% seawater solution. Water must be taken directly from the ocean, reduced concentration only when the object is again coated in rust. No metal may be placed in containment area. Only organic materials are allowed in containment area, and any contact with 882 requires the use of thick cotton gloves. Any metal making contact with it is heat severed, melted down, and kept immersed in 100% seawater in a separate area. Any auditory issue reported by staff must be reported immediately, and affected personnel must submit to a full psychological examination, and depending on results, either transferred to another facility or permanent containment at expunged. 82 appears to be a random assembly of gears, cables, pulleys, screws, and belts, all made of an amalgam of various metals. Object size at time of recovery was approximately 87 cubic meters. Current size is approximately 12 cubic meters. 882 rusts quickly in seawater. No identifiable energy source has been found, but all components will begin to move if not coated in rust. 882 is completely silent at all times, no matter what level of activity 882 reaches. Any metal touching the object will become permanently affixed to it, and over a period of a few days becomes a new part of the object. Organic matter remains unaffected. 882 is extremely resilient with tensile strength and roughness above those of aircraft-grade titanium alloy by weight, even though its composition appears to be a random alloy of iron, tin, gold, and other metals, some as of yet unidentified. Extreme focus heat must be applied over several hours to cut even a small portion free of the main assembly. Persons remaining in the vicinity of the object for prolonged periods have developed auditory hallucinations while near the object, mainly the sound of grinding and clicking. The sound intensifies and is abated only by throwing metal into the object. Subjects in advanced state of psychosis have thrown themselves into the object, resulting in an almost instant death by crushing. The body is often drawn in and impossible to recover. 882 is recovered from a location at the northeast coast of Banks Island. The area was barren of all metal and metallic ore in a 1 mile radius. 882 is found at the geometric center of the area. A2 had become submerged in seawater at the time of discovery. A small town was found nearby, abandoned for several years. A2 was removed and shortly started to flake off rust, causing the various parts to begin motion. After several accidents, Dr. Gear is authorized an SCP we don't know yet to be played on a loop, which successfully reduced the object's motion, enabling safe access. A2 was then cut down and contained on site. Note: SCP-A82 is not to be brought in the vicinity of 271 or any subject possibly contaminated by 217. Let's see what these are. This weird. Hey, I don't know what that are. 7-1. I don't know what that are either. Yeah, sure. I don't know what this stuff. Oh, boy, I love redacted. Number 007, Object Class Euclid. 007 is to be contained in a sealed room measuring 10 meters on each side. Room is to be furnished completely as a living area along with whatever items are requested by hereafter referred to as subject. Given that providing subject with requested items would not compromise security, subject is not to be allowed to leave the room and is to be detained but with force if necessary. The 007 is located within a cavity in the abdomen of a subject. Subject is a Caucasian male, physically approximately 25 years of age. Subject claims to be 28 and 176 centimeters in height. Most of subject's abdomen, muscles, skin, and organs is absent, though subject does not appear to suffer because of this. Instead of normal flesh, a sphere composed of oil and water absent, is present. But it does not actually come into contact with subject's body at any point. The sphere appears to be in most respects a miniature near duplicate of Earth, approximately 60 centimeters in diameter. Although continental alignment is not consistent with that of any alignment known in Earth's history, the sphere has its own weather patterns, negligible gravitational pull, in addition to microscopic organisms somewhat representing those of modern-day Earth inhabiting it. Two intelligent species have been observed, though contact and communication with either is yet to be made. Technology levels of observed species must be checked at least once a week and are approximately equal to 15th century Earth. Subject claims to be named, but no records of such a person can be found. Subject does not require food or water, and while he has been observed consuming both, what happens to such substances after being swallowed is unknown. Subject is intelligent. IQ has been measured at 128 and amiable in regards to the planet in abdomen is a minor curiosity about his body. Subject seems to experience no stress about his unusual condition. When questioned about the planet's origins, subject replies, "Just woke up one day and there it was. I don't have any idea how it got there." Subject has provided a social security number, driver's license, requested that he may be checked against known records. When checked, it was discovered that neither had yet been allocated. Doctor has a weekly chess game with subject, during which subject's mental health is evaluated. Doctor reports subject does not seem to mind the restricted living environment and has yet to attempt to escape or show signs of violence or mental illness, though he has repeatedly requested a computer with an internet connection. It is recommended that this is not provided as it may be used to compromise security. Weird. Men with planet in body similar. Oh boy, I love short SCP. Item number 12, Object S. Euclid. 12 is to be kept in a darkened room at all times. If the object is exposed to light or seen by personnel using a light frequency other than infrared, remove personnel for mental health screening and immediate physical. Object is to be encased in an iron shielded box suspended from the ceiling with a minimum distance of 2.5 meters from the floor, walls, and any openings. 12 was retrieved from archaeologist K.M. Sandoval during the excavation of a northern Italian tomb destroyed in a recent storm. The object, a piece of handwritten musical score, titled On Mount Golgotha. A larger set of sheet music appears to be incomplete. Oh, it's this. Red and black ink, first thought to be some form of barrier natural dye ink, was later found to be human blood from multiple subjects. The first personnel to locate the sheet site, 19 Special Salvage, had 2 members descend into insanity, attempting to use their own blood to finish the composition, ultimately resulting in massive blood loss and internal trauma. Following initial investigations, multiple test subjects were allowed access to the score. In every case, the subject mutilated themselves in order to use their own blood to finish the piece, resulting in subsequent symptoms of psychosis and massive trauma. Subjects who managed to finish the section of the piece immediately committed suicide, declaring the piece to be impossible to complete. Attempts to perform the music have resulted in a disagreeable cacophony, each instrumental part having no correlation or harmony with the other instruments. Damn. It would be funny if there was like really good music. I'd want to finish it. Aw, damn, that's a long page. Curious if these stories are listed. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You've been missing those? Oh, fuck. Net. Net. Quickly go through and make sure there's not been those horrible pages. Fucking it. Skipped one. I skipped one. On that one. Matter. Sealed. Not these pages, and will be properly. Oh, we can't read that one yet. Dragon tattoo. Number 21. Safe. 21 is an obligate parasite of the human body. Containment, therefore, is no more difficult than containing an adult human. Most cells will suffice. Item is currently housed in detention cell 21-7A on subject D139. Only Class D persons are eligible for hosting SCP-21 as long as the subject survives as a host for SCP-21. He is exempt from normal monthly terminations. Human takes the form of a large and elaborate tattoo of a serpentine dragon in the Oriental style, covering approximately 0.8 square meters of skin. This tattoo is fully animate within the confines of its host skin and behaves largely as a normal animal would, albeit in only 2 dimensions. Tattoos move and cause constant pain to the host, comparable and similar in character to simultaneous tattooing and tattoo removal on a large scale. The organism tends to spend most of its time on and near the torso. SCP-021 displays no intelligence beyond a basic pattern of feeding and locomotion, although actually measuring the intelligence of a 2-dimensional life form has been proven impossible thus far. 21 appears to feed exclusively on pigments in the host skin that can include melanin, in which case the subject appears to be suffering from vitiligo. However, the organism shows a marked preference for other tattoos and will seek out and devour these before resorting to natural pigments. It should be noted that the feeding process itself, beyond the sensation of movement, is painless. Normal tattoo ink simply vanishes as it is eaten. The organism maintains a constant size and no excretions have been observed. The organism is capable of clearing over 0.6 square meters of skin per hour. One may quote-unquote feed 21 by quickly tattooing fruits or small animals on the host. Healing can be transferred between hosts by various forms of physical contact with differing rates of success. In the case of successful transfer, the organism simply swims from one person to the other. Sexual intercourse seems to be the most reliable method of transfer, with a 93% rate of transmission. However, due to the severe pain involved, this is less than ideal. Contact between two open wounds is generally preferable. Transfer is more complicated in deceased subjects, though not unreasonably so. The organism suffers no ill effects from death of its host and can use to consume pigments. Transmission between species is unknown. Previous tests suggested to be impossible or extremely rare. Anyone does confer some benefits to its host. The tattoo of improving to accelerate the release and reuptake of epinephrine and decrease lactic acid buildup, providing boost of strength, confidence, and pain. Tolerance in stressful situations, reducing the usual after effects of weakness and fatigue. In addition, the tattoo seems to have some beneficial effects on the host's immune system. Aggression profiles in hosts are generally higher than the average, and so whether this is a direct effect of the tattoo or simply a reaction to the constant pain remains to be seen. Symbiotic relationship is usually linked by how long the host can tolerate such pain in everyday life. This has culminated in suicide in a number of subjects. In rare cases, hosts have also fallen victim to fatal skin infections. Anyone's origins and nature are a mystery. Tracing its transition from host to host is hardly feasible within the confines of secrecy, and the organism could well be hundreds of years old, not more. Epinephrine. Find that word again. Paragraph. Last 21's captivity is one of the longest in the Foundation's history at nearly, and has been very educational thus far. Current research focuses mainly on observing the characteristics of life in two dimensions. Natural functions. Normally, my mic can't be turned up, you homo. I hate you. It does not get any louder. I could turn up the actual slider on OBS, but it's only going to increase by like 25%. Damn it. You just used like a smart word for fucking adrenaline? Fuck off. Number 30, object class safe. It used to be held at Site 17 within a modified humanoid containment cell. Minor adaptations to accommodate its stature, such as an appropriately scaled workspace and chair, are to be included. Lighting within the cell may be altered upon request of 30 to a maximum of 2000 lumens via a simple dimmer switch. The need to render 30 inert arise, staff may extinguish the lighting from the exterior switch and draw blackout curtains as necessary. Standard night vision equipment is available for observation of 30 in its inert state. 30 may request materials for personal research every 90 days. All previously requested materials are to be collected and destroyed prior to the delivery of new materials. All materials are to be evaluated and screened by both research and security staff. Is to be denied access to any modern scientific journals or text, and fiction is to be restricted to works produced no later than 1623 CE to of its innate knowledge. Staff wishing to consult 30 in writing are to place a formal request document for SE with this. What? I'm assuming that's the document in question. With formal request with the supervising researcher on duty, all correspondence is to be restrained. Staff wishing to consult SCP-30 in person are to submit a formal request to site management 30 days prior to the preferred consultation rate. All consultations are to be recorded and retained. Senior staff may request 30 to be temporarily removed from its containment for a maximum of 1 hour to provide observational insight into non-restricted materials or events within Site 17. Hour to provide. Under no circumstances, 30 to leave the confines of Site-17. Requests must be presented in person to Site Management and Security at least 30 days prior to the preferred observational release date. Observational release events are to be recorded and retained. 30 has been equipped with a tracking device. Location within 17 may be determined precisely at any time. 30 appears as a hairless, generalist, gray-toned human, 71 centimeters in height and weighing 12.7 kilograms. British stone in antiquated measure. I have no idea what that means. Its solid blue eyes lack discernible irises and resemble small-cut sapphires. He possesses an androgynous voice with a pronounced English accent, but currently identifiable as specific to any modern region. It's able to converse, read, and write in ancient Greek, Latin, Italian, English, Spanish, and Portuguese, as well as 2 additional languages that have not yet been identified, despite 30's insistence that they should be known as common knowledge. 30's demonstrated knowledge of physics, chemistry, astronomy, mathematics, and horticulture, roughly equivalent to that of 17th century CE academic. In addition, he has demonstrated knowledge on these topics along research lines that do not appear in historical record. These alternative or entirely unknown approaches to research in the natural sciences are one source of 30's utility and consultation. 30 remains active while a 15 lumen source of light or greater is within 1.5 meters or 5 feet in the absence of light. Damn it. Absence of light, 30 becomes inert, apparently losing consciousness and showing no outward signs of life. Within 5 to 10 seconds of being re-exposed to light, 30 becomes active once more, appearing to come out of light slumber no matter how long the period of activity has been. 30 does not appear to require these periods of inactivity as a human requires sleep, and has expressed a desire to remain active as often as possible. Biopsy analysis of 30 remains inconclusive, while clays native to the English counties of Kent, Surrey, and Greater London make up the majority of its structure. Traces of mandrake, lye, mercury, and human blood have been found in taken. 30 has expressed that a full exploratory surgery to determine its workings would potentially end its existence. Samples removed from 30 do not regenerate, and sampling currently discontinued to preserve its integrity. Although 30 can be damaged, it does not appear to feel pain and will simply remold any portion of its anatomy that experiences deformation. Notably, 30 cannot be molded directly by human hands, though any number of tools may be used to alter its surface. 30 does not respirate, requires no sustenance, and produces no waste, although it does infrequently request a bath. 30 refers to itself as aerial and regularly requests that staff do the same. Questions regarding how 30 is created or was created and by whom are routinely answered with the seemingly rote statement, "I've been asked to forget that bit of information. Terribly sorry." 30 delivers this response in the same tone and cadence each time any question regarding its origins or creator presented, giving its composition and location of origin. A link to Alchemist of Agata is suspected. I have no idea what the hell that is, if that's fiction. 30 was discovered during a mandatory archaeological survey within London's Mortlake district, pending construct of a car park. It was buried approximately 0.7 meters or 9 feet below street level, contained in a small stone sarcophagus. Bore no markings and was assumed to be that of a deceased infant, as additional graves were discovered in the survey area. The sarcophagus lid shattered during the excavation, exposing 30 to sunlight. Upon being struck by the sun rays, 30 rise from its inert state to one of mild activity within a few seconds, stating good morning to the assembled construction team. A member of the Foundation's Greater London Recon Force was summoned within hours and took the specimen into custody without resistance. The limited number of witnesses were given amnestics and released. Surprised they weren't shot dead in the fucking street. Logs. Tracking system installed for 30. It reports malfunction of its own tracking system. Repairs completed within 6 hours. 30 offers to 30 completes 18-week seminar on unknown language Alpha Zephyr 5-step considered fluent lexicography transmitted to O5 dash. While in consultation, researcher inadvertently makes several remarks regarding photovoltaic technology. Consultation ended before the researcher can substantially elaborate. The requests the supply of magnesium and indicates it tends to ignite samples to study the light produced. Request denied by researchers. Incident 31, using only what appears to be a standard potting oil, ginger, and fish, 22-gram sample of related quartz and a 23 centimeter length of coiled copper wire. 30 produces an object or device capable of emitting notable levels of direct ultraviolet light through unknown means. Devices confiscated. Effects not currently replicable without direct intervention from 30. Researchers currently in consultation to determine if this line of 30's research will be permitted to continue. It is speculated 30 may be working towards an alternative and possibly anomalous manifestation of a photo. I can't do shit about that. Fuck off. We may be working towards an alternative and possibly anomalous manifestation of the photoelectric effect after receiving only minimal information regarding its existence. All research by 30 suspended and materials removed pending review. Are you mistaking me like purposely censoring words as cutting off? If that really Number 37, Object Class Euclid. 37 is magnetically contained in a subterranean complex known as Site 22. Object size, spectral signature, and temperature are constantly monitored both on-site and remotely from Site 98. Primary containment chamber is lined with heat-conducting, radiation-resistant nano-peak GFV polymer tiles and evacuated of any atmosphere. Heat from the object is radiated into the surrounding rock. Enclosure integrity become compromised. The emergency system will generate a low-power argon plasma shield. This is expected to provide a minimum of 4 hours for on-site engineers to effect necessary repairs before the object reaches containment. The contingency that stellar evolution proceeds ahead of projections and a nova event appears imminent, or if containment failure is otherwise unavoidable, any remaining project staff are authorized to initiate a quick protocol. Yeah, wait a minute. This is a fucking sun. 37 appears to be a star, approximately 2 inches or 5 centimeters in diameter, with a luminosity about that many times of our sun. Surface temperature of about 5,000 Kelvin, determined by RI analysis. The origin of 37 is unknown, however, analysis suggests that it shares many properties in common with the main sequence star, other than its anomalous small size. It is theorized to have entered the Earth's magnetosphere via the North Magnetic Pole. The object was discovered in 19 above Beaufort Sea at approximately the North Magnetic Pole. Intense electromagnetic interference was reported by Canadian Forces Station. See alert, followed by an extremely bright object descending toward the ocean from the sky. The SCPS Guardian responded and discovered the object wavering in an erratic trajectory about 200 meters above the surface of the water. Once containment procedures were devised, it was transported to Site 32 for safety. Containment and transport of 37 have been achieved by the use of powerful electromagnetics, which the artifact aligns itself according to its own magnetic field. The primary challenge to containment thus far has been its powerful electromagnetic emissions, which are intense enough to be easily seen by the naked eye from Earth orbit. Its current enclosure is located deep underground to prevent detection and to facilitate radiative cooling into the surrounding bedrock. In fact, the entire facility and the surrounding volume of the Earth's crust act as a massive heat sink. Over the past years of study, the star has undergone a shift in emitted EM radiation, suggesting that it is undergoing stellar evolution at a vastly accelerated rate. Standard stellar models hold up. This will soon result in an increase in radius by a factor of 100 to 300 times and a concomitant increase in radiated energy. Emergency containment contingencies are being studied for that eventuality. Further progression of the star's life cycle will likely terminate into a stellar nova, which is estimated to have a yield of extrapolations predict that this to occur in. Research is underway for a method to arrest this development or to transfer 37 a safe distance from the planet before it occurs. Weird. Dude. That is a horse. Number 42, safe. 42 is currently housed within minimum security paddock 12 at Bioresearch Area 32. Despite 42's seeming disinclination to attempt escape at this point, security measures must still be maintained at all times. Previous attempts to maintain the health of the ground cover in paddock 12 have failed to date. Despite regular watering, 42's presence leaves the ground parched wherever it treads. It has not been determined what happens to added water. The program of watering has been discontinued as unnecessary and potentially hazardous to the local water table. Monitoring of local well levels and sampling of the area's water is to be carried out on a weekly basis. Personnel interacting with 42, including any handlers, medical professionals, feeders, and custodial staff, must submit their thorough search, including prior to entrance into paddock 12. Any personnel attempting smuggle a weapon or an object used as a weapon is to be immediately. Personnel are to undergo psychological screening once per week after interacting in any way with 42. Medical personnel examine the wounds on 42's backs are to be closely monitored at all times lest they attempt to euthanize 42. I should also mention that while I understand that they are given a specific number designation, a nickname would help immensely to remember which are which and for people to refer to them. Names would be highly that would be very nice. Highly appreciated. 42 is an animal believed to be a member of the genus. Its coat is white in color with some small brown spotting. It stands 180 centimeters or 18 hands to withers and weighs 10 kilograms. It's significantly since it has been in Foundation custody. With atrophy from lack of physical activity and refusal to eat. Good nutrient diet for ministers life, but it remains. Yeah, I thought it would show the name. I think it shows the name there as well, but here, unfortunately, they never refer to it as that. They just refer it as the bird number. Nutrient diet for administered keeps it alive, but it remains emaciated and weak. 42 exhibits two large bone protrusions from its back linked to powerful musculature, now atrophied throughout its back. Supposed to be a little Pegasus. These bones end at 37 centimeters from the surface of its back, and they protrude from the skin at open, ragged wounds. To date, no healing has been observed of these wounds, though some clotting must be taking place for 47 to have not bled out. 42 exhibits a listless demeanor and has been unresponsive to any attempt by skilled handlers to incite activity. If allowed to do so, 42 will lay down on the ground immobile, not moving to eat, drink, or relieve itself. Pain response conditioning has proved somewhat effective in getting 42 to rise so they can be cleaned, but eventually it will attempt to lay down again no matter the strength of the shock administered, even to the point of losing consciousness. Researchers are divided as to 42's level of intelligence, while some believe that it is simply an animal and no smarter than others of its genus. Others have come to believe that it may in fact be sapient. It has been shown to make eye contact with persons entering paddock 12, most of whom describe it looking as pleading. 42 has been involved in accidents on multiple occasions where it has been injured on pieces of equipment or enclosure, which those arguing for intelligence believe to have been intentionally caused by 42. The request was submitted by Dr. Transfer 42 to Bioresearch Area 4, approved by... Why even include that date, man? Approved by 05-5 by Dr. Altered transportation documents indicate that SCP-42 was to be airlifted rather than transported by armed convoy. Can't spell, maybe you should kill yourself. During transmit, Dr. P overpowered the pilot of the transport aircraft and took the controls, plunging the craft into a steep dive. Passengers and cargo experienced nearly a minute of weightlessness before security personnel regained control of the aircraft and leveled off. Dr. P was being found in the plane landed. SCP-42 broke free of containment and kicked 2 security personnel to death in the cargo area. Bay security footage shows that after this point, 42 approached Dr. P and touched his muzzle to its face. Dr. P exhibited signs of euphoria while contact was maintained, but when additional security personnel subdued 42 with tranquilizer dart and contact was broken, collapsed into a catatonic state from which he did not recover. After hearing his actions, Dr. P was euthanized while under Foundation medical care. God damn. What happened to it? I don't know. Oh no, okay. So they tranked him, so he's probably contained. Feel bad for this fictional horse, bastards. (43) Safe. Requires no special containment, although it's recommended that 43 not to be used for purposes other than testing. A turntable is to be maintained in the same room for testing. It appears to be a vinyl copy of the White Album by the Beatles. However, upon closer inspection, the record has no grooves. In spite of this, the record will play from start to finish regardless of the starting position of the needle. When the 29th track is reached, instead of playing Revolution 9, this stops spinning and faint breathing can be heard. Occasionally, the entity responsible for the breathing will speak in a male voice. The entity will respond to questions and show profound encyclopedic knowledge of the music industry, musical theory, and obscure trivia about many bands and artists. However, the entity refused to answer questions regarding the Beatles or its own personal details. Inside the jacket, a small handwritten note was found reading, "Limited edition, 1 out of 1, thanks, John." Yeah, the summary of that horse is depressing. Pegasus damn did indeed lose its wing and just wanted to kill itself. Oh, I don't like that image very much. I don't like this. I don't like this. Page is marked for deletion, however, because certain pages on the site depend on knowledge of this article, usually tales or supplements, it has been retained. The following article stories make reference to this page. 35. Did we read that? Yeah. No, we didn't. Good to know we'll run into this character. 1550J, a joke article. The Foundation and Evil, Decam Anonymous, translated from Palawan. (132) is safe. 132 is to be accommodated in a 4x3 meter room, located 8 kilometers below the surface site. The surface level of Site 19. Walls of the room are to be lined with no less than 12 millimeters of 148. The room contains standard living appliances and furniture as well as a few luxuries, including a television without cable, VCR, and DVD player. 32 is given a moderate selection of entertainment consisting of literature, CDs, video cassettes, and DVDs. These forms of entertainment may only be those released prior 132's admission. 132 has access to a computer terminal designed solely for communication with 132 qualified personnel. The south wall of the room features a door which leads to a high-speed elevator with access to the surface. 132 is to be accessed once every 6 hours for nutritional sustenance and observation. 132 is permitted to deny and therefore postpone up to 2 tests in a 24-hour span. 132 is permitted to temporarily leave special containment procedures under supervision of a single level 1+ personnel. I don't like this very much. Sounds like a damn horrible thing that I hope it's not. One. Okay, all personnel who interact with 132 are to be evaluated to determine that they have no contemporary traumatic personal issues. If a dark fluid begins to ooze from 132's eyes, nose, or mouth, 132 is to immediately be converted back to unless authoritative personnel like the opportunity to perform an examination. It's gonna be a fucking creepy sex thing, please God. 132 is an ethic. Oh, fuck me. The telecule alloy. Thank you, Seth. You were a helpful hand. One human male. Okay. What is this exactly? Palu. I'm retarded. You're gonna have to, like, tell me exactly where this is. Nick. Yeah, there's a reason I've never heard of that before. Okay. Ethnic. Human female in her early to mid-20s with a height of approximately 152 centimeters and a mass of approximately 52 kilograms. 132 objects to being referred to by her SCP designation, prefers own title Dolores. Dolores is of an intelligence fluent in English and Palawan, and can speak limitedly in Japanese. 132 requires all the basic sustenances of a regular human: food, drink, sleep, etc. 132 is diagnosed with esophageal peptic ulcer disease, but is otherwise completely healthy. I don't know what the fuck that is. That is a lot of damn things thrown at me. When successfully isolated from other humans, 132 has a without mood disturbances, bipolar disorder. However, when in the direct presence of others, 132 will accumulatively acquire the negative or positive dispositions of those present. 132 apparently has no controls over these abilities. The radius of this effective absorption is unknown and has been recorded to reach a range of 2,800 kilometers through the strength, though the strength of the radius effectively decreases with altitude or depth. As the vast numbers of those on Earth suffering outnumbering those flourishing negative disposition frequently outweighs positive. It has been found to help filter outside human effects during the effective absorptions. 132 will exude a dark liquid from her facial orifices. Scans have revealed this liquid to originate in the pharynx, although its ultimate origin is presently unknown. The amount of this fluid secreted is dependent on how severely negative disposition outweighs the positive. Kind of disgusting. Oh my god, it just got worse. Analysis has shown that this liquid is composed 40% of bodily fluids, mucus, blood, bile, and cytoplasm, and is most and most of the remainder an identified black acid of pH 2.3. Unsurprisingly, 132 will complain that this substance burns the inside of her face. Other symptoms of 132's effective absorption include migraines, depression, aches, nausea, convulsions, hypochondria, paranoia, hallucinations, and what have been sustained to be factual visions. Visions are almost exclusively past and present situations involving mass deaths. The severity of these symptoms varies depending on the level of negative effect 132 experiences. Addendum 1, Wyrm has been successfully installed with reinforcement of 148. Addendum 148. 132 is responding well and no longer requires active access to anti-symptomatic medications. Addendum 2 has requested psychiatric conditioning of her abilities. Request approved. Acquisition of a qualified parapsychological psychiatrist is pending. Document 132-1 concerning discovery and admission. 132 was born in Palu in 1908 and has lived there most of her life. She has reportedly experienced these absorption abilities for as long as she can remember. 132 was discovered when Agent was vacationing in Palu in 2000 and encountered SCP-132 displaying her odd behavior. Interested agent approached 132 and inquired about her condition. Upon concluding that 132 warranted special containment procedures, he recommended that 132 submit herself to the Foundation. Promising to suppress 132's abilities, 132 hastily agreed. Because of Agent unprofessional approach to 132's admission, per Protocol 12, Retrieval Code of Contact, he was subsequently terminated. Fucking Jesus Christ, oh my god. That is ruthless. We're almost getting there, boys. We're almost to the funny one. I'm going to take a quick swig. Just imagining, like, oh, that's weird. That sucks. Hey, we can help you out. Bad move. Die. Okay. '54 object class safe. Subject is held in a watertight isolation room outfitted with specialized climate control equipment. An ornate fountain filled with water stands in the center of the enclosure. Maintenance personnel are required to wear NBC suits. Inside the containment area must spend 10 minutes in a special drying room after exiting. In the event of a breach, the surrounding area should be evacuated and the enclosure flushed with liquid nitrogen. Foundation's chemical levels and volume are to be monitored and maintained. Spring water to be used as SCP-54 is highly sensitive to hydrological conditions. 54 has developed a mistrust for human males during its confinement, thus assignment of female personnel is recommended. Asking somebody out just barely the wrong way, and instead of rejecting you, she pulls out a 9mm and puts a hole in your lungs. Of water, the subject most often appears as a female humanoid with a mean volume of 90. Okay, it's gonna be a fucking water waifu. Okay, chill out, bro. A mean volume of 90 liters. Comprised entirely of water, other forms are possible, commonly geometric shapes. It enters a body of water, becomes indistinguishable from its surroundings. The subject must periodically return to a body of water in order to maintain its volume due to evaporation. Fuck. Initially found it was moved to Site 8 for further study. Subject was initially curious about foundational personnel and seemed to enjoy interacting with maintenance staff and researchers and mimicking their forms. After a number of weeks, the creature apparently felt comfortable enough to remain out of the water during routine monitoring, though it retreated when attempts were made to study its composition. 54 is apparently composed of normal water with no detectable differences compared to ordinary spring water from the same source. No thermal, electromagnetic, biological, or other phenomenon has ever been detected in its quote-unquote body that would suggest how it animates. Water lost by 54 to evaporation exhibits no special properties when condensed. Experiments with 54 were halted following 2 researchers injured. After this incident, containment protocols were updated. Subject thereafter exhibited signs of mistrust and aggression around male personnel. They tried to rape it, didn't they? Which made up the majority of the original research staff. Subject reclassified Euclid. God damn. There's something to note. If the thing inevitably evaporates, I wonder if it has a technical lifespan. Water loss experiment subject, partial transcripts audio journal 054A. Water loss experiment subject becomes withdrawn and inactive when denied access to water. Its compact shape is theorized to reduce surface area exposed to evaporation. For the first few days it moved eagerly to greet anyone entering its enclosure and behaved excitably. Possibly indicates an understanding by the subject that we control its access to water supplies. Subject ceased this behavior yesterday, presumably in recognition that no help was forthcoming. Temperature extremes testing. We got authorization to attempt sub-zero testing this morning. The subject became lethargic. Temperature fell. Or is completely after. I have to Google that one. Sluggish and pathetic. Motherfucking words, I fucking forgot that. Spectroscopy of spectroscopy, of the ice crystal revealed no abnormalities. Ice chips were collected for study. This is in stark contrast to its behavior in the 95-degree test when it became aggressive and attempted to escape its enclosure. We've submitted a work order to combine the climate control equipment with the subject's standard enclosure, as it has begun to resist efforts to transport it to experimental chambers with increasingly desperate behavior. Memory and conditioning evaluation. Subject has proven unexpectedly adept at navigating complex mazes and solving puzzles. Dr. Seskell has finally overcome the problem of motivating the subject by the application of electrical shocks or silica desiccants. Joked that we should have it trained to fetch in no time, and after observing his methods, I think he might be right. Note subject to be allowed a 48-hour recuperation period. It seems to be lagging in its progress at the end of the week's experiments. Spectroscopy. It sounds so much more professional. Subject is... Okay, damn it. Oh boy, this is where it's gonna get fucking funny, right? I'm starting with your acid-base incorporation experiment. Starting with a 0.5 m. You're right. HCl solution. Hydrochloric, I think. M is though. Fine. I have no idea what will happen, but if this thing incorporates homeostatic mechanisms like I suspect, that then we should get some insight to how it maintains its form. Temperature in the enclosure has been lowered to 278 Kelvin to help control 54's increasingly erratic behavior. Which one pissed it the fuck off? After 5 years, no incident. Subject rating has been downgraded to safe on recommendation of Dr. Experiments will resume under auspices of ecology. Unit 7. Caution should be exercised when pretty 50-50 between Euclid and Safe Buddy. To act pretty automatically, but maybe if it depends on the conditions of the water, it doesn't mind, I guess. Thank you for not raping the creature. I'm waiting for that to happen at least once. Moles. No. Moles of solid divided by the liters of solution. This states 0.5 mole HCl per liter H2O. Hamburger. I sneeze all sneezingly. Never mind, sneeze cancelled. 55. Our first Keter. Header. Fuck off, I don't know. Your interpretation, IG. Object is kept within a 5 by 5 by 2.5. Don't spell it like that. Fucking rude. Say 5.5 by 2.5 and number. Meter square room constructed of cement 50. Did you stop doing that? God damn it. Percent centimeter thickness. No, 50. Damn it, it's 50 centimeter thickness. The Faraday cage surrounding the cement walls. That's gonna be a Google. Oh, it's those, yeah. Surrounding the cement walls. Access is via a heavy containment door measuring 2 by 2.5 meters. Constructed on bearings to ensure door closes and locks automatically unless held open deliberately. Rear guards are not to be posted outside 55's room. It is further advised that all personnel maintaining or studying other SCP objects in the vicinity try to maintain at least 50 meters from the geometric center of the room as long as this is reasonably practical. Oh, hey, this is the anti-meme one. Fuck, I'm a fail. 55 is a self-keeping secret or anti-meme. Information about 55's physical appearance as well as its nature, behavior, and origins is self-classifying. Clarify. How Site-19 originally acquired 55 is unknown. When Site-55, or when SCP-55 was obtained and by whom is unknown. 55's physical appearance is unknown. It is not indescribable or invisible. Individuals are perfectly capable of entering 55's container and observing it, taking mental or written notes, making sketches, taking photographs, even making audio or video recordings. An extensive log of such observations is on file. However, information about 55's physical appearance leaks out of a human mind soon after such an observation. Individuals tasked with describing 55 afterwards find their minds wandering and lose interest in the task. I hope this is like a kind of joking one where, like, as you go on, it becomes like less like perfect and like they stop caring. Lose interest in task. Individuals tasked with sketching a copy of a photograph of 55 are unable to remember what the photograph looks like, as are researchers overseeing these tests. Security personnel who have observed 55 via closed-circuit television cameras emerge after full shift, exhausted and effectively amnesiac about the events of the previous hours. Who authorized the construction of 55's containment room, why it was constructed in this way, or what the purpose of the described containment procedures may be are all unknown. Despite 55's container being easily accessible, all personnel at Site-19 claim no knowledge of 55's existence when challenged. All of these facts are periodically rediscovered, usually by chance readers of this file, causing a great deal of alarm. This state of concern lasts minutes at most before the matter is simply forgotten about. A great deal of scientific data has been recorded from 55, but cannot be studied. At least one attempt has been made to destroy 55, or possibly move it from containment at Site-19 to another site, meeting failure for reasons unknown. 55 may present a major physical threat and indeed may have killed hundreds of personnel and we would not know it. Certainly it presents a gigantic mimetic and mental threat, hence its Keter classification. Hold on, Euclid safe. I think I'm gonna go with Keter. Peter doesn't really fit the other two words. Safe is a pretty soft word. Euclid is a pretty soft word. Keter is pretty soft. Keter, safe, Keter. Too harsh of a word. I'm gonna go with Keter. Analysis of 55. I know you're gonna like say like, yeah, but it's like a harsh like classification. I just wanted to like get with the other ones. 55. The author puts forward the hypothesis that 55 was never formally acquired by and is in fact an autonomous or remotely controlled agent inserted at Site 19 by an unidentified third party for one or all of the following purposes: to silently observe or interfere with activities at Site 19. Silently observe or interfere. Okay, I'm just gonna say like all the to silently observe or interfere with activities at Site 19, activities at other SCP locations, activities of humanity worldwide, other SCP objects, and thing. I win! I win! No action to counter any of these potential threats is suggested or indeed theoretically possible. Addendum A. Hey, if this thing really is an anti-meme, why doesn't the fact that it's an anti-meme get wiped? I must be wrong about this, Matt. Wait a minute. What if we were to keep notes about what it isn't? Would we remember those? Report of Dr. John Marachek. Survey team, fuck off, I'm not reading that, was successfully able to enter 55's container and ascertain the appearance and to some degree the nature of the object. Notes were taken according to the project methodologically. See, after which the container was sealed again. Excerpt from a transcript of personnel debriefing follows. Okay, I'm going to need to ask you some questions about number 55 now. Number what? SCP Object 55, the object you just examined. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't think we have a 55. Okay then. I'd like you to tell me what you've been doing for the last 2 hours. What? I don't know. Okay, then do you remember that we all agreed that it wasn't spherical? That what wasn't. Oh, right, it wasn't round. It isn't round at all. Object 55 isn't round, so you remember it now? Well, no, I mean, I don't know what it is, but I know there is one. It's something you can't remember, and it's not a sphere. Wait a minute, what's not a sphere? Object 55. Object what? Doc, remember agreeing that something wasn't shaped like a sphere? Oh, right. Stupid. It appears to be possible to remember what 55 is not, negations of fact, and to repeatedly deduce its existence from these memories. Personnel and survey reported moderate levels of disorientation and psychological trauma associated with cycles of repeated memory and forgetfulness of 55. However, no long-term behavioral health effects were observed, and psych assessments of survey personnel showed consistent reports of this distress fading over time. Recommendations: it may be worthwhile to post at least one staff member capable of remembering the existence of what? Recommendations: it may be worthwhile to post at least one staff member capable of remembering the existence of 55 to each critical site, but you said nobody can remember it. Fuckers. Why to me? No, bro. What is this? "53 Euclid appears to be contained in an area no less than 5 meters by 5 meters feet by 60 feet and given adequate room to move. Toys, books, games, and other recreational devices are to be amply provided and rotated every 3 months. Proper bedding, bathroom, medical facilities are to be maintained at all times. Food should be provided 3 times daily, and 2 snacks are allowed if requested. What did I read? I don't. Can we like read something about like a unicorn Pegasus or something? Or the water lady? I don't know. What? No physical contact is to be made with 53 without full atmospheric containment suit and eye shield. No eye contact is to be made with 53 for any reason. Any subjects given to personnel. Objects given to personnel by 53 may be removed, but must be given to quarantine for examination. Only one member of personnel may be present in the room at any given time and must be secured by a safety line of steel cable. All personnel must be removed from 53's containment chamber within 10 minutes of entering. Any personnel who begin to act erratically, scream, or attempt to grab 53 are to be removed and quarantined. Any personnel attempting to remove their suit are also to be removed and quarantined. No sharp objects or firearms are allowed in 53 containment room. 53 appears to be a small 3-year-old girl. She's capable of basic speech and appears to be slightly above average in mental development. She has a generally pleasant personality and rarely seems upset, becoming agitated only in the presence of groups of people. Any and all humans over the age of 3 who make eye contact or physically touch remain around 53 for longer than 10 minutes will become irrational, paranoid, and homicidal. Most, if not all, of these feelings will be directed at 53, and afflicted subjects will attempt to kill 53 after first killing or driving off all humans visible to them. Those attempting to kill 53 will suffer massive heart attacks or seizures and die seconds after doing any physical damage to 53. 53 will regenerate almost instantaneously from any wound, regardless of severity. 53 is wholly ignorant of these effects and ignores any and all subjects affected. When questioned about the effect, 53 is incapable of response. Damn. Weird and kind of fucked. Why would you write that, you psycho? They're pretty fun, like, short stories. The size of these are pretty digestible. 409, Keter. No physical contact may be made with 409 for any reasons. Anything making physical contact with 409 must be contained and quarantined immediately, along with any materials used in the transport of the subject. 409 must be kept in a granite case at all times. Any transportation of 409 must be done in a sealed granite container. Residue from 409's effects are to be sealed in granite containers, along with any tools used to transport residue into containers. 409 resembles a large quartz crystal, apparently approximately 1.5 meters and 0.6 meters wide. Any objects coming into contact with 409 will begin to crystallize after 3 hours. This effect will occur in any material other than granite. Crystallization will spread by approximately 1 inch per minute and will convert the entire object or organism inside and out. Subjects report this effect to be extremely painful and similar to frostbite. After complete crystallization, the object will begin to make snapping and creaking noises for approximately 20 minutes before bursting into thousands of fragments with great force. That sounds fucking terrible. Anything touched by or touching a fragment will immediately begin to crystallize. Nothing at this time is able to reverse the effect on organic matter, including amputation of affected areas, and organic matter will only crystallize a few centimeters around point of contact. 409 was recovered under a pile of crystal shards. Several feet lost personnel during recovery were high. Okay, you got around your... How the fuck did it not take over the earth with your damn... Yeah, you bastards. The suggestion of Dr. Vict 409-D5 was exposed to the effects of 409 was left to become severely crystallized. After that, he was treated with 500 and a complete recovery was achieved in 9 days. Subject reported that he continued to feel pain in body parts that were crystallized even after the estimated recovery time. Pain faded 13 days after the subject was treated. It is unknown if the Pain effect was psychological and real during the intervening 4 days. Extensive testing has yielded no information as to why the crystallization occurs. 409 and the shards created by it are indistinguishable from any other quartz crystal. The effect appears to be similar to a seed crystal where a pre-existing crystal formation is added to a solution, causing the crystal to grow. 409, however, appears to do this with all solid matter and does not need to remain in contact. How this is done, 409 is unique among all of the quartz crystals, and why granite is the only material immune are all still unknown. This is like the most plausible SCP I've fucking seen so far. Maybe other than the Pegasus. Both of those are like just slightly plausible enough. That one's just like a weird crystal that just applies to other materials. Another Keter, god damn. 718 Keter, no long-term observations to be made of 718. Any and all observation and interaction is to be restricted to 5 and 10 minute periods with personal rotations every 24 hours. 500 I knew of, those funny little red pills that are in like limited quantity that heal like fucking everything. That's like one, I don't know, panacea. I think this is the Slender Man one, I don't know. No it's not, no it's not, it's not, I failed. I wonder if that one's even still in there. Extreme care must be taken with 718. Full hazmat suits are mandatory for all personnel. Any damage to 718 must be reported to as soon as possible. Any personnel observing or interacting with 718 for longer than the advised period must be removed with force if necessary. Any personnel acting in an erratic or violent manner will be transferred. 718 is an eye, roughly the size of a foot. 718 is an eye, roughly the size of a baseball. It is supported by a long, thin stalk made out of tendon and blood vessels. It stands 4 feet tall and appears to need no nourishment, nor excrete any waste. The eye will turn and follow any living thing in its field of vision. The stalk is capable of limited movement and will follow living things for a short distance. 718 will also stare at any observational equipment in its containment area if no living things are present. 718 appears to prefer staring at humans more than other animals. 718 stare can induce discomfort and paranoia in a very short time, often resulting in a subject's attempt to destroy 718. The eye, if damaged, will explode, showering clear fluid on all nearby surfaces before shriveling into powder. Anything the fluid touches will develop a clear blister-like bubble that will slowly turn black. After 24 hours, the blister will burst and a 20.32 cm or 8-inch copy of 718 will emerge, growing to full size over the course of the next few days. And shown to occur on all organic surfaces, many inorganic. On living subjects, copies of 718 are permanently affixed. Attempts to surgically remove 718 cause extreme pain in the subject, though removal is possible. Aside from a vague and persistent desire to destroy other copies of 718, the host suffers from no ill effects after removal. 718 is not. If 718 is not removed from a living subject, testing indicates that the subject becomes able to see through 718. Vision with 718 is different as blank is now visible at the expense of more. Okay, what the hell? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is, but yeah. Vision with 718 is different as blank is now visible at the expense of more conventional sight. I want to know what that is. I want to know what that is. What do you mean? Can I learn? Can I control F this bitch? 718, hehe. SCP designation, containment method. Due to the efficiency Efficacy or ability to produce. Make it loud. Ability to produce at the containment cycles. It has been determined by the High Council that a secondary site may be authorized for the perpetual arrest of anomalies. Project Europia is intended for research staff to propose containment cycles for such entities or phenomena. Are reminded to pen their name, food name. I think these are like combinations between two SCPs. They use stop it. This and mummified human corpses, a triangular pattern around all instances will simultaneously looking away cause fate and terminate instances cause additional 718 to form instances dating back to its yeah, sure, we're not there yet. Okay. I don't know why that was linked there, that makes no sense to me. And with at the more conventional site, this has been an extremely detrimental effect on subjects, drastically lowering mental stability and often leading to suicide. The death of a host will cause 18 to burst. 86 instances of 718 are currently contained within the containment chamber. I'm gonna say that they're like describing one when in reality it sounds like there's thousands of the fucking things. Group picture, awesome fucking picture. Holy shit. Cool ass picture. I don't know how I feel about there being an info board in its own room just there. Got lame ass future design. Everything's needlessly shiny and annoying. But anyways, sounds familiar. 162 Euclid is to be kept in a sealed steel container at all times. Any handling is to be done with thick steel plate gloves and heavy body armor. Any personnel attempting to touch 162 without proper protection or acting in an erratic or non-responsive manner to be immediately removed from the containment area. All personnel are to subject to mental testing and review for 2 weeks after interaction with SCP-162. 162 is a mass of fish hooks, fish line, needles, scissors, and other sharp objects in a rough ball shape close to 2.4 meters in width and 2.1 meters in height. After being in 162's vicinity, subjects are reported feeling drawn to the object in order to touch it. The desire can extend for several weeks after seeing the item, becoming an exception in many cases. The draw increases the more 162 is observed, and subjects will become violent towards anyone attempting to restrain or remove them from 162. Touching 162 will immediately result in several hooks becoming embedded in the subject's skin. This experience is extremely painful, much more than normal fish hooks. Struggling or attempting to escape will ensnare the subject more, likely resulting in the subject's complete entrapment on the surface of SCP-162. Subject will bleed profusely, resulting in death after a prolonged period of time. Subject whose skin is impenetrable to 162's hooks, such as 1063, are proven to be immune to 162's compulsion effects. Attempting to remove a subject from 162 will result in the entrapment of the remover or gross bodily harm to the subject's flesh. Subjects will many times cycle between expressing extreme pain and requesting assistance to statements of pleasure and request to be left alone, even attempting to grab and entangle personnel attempting to rescue them. Activation of SCP-1114 to the proximity of 162 has been proven to be an effective means of freeing a subject from entrapment, though 162's compulsion effect still remains. 114 being what exactly? We don't know yet. Well, I'll get there. I don't even know which it is either. that were the case, wouldn't there be like a shit ton of fucking bloodied corpses still visible in the damn thing with like blood all over? That and the ball of scrap is a little inconvincing. There'd be a lot more shit in there, and it just looks like it uses some hair modifier or something. And it's just like knives like perfectly poking out as opposed to just being a ball of sharpness. It's generally a pretty amateur-ish render. It's still really well made otherwise. Definitely more finished and more included than any of my works. I really can't talk any shit. Oh, I can almost see it. We're almost there. 455 Euclid. Cannot be moved nor contained in any structure. Containment must be made on site. No exploration or testing is to be made on or in. No personnel are to remain in close proximity for more than 5 minutes. All physical contact with 455 is forbidden. Any personnel breaking this order to be quarantined. Any hallucinations experienced near 455 are to be recorded and logged. Any personnel experiencing hallucinations are to be transferred. Any personnel attempting to enter 455 are to be restrained by any means deemed necessary. 455 is a large cargo ship currently run aground on the southern coast of Chile. Most of its structure is underwater and badly damaged, with rust coating 85 to 90% of all surfaces. Internal structure appears to be significantly larger than external dimensions and is not flooded despite large holes visible in the outer hull. Internal structure appears to be a random assembly of rooms, hulls, and structures. Initial salvage teams reported rooms made out of human teeth and engine with tendon strips for timing belts. The hull extended for 600 feet beyond where the outer hull should terminate. An open gym room with steel walls as pliant as taffy. The numerous audio and visual hallucinations. Team was lost after reporting entry to central navigation. Rescue team lost after reporting the investigation of screaming in a cargo section. Doctor, I suggested the use of robots to map the interior 455 after the failure of several manned exploration teams. Experiment log 455 details the attempts to explore 55 and information established despite the failures overall. Record of last major exploration attempt by MTF Zeta 9. Kinda sounds shitty. The stories after it. I want to see what the sizes of these are and if they lead to proper pages, as I assume they will. Yeah, they're pretty big. That one's okay. Well, interesting. SCP-40. Object class anomalous human. That's not how this works. You said this has to be Euclid, you fucker. Containment class active? What are you talking about? Hazard rating yellow? You are making shit up, my man. Person, our standard containment policies, 2-person residential module, no amenity restrictions, access to site, library, recreational facilities, cafeteria and public areas supervised, dietary restriction, mild peanut allergy, youth educational curriculum enrollment, doctors Abernathy, Logan, and Izawa, that's probably Aizawa, bi-weekly psychological overview by Dr. Abernathy. Schedule B, experimentation plan. Special containment procedures 41A, 1C, and 1J have been approved to remain in the containment chamber with 40 for purposes of the subject's mental well-being. Security Chief Special Order 3925. All other entities modified by 40 during testing are to be disposed of after study according to standard biological specimen clearance protocols as outlined in document CDP Bio N1. My god, man. There's a lot of info. Date of birth 2000. Subject claimed to be 8 years at Date of creation. I think date of containment. Yeah, probably date of containment. Place of birth unknown. Date of containment 2008. Height that many 111 centimeter. Weight to 0.7 kilogram. Shit, that means nothing to my Merrimat as. Hair bright pink. Eyes green, yellow, heterochromia, black celeria. The fucking you have is blind in left eye, insensitive to burns and easily bruised, hair is brittle and falls out easily. It is a human child capable of at-will manipulation of physical characteristics of living organisms. Modified organisms are collectively referred to as 40-1. Modifications are primarily cosmetic, ranging from simple color and pattern changes to more involved shifts in bodily form and structure. The creation of new specialized organs is possible, but appears to be the limit of 40's ability and currently has a 66% failure rate in testing. Modifications are limited to what would be physically possible regardless of the probability of such a feature naturally arising. For example, while 40 can grant an organism wings that does not naturally possess them, they will not permit the creature to fly without meeting other physical requirements. They will undergo behavior shifts as part of the modification process, acting with extreme loyalty to 40 regardless of prior association. 40's anomalous property requires significant focus and time to enact and causes intense headaches and nausea when performed for more than a few minutes at a time. The effect becomes increasingly unreliable and inaccurate the smaller the modifications or the more complex the changes are. 40 is capable of altering microscopic organisms and has great difficulty in altering plant life. Dead organic matter may also be used, but must be used in conjunction with a living organism, and since 40-1 cannot be modified more than once, though it is currently unknown if this is a hard limit of 40's properties or from a lack of mastery over them. That sounds interesting, especially if they can grow up and become older and develop their skills further on. 40's emotional state is within acceptable boundaries for an individual of its age group and accounting for the effects of prolonged containment and parental separation. Subject's intelligence is slightly above average for its age group. Behavior is generally cooperative. 40 acclimated quickly to its containment and responded well to the initial orientation and socialization programs. 40 responds to the name 40 and does not appear to have any other given or chosen personal name. Subject was taken into custody on 2008 as part of the raid on the keys to the Kingdom Christian Carter School for the Gifted Youth in Colorado. The raid's primary objective being the capture or execution of a former CIA operative who had previously worked alongside Foundation intermediaries as part of Project Black Book, Project Smilodin, and Operation Stargate from 1967 to 1971 was successful. Was terminated on site and disposed of without incident. Of the 15 children recovered to the facility, 40 was the only one to demonstrate anomalous properties. The others were administered in anesthetics and placed in Foundation and observed foster care. Interviews with staff at the school revealed that they were unaware of prior history of or any connection with Foundation operations. They were administered amnestics and put under a sixth month communications monitor. No relapses recorded. See Operation Wyrm after action report for complete event record. 40 is currently allowed custody of the following 41 instances. 41A, symbiotic organism capable of changing size, color, shape, and color and texture in reaction to its environment. Subject serves as outer clothing similar to a jacket or sweater and absorbs nutrient from 40's bloodstream. Subject was recovered alongside 40 and genetic testing reveals that the subject shares the majority of its genetic makeup with the common house cat. Fucked up. 41C, spherical organism capable of flight by means of rubbery bladders filled with lighter than air gas mixture entities, 11 limbs terminating in opposable digits, and a complex respiratory system capable of replicating a wide variety of musical patterns. 1J, quadrupedal organism covered in a thick coat of pink and blue fur. Entity has no eyes, a broad mouth with blunt teeth, and is capable of climbing up vertical surfaces, occasionally used by 40 as a means of transport. I feel like this is referencing something. The following interview excerpt is dated 2008, shortly after 40's initial containment and orientation sessions. Good morning, 40. Good morning, Miss Abernathy. Sounds like you're getting over your cold. I'm glad. Can I ask you a few questions before we start with today's lesson? Yeah. Can you tell me about your parents? Mr. Green said I don't have any. Can you tell me about Mr. Green then? He was nice, but he wasn't very good at talking. He would always talk like this, but he wasn't there a lot of the time. Most of the time, it was the nurses looking after us. And what did they do for you? They played games with us and teach us things, and sometimes they would make us wear these dumb helmets and sit quiet for a long time. Sometimes they put on a movie for us if we behave. But if we were bad, they would lock us in our rooms. Can you tell me anything else? They always served us peas for dinners, and I hate peas, so I gave mine to 5 because she liked peas, but I think green beans are better. He successfully reanimated a deceased human body during testing using 3 specimens of a brown brat as the required living component. Resultant subject retained no memories of previous life and was judged to be of approximate mental capacity of a human toddler. 40 was highly distressed by the event and refused further testing for the next 3 weeks. Investigation during Operation Wyrm confirmed that it had been operating under the name Henry Green since at least 1982. My throat's starting to get really fucking sore. Dry. Damn it. .05 safe. 105 is implanted. With a fuck me, this one's long. With a tracking device and is currently housed at Site 17. 105 is currently allowed Class 3 restricted socialization privileges with approved site personnel. Granted based on continued good behavior and cooperation with Foundation personnel. 105's personal camera is contained in a lock safe deposit at Site 19's high value item storage facility. Standard positive action defenses, explosive, chemical, biological, and mimetic are to be in place at all times while 105B is within containment. 105 and 105B or any other camera are only to be allowed to come into contact with approval of the current managing researcher. 105, formerly known as Iris Thompson, is a female human of European descent. Records indicate that SCP-105 was born in making her years old at time of acquisition. She has blonde hair and blue eyes, and at the time of the article is 1.54 meters in height and 50 kilograms in weight. She does not appear to have any of the ordinary physical characteristics and appears to be, for all intents and purposes, a normal human being in good health. 105B is a Polaroid one-step express camera manufactured in 82. 105B does not appear to have any of the ordinary physical characteristics and appears to be, for all intents and purposes, a normal Polaroid camera operating normally for all persons aside from 105. Person likes using the phrase all intents and purposes. When 105 holds a photograph taken by 105B, the photograph changes from a still image to that of a real-time image of the location in question. 105 is also able to reach through the photograph and manipulate objects within reach of the original point at which the photograph was taken. Persons witnessing this manipulation report seeing a disembodied female hand reaching out from an invisible portal and carrying out the actions as indicated. 105B and the photographs taken by said camera have no unusual properties when used by any other person. 105 has demonstrated limited ability to manipulate objects through other photographs, but can only achieve fine control using photographs taken through 105B. So far, 105 has only been able to significantly advance her ability by using photographs by 105B. 105 was brought to the Foundation's attention shortly after the murder of her boyfriend. 105 claimed to have been on the phone with the victim at the time of his murder, prompting her to hurry to his side. However, telephone records did not correspond to the story of making her suspect in the murder. 105 informed her lawyer that she had in fact witnessed the murder through photographs she had taken with her boyfriend several days prior. The attorney in question disregarded the story and recommended that the subject plead guilty. The subject refused to do so and subsequently told her story in court, offering to demonstrate her ability. This led to Foundation contact. The subject was immediately contained by the Foundation. Foundation personnel retrieved 105B from SCP-105's home, replacing it with an identical model and returned it to her. 105's parents were informed that she was killed during the botched escape of another patient while both were in custody of the psychiatric care facility. Appendix 2, excerpt from interview log. Please give a brief personal introduction, including date and place of birth and your name. Okay, my name is Iris Thompson. I was born in Phoenix, Arizona on May 12th. Good. My first question, when did you become aware of your abilities? I'm not sure, but I think it was either 10 or 11. I remember because I was looking at a picture of an ocean. I noticed that the waves began moving. How did your parents respond when you told them? They told me that I just had an overactive imagination. When did you discover that you were able to manipulate objects through a photograph? First happened when I was 11, 12 maybe. My family took a trip to the Grand Canyon. I looked through the photo album after we got home, and brushed my hand up against one by accident. When I did, I pushed a rock over the edge, falling into the canyon. I could actually hear it clatter on the way down. Go on. I became fascinated with photography after that. Most of the time it didn't work with photographs I took, but my parents got me a Polaroid one-step express camera I've been begging for them to get me since Christmas. After I got the camera, the photos got easier to interact with. This is the camera referred to as 105B, your personal camera. Yes, sir. How many photos can you focus on at one time? I've gotten up to 10 at once with my personal camera, but I'm sure I could do more eventually. What's your impression of your time with the Foundation so far? Please do answer. We don't take any offense to these things. It's sort of like new prison, new warden, but I know it's better than what could have happened to me. You've been very cooperative during your time here. I'm a pretty well-behaved sort of person. I also like doing the experiments. Some of those things with the photographs I never would have thought of. You know why I'm asking these questions, Iris? No, sir. We've been setting up a special program. If it goes through, you'll be occasionally allowed to leave the site and move about in the outside world. All we ask is of you in return are a few favors. Are you interested? Oh God. Addendum 3. History of Service with Mobile Task Force Omega 7. 105 was the second humanoid SCP recorded to Mobile Task Force Omega 7 under the Pandora's Box initiative. Unlike Team Able, associated with 76-2, which I don't think we know, which was assigned to strike and capture operations, Team Iris had the primary mission of reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Team Iris carried over 20 missions in cooperation with the Boa Commission. These missions were carried out swiftly and without incident. The first disciplinary incident involved 105 involved... Can't use that word twice, you bastard. The first disciplinary incident involving 105 involved the escalation of Team Iris missions from reconnaissance to wet work. 105 violently opposed the use of her abilities to carry out assassinations even after members of the Bow Commission repeatedly attempted to secure her cooperation. During these events, 105 became emotionally distressed and attempted to deceive Foundation personnel into believing that her anomalous traits had disappeared. Dr. D submitted a report recommending that 105 be reclassed as neutralized, undergo amnestic treatment, and be released to the public with regular monitoring. This recommendation was denied. Following this, Dr. aided 105 in a containment breach aiming to escape Foundation custody. This breach was unsuccessful and SCP-105 was recontained. The incident below. Investigation afterwards determined that Dr. D had intentionally encouraged 105 to claim loss of anomalous abilities. 105 re-demonstrated her anomalous abilities in exchange for restoration of limited privileges. Following the end of the Pandora's Box initiative, all Mobile Task Force and Meg-7 team were disbanded and 105 was returned to Site-17. Because the security risk she represents and lack of current utility, 105 is presently not allowed to access 105B. All further information regarding MTF Omega-7 is sealed by Order of Records and Information Security Administration. Director Records and Information Security Administration. Addendum 4. Special Notice Current Containment Status. Following incident above, many formal and informal reports have been made regarding 105 and a supposed connection to Mobile Task Force Alpha 9. These reports constitute a serious breach of security. All information regarding MTF Alpha 9 is restricted. All information regarding current research on anomalous properties of 105 is restricted. All reports or rumors regarding any current recent use of 105 as a Foundation asset are to be considered categorically false and should be reported to the Records and Information Security Administration. That's interesting. Didn't seem to go too much anywhere. There might be stories referring to it elsewhere. Damn throat is real bad. 682 Header. Indestructible Reptile. 682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. At this time, no means available to SCP teams are capable of destroying 682, only able to cause massive physical damage. 682 should be contained within a 5 by 5 by 5 meter chamber with 25 centimeter reinforced acid-resistant steel plate lining it. All inside surfaces. The containment chamber should be filled with hydrochloric acid until 682 is emergent and incapacitated. Any attempt of 682 to move, speak, or breach containment should be reacted to quickly and with full force as called for by the circumstances. Personnel are forbidden to speak to 682 for fear of provoking a rage state. All unauthorized personnel attempting to communicate to 682 will be restrained and removed by force. Due to its frequent attempts at containment breach, difficulty of containment and incapacitation, and high threat of Foundation exposure, 682 is to be contained in sight. The Foundation will use the best of its resources to maintain all land within 50 kilometers clear of human development. 682 is a large, vaguely reptile-like creature of unknown origin. It appears to be extremely intelligent and was observed to engage in complex communication with 7-9 during their limited time of exposure. 7-9, I'm pretty sure being the computer. Yeah, it is. Okay. 682 appears to have a hatred of all life, which has been expressed in several interviews during containment. See addendum below. 682 has always been observed to have extremely high strength, speed, and reflexes, though exact levels vary with its form. 682's physical body grows and changes very quickly, growing or decreasing in size as it consumes or sheds material. 682 gains energy from anything it ingests, organic or inorganic. Digestion seems to be aided by a set of filtering gills inside of 682's nostrils, which are able to remove unusable matter from any liquid solution, enabling it to constantly regenerate from the acid it is contained in. 682's regenerative capabilities and resilience are staggering, and 682 has been seen moving and speaking with bodies 87% destroyed or rotted. In case of a containment breach, 682 is to be tracked and recaptured by all available mobile task forces. And no teams with fewer than 7 members are cleared to engage it. Date. Attempted breaches have numbered at 17, while successful breaches have numbered at 6. God damn. Lakers are... Why did you kill those farmers? Don't talk now, we will remove you from this attempt and place you back into... Pardon? Speak up. Move the mic closer. Or... That microphone has only so much gain, move it closer to it. It's messed up, man. Look at it. He ain't talking. I'm gonna imagine screaming here. They were disgusting. Holy fucking redacted, man. Breaches. First occurrence handled by blah 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 blah. Numbers that don't matter. Just know that there's like 6 fucking things where they're all KIA. Aside from 216. Oh no, there's some agents. Died. Termination options. Doctor attempts to use 409 on SCP-682 general, and Doctor observing. 409 being what? Oh, the crystal thing. Oh shit, we know that. Exposure. This at 4 in the morning. Exposure. 682 began to tear at the point of contact, causing massive trauma to the area. 682 requests several times to know what it is being exposed to. 8 AM. Crystallization begins, spreading much slower than normal. Noon. 682 shows signs of extreme pain and begins having seizures. 1 PM. Crystallization stops at 62% conversion. Crystallized area explodes, causing massive physical trauma to 682. PM. 682 recovers from exposure despite the loss of limbs and organs. 682 begins regeneration, stating that it will attempt to kill and consume all staff that evolved in event. 682 appears to now be immune to 409. Use of other SCP items to terminate 682 must now be first tested on samples of 682 before full-scale testing. In accordance with the Doctor recommendation C 27.6, Doctor have requested permission to attempt the termination of 682 using 689. The request is currently pending approval from the... It has been also suggested that by Dr. Gears to use 182 in an attempt to communicate with 682. 182 has expressed reluctance and refused to enter the containment center of 682 if at all possible. 182's what? Pathic. 689 is what? At you. Find out what that is like. Ladies and gentlemen. Man, the Rock, the Legend, it's kind of just identical, so I don't know if I should reread. Fuck it. 173 Euclid. 173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter 173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time. The door is to be re-locked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact until all personnel have vacated and re-locked the container. Moved to Site 1993. Origin is yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. 173 is animate and extremely hostile. The object cannot move while within a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with 173. Person assigned to enter container instructed to alert one another before blinking. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe class for hazardous object. Containment procedures. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. We did it. Oh my god, it is a half-cat that is not heal tool at all. You're lying. It's such a shitty edit, man. Oh my god. Fucking serious? Cool edit, bro. 529 safe. No special precautions have yet been proven necessary. Josie is quite affectionate and at this stage is free to move about the lower levels of the facility. Staff are not permitted to feed cheese to her. She will become distressed if not given sufficient cheese. 529 is a small house cat with gray tabby markings. Parts of the animals to the rear of the end. God damn it! Parts of the animal to the rear of the end of the rib cage. Don't use the like fucking 4 times in a sentence. Appear to be missing. Body terminates sharply, as if sliced in two. Despite this, the animal has no health problems and moves about as if its hindquarters were still in place. For example, walking takes place as usual. Sometime after feeding, the animal makes motions as if to void itself or waste matter. Walking takes place as usual, and sometime after feeding, the animal makes motions as if to void itself of waste matter. Bastard, say shit. Cross section does not display the interior animal, but appears pure black to the eye and absorbs all non-visible wavelengths of light. It is slightly yielding to the touch. Eventually, stroking of this area sometimes yields a positive reaction, purring and so on, but more usually leads to the creature turning on the agent claws at the ready. Those scratches have experienced no abnormalities. Hind regions do not appear to be visible. Cursory examination will show that there are no hindquarters. DNA testing has shown the animal to be female. Mau. Yes. Shit's good, but it's so long. $35. Header. 35 is to be kept within a hermetically sealed glass case, no fewer than 4 inches thick. The case is to be contained within a steel, iron, and lead shielded room at all times. Doors are to be triple locked at all times, with the exception of allowing personnel in or out. No fewer than 2 armed guards are to be posted at any time. Guards must remain outside at all times and are not allowed within the containment room under any circumstances. Trained psychologist is to remain on site at all times. Research personnel are not to touch 35 at any time. 35 must be moved to a new sealed case every. Previous case must be disposed of via 101 as it shows no adverse reactions to 35's corruption. Anyone who comes into contact with 35 when it is in possession of a host is to be given an immediate psychological evaluation. Satchel, I guess. Reptile appears to be a white porcelain comedy mask, although at times it will change to tragedy. In these events, all existing visual records such as photographs, video footage, even illustrations of 35 automatically change to reflect its new appearance. highly corrosive and degenerative viscous liquid constantly seeps from the eye and mouth of 35. Anything coming into contact with the substance slowly decays over a period of time, depending on the material, until it is completely into a contaminant. That seems to react slowest to the effects of the item, hence the construction choice of its immediate container. Living organisms that come into contact with the substance react much the same way, with no chance of recovery. Origin of the liquid is unknown. The liquid is only visible from the front and does not emerge or is even visible from the side. Subjects within 1.5 to 2 meters of SCP-35 or in visual contact with it experience a strong urge to put it on. 35 is placed on the face of an individual, and an alternative brainwave pattern from 35 overlaps that of the original host, effectively snuffing it out and causing brain damage to the brain death to the subject. Subject then claims to be the consciousness contained within 35. The bodies of possessed subjects decay at a highly accelerated rate, eventually becoming little more than mummified corpses. Nevertheless, 35 has demonstrated the ability to remain in cognitive control of a body experiencing several structural damage, even if the subject's body literally decays to the point where motion is not mechanical. No effect is found to be had when placed on the face of an animal. Conversations with 35 have proven to be informative. Researchers have learned various details about other SCP objects and history in general. 35 claims to have been in many momentous events. 35 displays a highly intelligent and charismatic personality, being both amiable and flattering to all those who speak with it. 35 has scored 99th percentile on all intelligence and aptitude tests administered to it and appears to have a photographic memory. However, psychological analysis had discovered 35 to possess a highly manipulative nature capable of forcing sudden and profound changes to the interviewer's psychological state. 35 is proven to be highly sadistic, prompting some to commit suicide and transforming others into near-mindless servants with linguistic persuasion alone. 35 has stated that it has intimate knowledge of the workings of the human mind and has implied that it could change anyone's views if given enough time. I believe that to be pretty fucking plausible, my man. 35 has been found to be able to possess anything that is a humanoid shape, including mannequins, corpses, and statues. 35 has been able to motivate all into movement, removing the need to expose live subjects to 35. Still, anything it possesses inevitably decays into motionlessness. Addendum 2, 35 has facilitated an escape attempt, convincing several of the research staff to aid it in its bid for freedom. Insurrection failed. All staff that have been in contact with 35 have been terminated and mandatory psychiatric evaluations have been implemented for all personnel coming in contact with 35. Addendum 3, it has been determined that 35 is capable of telepathy, whether or not it possesses a host, even penetrating to the subconscious of others and using the knowledge it finds to its advantage. Extreme caution is advised when choosing subjects to converse with 35. 35 has expressed an interest in other SCPs, most notably 4715 and 682. Doctor has expressed worry that should 35 bond with either, their regenerative qualities would negate its corruption and give it a permanent host. After several more escape attempts and after reviewing 35's incident record, High Command has ordered that it be permanently sealed within the facility and prohibited from being allowed any more hosts. Several personnel have protested against this, with some interrupting the violence. As a direct result, all personnel that have come into contact with 35 have been terminated. Going forward, all personnel that deal with 35 are to be rotated frequently, and contact is to be limited even to its dormant state as little as possible. Addendum 6, personnel within 10 meters of 35 have recently reported feeling unease, stating that they can hear unintelligible whispering. Several others have suffered severe migraines. Object has been monitored, but there's no change in its dormant behavior and no signs have been recorded. The motion to reinstate 35's post privileges have been brought up once more, if only on a temporary basis, to discover these new changes in the object's behavior. Denied. The walls of SCP-35's containment cell have suddenly begun secreting a black substance. Tests on the substance have revealed it to be human blood, although highly contaminated with several foreign and unknown agents. Substances corrosive, having a pH of 4.5, and prolonged exposure to the walls have proven to be detrimental for their structural integrity. More notably, it seems to be forming patterns on the wall. Several segments seem to be paragraphs in various languages, including Italian, Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. Translation is pending. Other segments appear to be diagrams depicting ritualistic sacrifice and mutilation, often for the arcane benefit of the person committing them. Staff members have been shocked to note that all the sacrifices bear an uncanny resemblance to various personnel and their loved ones, often in conflicting positions. Researchers, while in the room examining these newly formed patterns, complain of hearing loud whispering and high-pitched, unnerving laughter at regular intervals. Personnel in the section working daily near and around 35's containment unit have suffered catastrophic morale damage, with an all-time high in suicide rates and staff at the area, whether or not they have ever had contact with 35. The only change in 35's dormant behavior is regarding its contained glass case. Degradation of the case is increased to a high degree, enough so that the glass will occasionally shatter, causing a wide dispersal of 35's contaminant. This occurs quite often at the most inopportune times so far, resulting in 6 casualties and 3 fatalities of both research and cleanup staff. Addendum 8, in light of massive suicide or homicide attempt of the members of the research team, as for translating the passages garnered from 35's containment cell, the morale damage in the area and general loss of staff with 35 to either death or insanity, it is decided to coat the inner and outer walls of its contaminant with SCP-148, which has proved well in the containment of 132. That's the Telkill alloy, the thing that prohibits emetic effects and alluring and whatnot. The use of 148 has worked well, causing morale and suicide rates to return to near pre-35 rates. However, the material appears to facilitate the negativity within the cell, causing a veritable greenhouse effect inside. Personnel inside the cell have stated that they feel a heavy sense of dread, fear, anger, and general depression, as well as hearing constant, nearly inaudible whispering upon immediate entry. A prolonged stay causes severe migraine, suicidal tendencies, heavy hemorrhaging of blood vessels around the eyes, inside the mouth and nose, general hostility to others, and for the whispering to increase to almost deafening volumes. Intersected by constant mocking laughter, exposure for more than 3 hours inevitably results in the subject falling into a deep psychosis and attempting to harm either themselves or others. Most spoke in Latin or Greek, despite the fact several did not previously know how to speak said languages beforehand. The presence of blood in both word and diagram formations has increased disproportionately. The walls becoming cluttered and the formations beginning to overlap each other. The substance has proven to be both difficult to clean and even more corrosive than was originally corroded, with a pH of roughly 2.4. General estimation gives the current walls a life of 2 months before they will need replacement. It is becoming gradually more and more difficult to contain 35, and the debate to reinstate its host privileges has once again come up denied. Wall, ceiling, and floor of 35's containment cell have now been completely saturated in blood. All personnel entering and guarding the area must wear full hazmat protection suit. Constant cleaning efforts are being reinstated. The magnitude, intensity, and recurrence of the phenomena that occur within SCP-35's containment cell have increased to an alarming degree. The cell door has been known to become locked of its own accord while personnel are inside and unable to open for a period of time. Appendages form out of the larger puddles of blood and often attempt to grab or harm personnel near them. Blurry apparitions have started appearing to staff. Electronic devices no longer work inside the cell, and the light cannot be turned on, although there is no physical reason why it does not work, forcing those entering to use non-electric based light sources. Cleaning measures are having no discernible effect on the cell, and the walls are degrading at a very high rate, forcing them to be replaced within a week at best, although the blood makes it nearly impossible to properly achieve this. 35 may have to be moved to a new cell entirely, with the old one sealed off and disengaged from the rest of the facility. Damn, that sucks. Sounds like a personal problem. Yeah, Okay. I think I'll probably just finish with 38 or so. I get hungry. I'm only like 2 pages through it. Let's go. 56 Euclid. 56 is to be kept in a room of its own choosing with whatever furnishes it expresses desire for. Level 1 personnel and above may interact with 56 at any time they choose for time length not exceeding 2 hours. Subject is to be guarded by a minimum force of 3 security staff at all times, with shift changes every 4 hours. Each guard is to be armed with non-lethal tranquilizer pistols loaded with no less than 1,500 microliters of... What the fuck? Cyclopyrrolone? What are you talking about? Hypnotic and... Anxiolytic... Xylitic... And benzodiazepine... Could you, like, name these things, like... I don't know, in a way that's legible, please? Loaded with no less than 1,500 microliters. Any irregularities in personnel and staff developed by extended exposure to 56 will result in psychological examination and relocation to site. Subject is to be allowed access to any object it desires, with the exceptions of weapons, communication devices, and internet connection, and other SCP subjects. It may wander in research sector as it wills, but never allowed access to floors with... In the event of an emergency, or if 56 becomes violent, it is to be subdued and contained within its room if possible. At no time should personnel attempt to harm 56. 56 is a being of variable size, gender, and appearance, changes in response to the environment around it, especially in regards to living and sentient beings. The most common form is of a handsome man in his middle 20s, dressed in a garb of similar appearance to that of personnel guarding it, but of a higher quality and aesthetic value. However, it has been recorded as taking these forms. So wait, what is common form? A man dressed in a garb of similar appearance to that of the person guarding it. Just fucking fleeking, bro. Takes the forms of a large bull-groomed Labrador Retriever when exposed to Doctor's dog. A woman of similar appearance to famous actress Scarlett Johansson when passing by a group of younger female staff. A female doctor in a white lab coat when speaking with various researchers. When asked to take an IQ test, the subject scored nearly 30 points higher than the highest scoring researcher available. A male bodybuilder who was able to lift 250 kilograms twice on a bench press machine in the sector's gym. This was 30 kilograms higher than the strongest security guard's maximum at the time. Couch of extremely pleasing aesthetic value and left alone in the subject's room. Dude, if this guy's like permanently flexing, it's stupid. These changes will generally occur the moment all people in the area lose focus on the subject, which occurs immediately upon exposure to a new object or person. These changes has proved inconsequential, as any viewing of the tapes or feed suffer the same momentary confusion. Clothing will also change during this time, though 56 is yet to manifest any sort of tools or weapons. It is theoretically impossible to view 56's original or natural form. When left in an empty concrete cell and under closed-loop video surveillance, it took on the form of a higher quality camera and appeared to monitor the camera watching it. Further attempts to yield its natural form discovered that when it alone, it had no readable life signs, including body temperature, heartbeat, or weight. It is assumed by researchers that it could not exist without any sort of perception. That's fucking stupid. I like this. This is one of my favorites so far. Personnel in contact with the subject often reporting feeling jealous or unsatisfied. It will often give a great deal of both positive and negative attention to 56, which can be predicted by their personality types. Security staff will often claim that they wish to follow the subject's commands even if they dislike it or its current form, while researchers in extended contact with it will often try to argue or verbally abuse it, which usually results in the subject sending them out in shame. 56 is quite capable of speech and can apparently communicate in any language, verbal or not, and has shown fluency in over 200 dialects, including those invented by cryptographers and hobbyists. It frequently treats the staff around it with disdain. Though is generally willing to do whatever is asked of it, so long as the inquiring does so in a submissive way. Expresses interest in magazines, fashions, automobiles, theoretical science, sports, and a multitude of other subjects, usually expressing greater knowledge and understanding of the topic than the person communicating with it. Personnel will generally become angry, disenchanted, or disgusted with 56 after speaking with it for great lengths of time, though they will try to speak with it again if possible. Question about other SCPs, it showed fear and occasionally hatred. Used to speak about any of them, even objects classified as safe. The subject was found to be working for the clothing design company after unusual number of homicides, suicides, and mental breakdowns of other models when working around at 656. When Class C personnel attempted to detain it, their mannerisms provoked it to change into what appeared to be the form of, resulting in the death of 17 agents and 10 civilians. The incident was covered up by claiming an employee suffering from psychopathy brought a firearm to work and attacked other workers. Those with a level 4 or above clearance refer to document 956-0. Document 956-0, audio recording of first encounter with 56. I just hit the thing below, you fucking nerd. Agent. Hey, listen up, whatever you are. You're under arrest for murder. No, go away. You need to come with us right now. You don't want to do that, you stupid little man. The fuck? It looks just like... Send him AC... Document below. Fuck off! Just... Testing procedures, data expunged, results. One male Class D personnel armed with knife intent to harm subject. Subject appeared as a lean, fit man of approximately 20 years of age. Subject proceeded to disarm and kill personnel. One female Class D personnel bearing a bottle of fine wine intent to offer subject gift appeared as a beautiful woman, accepted the gift, and upon testing spit it back in the personnel's face before waving her away. Holy fuck. Okay, so these are like actions and reactions. SD personnel, both male and female, carrying nothing and intending nothing. Appeared as a beautiful woman in a well-tailored business suit, examined both personnel and then dismissed them. 10 Class D personnel, all male, intending and carrying nothing. Subject appears as a beautiful woman dressed in a low-cut red dress. In approximately 10 minutes, all personnel began showing signs of irritation, and 5 minutes later broke out in fighting. Subject waved them away after watching them for several minutes. One female level 4 personnel voted to be the best looking woman on facility. What the fuck are you talking about? Voted? What are you talking about? Feared nothing, intending nothing. Subject appeared as an extremely aesthetically pleasing woman and displayed a large lexicon and understanding of management skills. Spoke to personnel for nearly 90 minutes until personnel became infuriated and left the room. Note from Dr. Kenneth: I was recently informed that 56 has repeatedly requested access to the internet. When I asked 56 about this, it told me that we were unable to provide it with enough sycophants, and that it wanted the whole world to know its face. Needless to say, its request was denied. Okay. Like, fuck me, we got that many more. 33. Euclid. 33 should be inscribed on any... Or should... Okay, what? Ow. 33 should be inscribed on any single sheet of irregularly shaped and handcrafted paper, papyrus, canvas, or vellum when not involved in active observation or study. The dimension of the paper-like product should have no parallel borders, no right angles. No side's length should be equal to any other. When contained in this manner, the paper-like product should be secured in a locked non-combination storage vault at least 30 meters away from any computing or recording device. Logs for check-out or check-in of 33 should be filed out at minimum safe distance of 30 meters to avoid possible contamination of the paper product or electric device the log is kept in. When removed for study, 33 can be copied to a white chalkboard with 33 safe dimensions by Class D staff. Upon transfer to the white chalkboard or whiteboard or chalkboard, the paper-like product that had contained 33 should be incinerated. Observation and study should take place in a secured conference room at least 30 meters away from any computing or recording device. The maximum 2,560 second viewing window. If that translates perfectly into like minutes, I will kill you. Lucky. Observations or notes be made on 33 safe materials. Under no circumstances should any notes regarding 33 leave the storage facility or be input into a computing or recording device. Precisely 2,000 seconds of viewing. Research must stop and 33 should be transferred a new 33 safe paper-like product and returned to storage by Class D staff. White chalkboard utilized in research must be incinerated as soon as possible after the transfer is complete, regardless of whether 33 is faded naturally from its surface at 25-60 seconds. Whether 33 safe procedures halt or merely show the deleterious effects of SCP-33 is unknown. It's theorized the irregular borders and handcrafted by mathematically unpredictable humans somehow disrupt the logic that allows 33 to function. So what the fuck is it? 33 appears as a field of complex mathematical symbols ranging from the simple layman identical representations to those only interpretable by highly trained mathematicians. Some of the symbols is equal to a previously unknown integer designed theta prime by Professor Hutchinson of intermediate value between. As all modern mathematical calculations are performed, lacking the knowledge or use of the theory. Its introduction into any system organized without it begins eroding the numerical and eventually structural integrity of said system. In fact, extends to 33's transfer to any paper like defined as paper vellum, paper papyrus, surface not possessing 33 safe to measure any computing or recording device. If inscribed in any other material, 33 fades into unintelligibility in precisely 25-60 seconds. In addition, 33 has shown an ability to leap from 33 safe material to a manufactured or electric material which it can stabilize in at least one instance. Pointing the of a 30-meter safe distance for electronic device and paper-like products without 33 safe dimensions. There is currently no 33 specific specification or safe specification for electronic storage of the operational research projects involving 33 are dedicated to finding such a method for electronic storage. Operational research projects are dedicated to the application of 33 as a neutralizing factor for potentially hostile machine logic. Verifying commentary from Professor Hutchinson's clause for non-special staff in document 33. Effects may be reviewed in documents 33. Not sure I follow. See if it explains itself better. Briefing of Professor Hutchinson after first observation. Described. Transcript edited for clarity. Every school child knows that 2 plus 2 is 4. The solid mathematical certainty of numerical order and value is the basis for all logic-based systems. We all know that 2 comes after. We know that after 2 comes 3 and after 3 comes 4. What this formula proves is that we missed a number somewhere. Imagine if all our technology was based on the belief that 4 came after 6. Or that after 4 came 6. We simply didn't know or conceive of 5. That is, in essence, what the formula proves. We missed a number. I can't tell you why the handcrafted vellum works best. I can only surmise that it displaces mathematical predictability in 2 ways. One, the irregularity of the crafting process due to the human error to eliminate any traces of irregularity that would be found in a machine created. 2, the irregular borders that seem to confuse it somehow, as if it gets locked up looking for a pattern to identify and use as an escape hatch. I'll tell you this though, I don't think it should be left on anything longer than a few days. It will find a pattern eventually. I don't think it destroys anything. I think it tries integrating itself into our system, and our system can't hold it. Like trying to cram another book into a full bookshelf. If you get a hammer, you can get it in there, but the whole shelf bursts eventually. If it gets out into the internet, it will potentially experience a full IT infrastructure collapse within hours. Test results. Trial 33 Delta 5, 33 inscribed onto a single sheet of standard 8.5 by 11 inch manufactured white copy paper. Hereafter X1, a second sheet of identical paper, hereafter X2, placed 30 centimeters away. 80 seconds. Symbols consistent with content of 33 begin appearing on X2, X1 unchanged. 160 seconds. Full content of SCP-33's formulae appear on the surface of X2, X1 unchanged. 320 seconds. X1, X2 both appear wet. Symbols still visible. 140 seconds. X1 is now roughly 1 part apparently water and 5 parts pulp-like substance. Still filling an 8.5 by 11 inch flat plane. Symbols become unintelligible. X2 still appears wet. Symbols 120, 80 seconds. X1 is no longer visible at all. Liquid part appears to have evaporated. Pulp-like substance apparently sublimated. You're now roughly 1 part liquid. 5 parts pulp-like substance. Now roughly 1 part liquid. Still filling at 8.5 by 11 inch flat planes. Unintelligible. 60 seconds. X2 no longer visible at all. Liquid appears to have evaporated. Pulp-like substance apparently sublimated. I guess it fucks up the structural physics of something. I'm damn it. Long ones. I was hoping we could finish the last page. Hungry. Shit. Thrembo? What's Thrembo? Slang term for fictional number between 6 7. God damn it. Thrembo's not a real number. Okay, so 76. Okay. Revision of 76 SCP file. I have to go on record as saying that I seriously object to the proposed revisions of the 76 Special Containment Procedures file. I know that redact all important stuff already claims it's a security risk. But you and I... No, redact all important stuff already claims it's a security risk, but you and I both know it's just top brass trying to sweep their biggest and most embarrassing mistake ever, the damn rug. Omega 7 happened, it existed. Those people died because you screwed up and you can't change that no matter how hard you try to hide it. For God's sake, man, those people guarding him knew exactly... No, for God's sake, man. Those people guarding him deserve to know exactly what he is and what he did, what we did, how we fucked up so they'll know better. What the fuck is this? Sounds like it's describing 096, not 076. Containment area 25B is to be located 200 meters below sea level, tunnel out of solid bedrock, and is a seismologically stable area. Sole access to the containment facility is to be through a vertical elevator shaft separated every 50 meters with a reinforced blast door constructed of 20 centimeters thick material shielding. Elevator shaft shall be flooded with seawater when not in use. Area 25B is to be constructed with the following components: an outer security perimeter against outside threats staffed by security personnel trained in close quarters battle and counter-intrusion tactics. An administrative and support area consisting of port facilities and living quarters for on-site personnel. Primary containment zone consisting of a 7-meter cube encased in 1.5 meters of reinforced material. ECZ is to be designed to be flooded. Ah, damn it. ECZ is to be designed to be flooded, drained as needed, and should remain filled with seawater unless access to contents is required. 150-meter killing corridor, which is to be the sole access to the PCZ from the ASA, including water, power, drainage, and ventilation lines. The wall and corridors of the corridor are to be reinforced in a similar manner to the PCZ, with the addition of an electric deterrence system capable of delivering a 20,000 volt shock. This defense is uptight, goddamn. Security station located at the entrance to the killing quarters to be staffed with no fewer than 3 armed security personnel on watch at any point in time. Armament is to include but not limited to at least 1 CIW system on a pintle mount with a clear line of sight down the corridor with a plexiglass screen to protect the operator from thrown weapons. Yeah, it's gonna be a Google from me, boss. The funny thing, I see... In the event of a full breach, all on-site staff are to proceed immediately to the closest security station for weapons and armor distribution. Staff will remain at alert condition 1 until 762 is confirmed neutralized. Should 90 minutes pass after declaration of full breach without a stand-down order being given by level 4 or higher personnel, final contingency measures will be activated, flooding the entire facility with seawater and sealing off the access staff for a minimum of 24 hours before retrieval is attempted. This will, by necessity, result in the deaths of all on-site staff. 76 consists of 2 components, a stone cube and a humanoid entity contained within 76-1 is the cube, 76-2 is the entity. I'll refer to it as the cube from now on, maybe the entity, because I don't want to repeat that over and over again. Damn it, the cube is a 3-meter cube made out of black speckled metamorphic stone. All surfaces outside and within SCP-1 are covered within deeply engraved patterns corresponding to no known civilizations. Radioisotope analysis indicates that the object is approximately 10,000 years old. Door is located on one side, sealed with a lock half a meter in width, surrounded by 20 smaller locks in a circular pattern. As of yet, none of the keys have been found, making the door impossible to lock once closed. The CIW is a close-in weapon system, a point defense weapon system for detecting and destroying short-range incoming missiles and enemy aircraft. God damn. Interior temperature is approximately 93 Kelvin and cannot be altered by any means, internal or external. Directly in the center of the room is a 2.13 meter tall stone coffin held in place and sealed shut by several chains of unknown make and substance, which are attached to the inner corners of the cube. The entity resembles a lean, Semitic human male in his late 20s. Hair is black and eyes are gray. Skin tone olive. Subject is nearly 2 meters in height, 81.65 kilograms in height. Numerous tattoos depicting arcane and cult iconography are present all over the body, mostly in the form of leering demonic faces, and ranges from subtle to openly ostentatious. Yeah, that's a Google as well. Ostentatious, sorry. Characterized by vulgar or pretentious display designed to impress or attract notice. Subject, when encased inside the cube, is technically dead. However, occasionally the entity will awaken, effectively reanimating, complete with all vital processes needing to sustain a living human being. Subject will then attempt to leave the cube. If successful, subject will enter trance state and seek out the nearest human being, ignoring all other living things in the process. Upon coming into contact with living humans, the entity will enter a rage state which it attempts to engage and kill all humans encountered. To date, only the subject's death has been shown to be effective in ending these rampages. Terminating the entity is often problematic due to its significant physical ability. Subject has superhuman strength and speed, and although not invulnerable, has shown a remarkable ability to ignore pain and shock, pressing on despite what would be debilitating wounds in normal humans. Prior encounters have shown that he has the ability to, among other things, rip through a reinforced steel security door over the course of 4 minutes of sustained assault. Clear over 64 meters of distance in under 3 seconds. Take multiple .5 caliber BMG rounds to the head and survive for several minutes to continue killing despite severe damage to the cerebellum. SWAT handgun and assault rifle caliber bullets out of the air with a length of steel rebar. Survive for over 1 hour deprived of oxygen before finally asphyxiating. Most unusual ability, however, is its ability to apparently materialize bladed weapons out of nowhere. Slow motion footage reveals that its blades in question are actually pulled from a miniature dimensional rift described as a small hole in space where the portal leads is unknown, as is how he's incapable of generating said rifts. Footage of the blades in question showed them to be made out of a completely non-reflective black material, appearing as a black void in space. As the blades rapidly vanish after leaving the subject's possession, no structural analysis is possible at this time. He's been effectively killed several times in various manners. Sustained fire from multiple heavy caliber machine guns. Asphyxiation, crushed beneath a 13.6 metric ton piece of elevator equipment for use on the cube. Cremation through the use of, oh my god, a thermite grenade placed directly inside his chest cavity. These are all, like, ridiculous stories. During the worst breach to date, Containment Area 25, which previously housed 76, was forced to detonate in its on-site warhead as a last attempt to contain and while it was attempting escape, resulted in total destruction of site and all on-site personnel. The cube survived. Upon death, his remains will putrefy rapidly until reduced to dust. Even the coffin will then slam shut with great force, and the lock will rotate, sealing it shut. He will then reform within the coffin, a process taking anywhere from 6 hours to 25 years. A posthumous analysis of him shows that it has an internal system highly different from our own, documented in 76 was found in Mongolian 18 by archaeologists from England. All members of the expedition were subsequently killed on the return voyage home. 76 was recovered from the ship by the Society, one of the organizations that later merged into the modern Global Occult Coalition, and placed on display in their inner sanctum. 76 remained in storage for years until he became active and escaped on. The reason for 76 activation is currently unknown, but it was at this point that the keys to the outer shell were lost. A massive manhunt lasting over 3 years and took place until he was incapacitated by killing it and causing it to reform inside the cube, by then retrieved and secured by the agents of the SCP Foundation. The subject was in custody for 3 more years under constant supervision, was terminated whenever it became active, although it occasionally was able to escape for short periods of time, often due to security breaches caused by attacks from other organizations. The Foundation's death toll to this was after the last incident. The current procedures regarding 76 were implemented, although they are upgraded regularly with the increase in technological standards. Goddamn. Project Able? I don't know who the fuck Able is. I'm told that this, in like other things, that there's a lot of bootlegs of this that are just edgy entities, so they just kind of keep that one there as like the end all be all. Like, this is like your one kind of that, and you don't get to have any other ones. We're on 11 now. CP11, safe. Get in the area around her to be clean once every day for safety purposes. Cleaning should start at least 30 minutes after sundown. Cleaning should always be performed by at least 2 personnel who are advised to note anything unusual about the item where the debris is cleaned up. In a situation where the item cannot be cleaned for more than 2 days. Local residents must be contacted and instructed not to approach the item. Civil War Memorial Statue located in Woodstock, Vermont. The statue is the image of a young male soldier holding a musket at his side and is carved out of granite quarried within the area. Occasionally, 11 has been observed lifting its musket to the sky to fire at birds which attempt to land or defecate on it. Reports detail that its movements produce soft grinding sounds but do not cause it any structural failure. Oddly, the gunfire is very similar to that of a standard firearm, despite observation that the item only loads granite bullets and granite powder into the musket, which is also unharmed by the firing. In spite of its efforts, some fecal matter does manage to strike 11, and it has reportedly become distressed, and it has a large amount of feces on it on some rare occasions, even firing at the humans. Those assigned to SCP-11 are to see document 11.1 for instructions. Oh, you fucker. Archive 2004, accessible to personnel with security clearance 2/11 or higher. Additional info. SCP-11 seeming sentience has increased since the first report of activity in 1995. As of 2004, the items containment precursors have been dropped, but it remains under constant observation. Recordable or landmark events of its activity. Resident reports that the statue eyes moving. First sign of activity 1995. March 1995. September of 1995. Statue shoots musket for the first time. October 1995. Statue began shooting birds from the sky. My brother, never mind. Two people's birthdays, January 25th, 1996. Registration as 11 payment procedures begin. April 1997, observed moving casually and looking around. 2000, after caretaker jokingly shouts good shot to SCP-11, the item replies thank you in a reportedly very human voice. First speech from statue. 2001, SCP-11 has conversation with caretaker. 2001, shooting a bird stops. At the imploring of 11 steps down from its pedestal. 2003 to 2004, reaches a human level of self-awareness. 2004, containment procedure stopped, custody of 11 transferred to 2005, reports that SCP is reports that 11 is romantically attracted to her. 2006, most recent psych test reports an IQ of 133. That one's pretty interesting. Pretty harmless. This was in reference to something else, but I can't remember. This is the thing I think they wanted to use on 682 or something. 182 is to be kept in a small, environmentally sealed structure on an otherwise uninhabited island situated 10 kilometers off the coast of Greenland. Oh, sorry, this is 182 and this is Euclid. A team of 5 guards are to be assigned to guard the subject at all times. Guards are to be examined for psychological damage once per month. Guards who show any signs of damage are to be recalled from their post and are required to undertake a full course of psychiatric therapy. Prior to returning to duty, no single individual is to spend more than 6 months at a stretch on 182 guard duty and are required to spend a minimum of 3 months on a different assignment before returning. Personnel are entitled to refuse assignment if they have already spent total of 8 months or more on the island. 182 is requested to be kept under heavy sedation for 20 hours a day. Following incident 1827, this privilege has been revoked. This is interesting. 182 is a Caucasian male of average build, roughly 45 years of age, and has suffered heavy abdominal and cranial scarring at an unspecific point in the past by subject's own admission shortly after he was admitted into the care of the Foundation in 19... Subject is both deaf and mute, compensating for these disabilities with natural abilities. Hmm. 22 has displayed the ability to passively enter the minds of other animals, including humans, and to perceive sight and sound through their senses. In effect, riding as a passenger in their minds, this has no consistent effect on personnel, and some guards have rotated on and off on a regular basis for the past years without detrimental effects. However, prolonged experience to 182's passive sensory barring results in vivid visual and auditory hallucinations in 97% of humans and 100% of non-human test subjects. The effects in question vary widely in severity. A contained exposure after the onset will inevitably result in mental collapse, with said mental breakdown being hastened by proximity to SCP-182. 182 has displayed the ability to consciously force hallucinations upon his guards when under duress. And as such, it is advisable that subjects known to agitate 182 be avoided, including mention of SCP-76-2, SCP-682, and SCP-182's own prior to acquisition by the Foundation. Who the fuck is this again? Oh, it's the evil bastard. Okay. They wanted to try and use this to kind of mind control him, I guess. Termination of affected personnel is recommended if they cannot distinguish between the hallucinations and reality, as all subjects allowed to reach such a point have invariably broken down, with brain death or permanent catatonia being the only possible outcomes. 182 cannot control this ability with any appreciable degree of skill and automatically sees and hears the perceptions of any living animals within 10 meters. Subjects can focus on specific directions outside of that range but cannot ride the senses of beings further away from it than 30 meters. 182 additionally manifests the ability to project its thoughts into the mind of any individual whose senses it rides. The mental speech is the only source of information about the subject and has been described by guards as akin to being spoken to by a small human between their ears. 182 exhibits no mimetic or telepathic hazard stemming from the speech, though subjects report that his voice is always a component in their hallucinations. 182 claims that the incidents that result in the loss of its speech, claims that the incident that resulted in the loss of its speech and hearing also manifested its telepathic. It is now presently clear whether this was a deliberate goal of the torture subject was subjected to, or whether the apparently life or death situation caused previously suppressed powers to manifest. Questioning in this vein is to be discouraged, as 182 has become agitated in the past and has successfully attempted to accelerate the rate of mental breakdown in the handlers, resulting in casualties during the first questioning. It has been suggested that 182 be used as a translator with other SCPs who appear capable of thought but not of communication. Given the side effects of proximity to 182, this request has been denied. A report recovered from guard house, voice identified as agent covered. Yeah, so we got the letter this morning from 05 saying this sedation was approved. Doctor went out to tell 182. Guy seemed pretty happy, clapping his hands and everything like a little kid. Got him up. He was out like a light, slept a few hours. The doctor went in to check on him to make sure he was still breathing. Don't want a casualty. Yeah, anyway, I'm in the other house. We got up a good game of 21 when I hear Doc screaming his lung out, something about spiders or what. Following this tape records 7 gunshots. Audio analysis indicates that they were fired at a point above and to the left of the microphone. God damn it. We thought Doc had finally cracked. He'd been seeing little things out of the corner of his eyes for a few days. We figured 182 had got to him. We drew straws to see who'd have to go get the body. Agent J drew the first straw. Guy was fresh out here. Just been assigned last week. Damn it, I should have gone instead. Jay's scream starts a few minutes later. Everyone got up at this point. We started walking out there. Snow everywhere. They've been transferred out of Ag. Another 8 gunshots are heard, followed by repeated clicking. Subsequent sounds are determined to be the replacement of an empty magazine. Ugh, these things. We got the house where 182 was. He was lying on the bed, looking dead to the world. 30, maybe 35 feet away. Jay and Doc were sitting on the floor drooling. Well, Doc was. Jay was dead, blood oozing out of his mouth. Looked like he bit his own tongue off. All 3 of us knew what had happened. I started to see things. I ran. I don't know what about the other guys. I'm holed up in the building, gonna wait for the boat to arrive. Hopefully I can hold off long enough. Audio recording continued for 17 minutes. Intermittent screams and gunshots can be heard, as well as a door opening twice. See what happens to those guys that go that. Seeing what happens to those guys that go too far. I'm not ending up like that. I'm not going to see those things. Bye. Gunshot is heard. Tape records. 2 hours of silence. The bodies of agents and were found inside the door. Shot by agent. Agent was found next to the quarter, bullet lodged in his skull. Final incident report. Questioning of 182 by replacement personnel revealed that the subject suffered from horrible unworldly nightmares while sedated. The subject displayed elevated levels of stress during the interview, and it is theorized that the nightmares experienced by 182 caused enough emotional distress that subject consciously created a radius of heightened hallucinatory territory. The subject is henceforth to be denied all sleeping aids. Yeah, it's so bad they kill themselves is going to be a fucking really prominent theme, isn't it? Or it's getting even worse. 17 better. 17 is contained in an acrylic glass cage, 100 centimeters by 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters, centrally suspended in a concrete room measuring 6 meters by 6 meters by 4 meters. Attached to the wall, ceiling, and the floor of the room are high intensity arc lamp spotlights pointing directly at the acrylic cage to ensure that 17 is constantly exposed to light from every angle. Personnel assigned to the SCP-17 control room are monitor the functionality of the spotlights and the emergency generator system for maintenance immediately upon knowledge of a burnt out lamp or generator. The circumstance under which personnel are allowed to entrance is to replace lamps. While entering the room are required to wear designated full body reflective suits. Be cautioned not to step in front of the functional spotlights. SCP-17 is a humanoid figure approximately 80 centimeters in height, anatomically similar to a small child but with no discernible identifying figures. 17 seems composed of a shadowy smoke-like shroud. No attempt to find any object beneath the shroud has been successful, but the possibility has not been. 17's reaction to the shadows cast upon it is immediate and swift. It leaps at the object casting the shadow and completely encloses it, whereupon it returns to its normal size, leaving no trace. Completely follow. Two shadows cast. The 18 and special metal restraint, one by one metal seal block with synthetic padding. The ball is then submerged in the center, or the box is then submerged in the center of a 10 meter by 10 meter by 10 meter polyethylene tank. If 18 break free from the holding box, the polyethylene base goo will slow down make an activity enough for proper retrieval by containment personnel into 18's holding chamber to wear specialized breathing apparatus before being lowered into the polyethylene. SCP-18 is loose outside the polyethylene. Personnel are advised to secure themselves in a separate room and close the hallway, doorway, and hatches to isolate 18 and teams survive. 18 has the appearance of a super ball made by the Whammo Company in 1969. It is 6 centimeters in diameter and colored red when found when he was hired to clean out a warehouse that had Whammo merchandise. 18 was noted to be able to bounce with extreme height. At first thought to be a pleasant child's toy, 18 was able to bounce with over 200% efficiency. As if dropped from 1 meter, it would bounce 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. The ball would soon become a dangerous projectile, reaching speeds estimated at over 100 kilometers an hour, damaging property and injuring 5 in the city of. To rest after several days in the nearby lake of. Was by SCP personnel. Due to the speed of the object and the total surprise by its victims, no cover-up story is required or initiated. Message to 05. I hope everything is well. The reason I write to you is because I believe I've found a more effective method for retrieving new or escaped SCP objects. Yes. I realized we hadn't had any progress in reverse engineering whatever allows this thing to defy the laws of thermodynamics, but we have come up with a very effective method of integrating one of those new SCP-A5 armor suits. Hear me out, we implant it. The bottom of the boot, rig it up, a little bit of mechanical device, and ta-da, the suit is now capable of jumping over a building. Also, the rear has their foot against something they want dead. Let's just say it delivers a hell of a kick. All I need is permission to modify one of the pre-existing SCP-A5 suits, and you'll be able to actually capture any other escaped SCP object. Trust me when have I let you down in the past? Message to Doctor. Upon assignment, Agent modified A5 armor and retrieving the results were mixed. Agent was able to place the player into SCP through the Amazon and restrained it by dismemberment. However, due to a malfunction of your little mechanical device, he was launched almost a mile into the air and suffered 2 broken legs, 7 broken limbs, a missing arm, and a skull fracture upon hitting the butter lake on the way down. You'll fix that before I authorize your armor for common use. Don't worry, it's fixed, but I have some more ideas. If I can be granted the use of some water from 06, and possibly I can deliver you a set of SCP armor and an agent that could capture any, if not all, rogue or unattained SCPs. All I'm waiting on is your approval. Fuck. (113) Safe. 113 is to be kept in standard storage in Site 23. 113 may be handled with laboratory gloves. No organism may be exposed to 113 without prior approval. Personnel exposed to 113 are to be kept under medical observation for 113 resembles a small polished piece of red jasper. Analysis shows that 113 is not composed of jasper, but composition similar to that of other recovered objects. When 113 comes in direct contact with the flesh of an organism possessing sex chromosomes, the organism's physical characteristics associated with gender and biological sex are transformed, including genetics and secondary sexual characteristics, reversed or altered. It's just a fucking tranny pill. A process occurs in 4 stages. Approximately 0.2 seconds. 113 bonds with cells that it touches and induces an unidentified chemical change. The process causes tissue damage similar to mild burns, and 113 cannot be removed from contact with the subject until all stages are. After approximately 20 seconds, 113 emits a low intensity electromagnetic wave which travels through the subject's body. Subjects may experience nausea and vomiting along with a stinging sensation throughout the body. Throughout this stage, the subject's cellular makeup is temporarily transformed. Altered cell composition ranges widely from being unidentifiable as human to a unique variation of partially differentiated stem cells. The subject will experience stimulation of all sensory nerves. Final 20 seconds of this stage. Describe this part of the process extremely painful, so in poor health may die of shock in this stage. At the end of the stage, the subject's biological is permanently altered. In the case of the subject's biological primary secondary sexual characteristics are altered according. Stage 4, ages from the subject and becomes inert. Subjects with sex chromosomes that typical for this species, such as intersex humans, are affected in unpredictable ways by human intersex be influenced by gender identity. May be unaffected. Bodies may change match baseline or male or female bodies. Sounds like some self-insert. Really change seems to match or partially match at subject gender. After what they fucking identify as. Granny fantasy. Gender identity is non-standard. Change seems to match, partially match. Standard weather SCP. Gender identity of human subjects is not typically altered by non-standard identity, typically not match the exposure biological results and positive psychological effects and subjects for identity. Biological sex. Biological effects are usually negative due to natural psychological reaction and not an anomalous of 113. I think I'm getting bored. It's getting quite blatantly. Just that fucking tranny fantasy, dude. 113 exposure results in unusual effects in certain species. The Komodo dragon, a number of ZW, ZZ individuals were transformed to possess WW chromosomes instead of ZZ or ZW, which was in every instance fatal. In a nematode, no males were produced, despite them having two sexes, hermaphrodite and male. Male subjects became hermaphrodites, hermaphrodite subjects were unaffected. In wild populations, allergens are extremely rare. Subjects of single-sex hermaphrodite species such as earthworms will not be transformed by 113. The object's process will stop at the second stage and the object will become inert. Previously exposed subjects may undergo 113's effects again by reinitiating contact with 113 after approximately 60 seconds have passed. However, in 25% cases, immediate second exposure to 113 fails to transform the subject correctly. Transformation failure varies in nature, but usually includes massive bone, organ, and tissue damage to the subject, as well as partially complete obliteration of genitalia. This commonly results in death by organ trauma or internal bleeding. Failure rate can be affected by subjects not coming into contact with 113 for a lengthy period of time. Varies by subject. Patterns are under research. Under normal circumstances, transformation failure rate increases exponentially upon multiple exposures. Subjects who survive rapid, repeated enclosure eventually transformed. Further anomalous elements continue to appear as exposure count increases. That was really fucking lame. Especially in today's current climate. I'm sure that, like, back then that was like a very subtle inner fantasy validation or, you know, general fantasy, but now, like, if that was written now, that would be just unbelievably blatant. 28 safe. No special means are needed to contain it at this time, as 28 has not shown any change in size, position, or shape during the entire period of its containment, but access must be restricted. Currently, 28 is contained on site, as SCP-28 is not transportable by any known means. 28 is sealed in a 6x6x3 meter 20 by 20 by 10 foot concrete room with a single door and 2 armed personnel stationed outside. Only authorized personnel are to be allowed exposure to 28. Extreme care must be taken at all times, while 28 is itself harmless. The effect can be very damaging to the unprepared. 28 is located in an abandoned storage yard outside a copper mine in northern Michigan. 28 has no detectable physical presence of any kind, but its effects occur in a 7 foot or 2.1 meter cube around what is commonly held. Okay, what? It's located in a storage yard outside a mine. It has no detectable physical presence of any kind, but its effect occurs in a 7 foot around what is commonly held as the center of 28. All forms of scanning and testing in the area have shown no abnormal readings. Adding or removing objects or attempting to remove dirt from under has no effect in altering the size or shape of 28's area of effect, nor the onset or quality of the effect. Subjects entering 28 are within 3 to 6 seconds struck by total and complete knowledge of a subject. This knowledge is thus far completely random in both size and usefulness, and sometimes goes unnoticed for extended periods of time. More profound knowledge generally has a stronger effect with some cases expunged. See document 1125. This effect can be experienced multiple times by exiting and re-entering, but can result in increasingly strong migraines and dizziness after 2 exposures. 28 came to the Foundation's attention after research into news reports of a local miner who submitted a design for a cold fusion reactor. The U.S. Patent Office's Mr. report just came to me like a bolt out of the blue. News and subjects were suppressed after discovery of 28, and the reactor designs implemented the containment of SCP. What the hell? And the reactor designs implemented in the containment of news and subjects were suppressed and contained after discovery 28, and the reactor designs implemented in the containment of 1995. Subsequent testing of 28 has yielded mixed results. Partial information retrieval log. All knowledge is perfect, total, and eidetic. Relating or denoting mental images having unusual vividness, detailing as if actually visible. Eidetic, I guess. Every phone book entry for New York City in 1998. How to redesign the internal combustion engine to run on human blood using only pre-existing parts. Note, full redesign takes 4 hours and runs at higher efficiency than gasoline. What the fuck? Location of keys for Buick LeSabre. The proper method of care for a mole rat colony. Origin and history of 12 SCP subjects. Note, the main family history of Blackthorn family located in London, England. Geological structure of the earth beneath Greenland, including several unknown caves. And then the referred to log E112. Subject B1182 exposed to SCP-28. Subject began a crime, went into Fetal position showing signs of high distress, unresponsive to the questioning and outside stimulus for several days, lapsed into catatonia shortly after stating that this is not life. Subject passed into a coma and died shortly after. COD was attributed to shock. Agent accidentally exposed to 28. Agent showed signs of sudden surprise and bemusement. When questioned, Agent requested a moment to gather my thoughts, please. After several seconds, Agent laughed, shook his head, and removed his service pistol from its holster. Agent then shot and wounded Doctor and killed Agents before being restrained. Post-incident integration revealed Agent had extensive knowledge of classified Foundation activities and several SCP objects he had not been previously exposed to, including SCP-2669. Any Foundation personnel found to have entered 28's area of effect are to be detained immediately. (28) 128 1128 log, sorry. Subject D9843 was exposed to SCP-28. Examination of subject revealed abnormal respiratory actions. Questioning revealed subject had learned to recycle the carbon dioxide. What? Questioning revealed subject had learned to recycle carbon dioxide inside his body. Repeated attempts to teach skill to other D-class personnel failed. Subject terminated. Autopsy reveals no abnormal organ functions. Seriously, how the hell did he do that? They got mad. They got angry. Oh, they did show the people that made these. Fuck me, damn it. Find out who made that other one. I want to kill them. You pussies. .005 safe. Poses no immediate risk in any direct sense. Even so, its unique functions require special measures to be taken. Require special measures to be taken to restrict access and manipulation of the object. Even so, its unique functions require. Okay, what? I'm getting fucking tired or something. Requires special measures to be taken to restrict access and manipulation of the object. Approval at least one level 4 personnel is required for the removal of the object from its containment area. Is this the key that opens all doors? In appearance, SCP-005 resembles an ornate key displaying the characteristics of a typical mass-produced key used in the 1920s. The key was discovered when a civilian used it to infiltrate a high-security facility. 005 seems to have the unique ability to open any and all forms of lock, be they mechanical or digital, with relative ease. The origin of this ability is yet to be determined. 005 may be used as a replacement for lost security passes, but only under the supervision of at least one level 4 personnel. 005 may not be used for vending machine repairs, opening lockers, or any personnel's spare home key. Removal of the object from the compound will result in immediate termination. Appendix A. While it has been shown to be effective in removing almost any form of locking device, further experiments have shown that efforts to disguise the purpose or identity of a lock, have proven at least somewhat successful in defeating 005's ability. Approximately 50% of cases where a volunteer was not able to identify a locking device as such, SCP-05 was not successful in deactivating the device. Due to these results, 05 has been tentatively classified as a sentient, and further tests are being run to determine its cognitive abilities. However, there are no results that show any traits that prevent it from being able to identify any particular locking device, only that the aforementioned device has been heavily concealed and disguised. Interesting. 36 safe. Once here, a mobile task force is dispatched from Containment Command 02 and expunged to Site 22A to defend the runway and airport located there. The civilian facility is to be cleared of all non-SCP personnel by 4 in the morning of September 23rd, and none are allowed to return until sunrise the next day. October 1st, all civilian must be evacuated again before sunrise and will not be allowed onto Site 22A until the return of the pilgrimage flight. Pilgrims in transit from the arrival flight awaiting departure from Pilgrims in transit from the arrival flight awaiting departure on the pilgrim flight may only be cross-examined by researchers with level 3 security level clearance or higher. What the fuck is this? 36 includes the location Site 22A, a small airport in the Mosul region of northern Iraq, and Site 22B, designation of passengers boarding at Site 22A. The key components of 36A are the arrival flight, passenger plane that varies in make and model from year to year that arrives shortly before dawn on September 23rd. It appears on radar about 30 to 40 kilometers away from Site 22A. When it lands, pilgrims exit the plane and enter the terminal. No crew have ever left the plane. Observations have only revealed a masked pilot and co-pilot. This plane leaves quickly after the pilots exit and does not wait for clearance to take off, nor does it identify itself upon approach or landing. The pilgrims, people of the Yazidi faith that exit the arrival plane, who are said to be undergoing Akira's Guhorîn. Each year they are examined and identified as various people of Yazidi faith that have died during the previous year. This is done through birth certificates, photo IDs, specific knowledge questions, and when possible fingerprinting. Most have been known to be friendly and amicable, though most are reluctant to give details about the Akira's Guhorîn. In the past, all have shown to be unable to recognize family and friends, or been able to remember any information beyond what short-term memory would normally allow. In the late afternoon, September 23rd, most pilgrims begin to emphasize how important it is that their pilgrimage must begin. At that time, they fly onto the pilgrimage flight plane and depart, never to be seen again. The pilgrimage flight, a passenger plane provided by SCP personnel for the transport of the pilgrims, is manned by a crew of trained Yazidi holy men. The crew are typically never able to elaborate on the details of the pilgrimage or what the Akira's Guhorîn actually is. SCP equipment on board function optimally, but recorded data will only slightly increase our understanding of the pilgrimage each year. Though the flight is gone for several days, the crew and recorded data are only able to account for a few hours. Days are missing from time recording equipment and cameras, though nothing abnormal is ever observed. The plane disappears from radar and visual contact is lost about 50 to 60 kilometers away from Site 22A until it returns about sunrise on October 1st. Destination of the pilgrimage plane. It is a small airport consisting of a runway and single building located at coordinates. It has only been observed by pilgrimage crew and cameras on the plane. It does not appear on satellite images, and attempts to reach it on foot have failed, once with disastrous results. Cameras have trouble focusing on the area, as the heat from the ground usually causes a mirage-like visual effect on all the objects within more than a few dozen meters from the plane. Flyover with an SCP reconnaissance plane several weeks before the pilgrimage revealed undeveloped land and what looked like an ancient stone statue. In the 90s, SCP Mobile Task Force Sigma-4 attempted to reach the site during the time of pilgrimage. Upon approach, communication was lost and the task force was never heard again. No other exploration attempts are advised during the 7-day pilgrimage. Originally, the Kurdish-speaking Yazidi people around Mosul secretly performed the pilgrimage themselves. Pilgrims from the east were escorted by masked armed guards on the camel back into the care of Yazidi holy men. And explained that the holy men would then take the pilgrims west to the land of the dead. west to their land of the dead, where the pilgrims await to be reborn back into the Yazidi people. The Guhorîn, literally Kurdish for changing garments, is used to describe the belief of reincarnation that lesser souls of Yazidi go. While this actual pilgrimage was done in secret, a symbolic pilgrimage in Guhorîn were performed every year at this time. Well, this was done secret, symbolic. Are performed every year at this time by other Yazidi. During the 1960s, land acquisition by Kurds and Muslims, attacks by Turks, and punitive laws by Islamic Iraqi government restricted the movements and customs of the Yazidi. During that time, the Foundation stepped in and offered aid in the way of an advantageous clause that granted SCP planes unrestricted access to airport facilities in the areas. Almost immediately, mysterious planes carrying pilgrims from the east began landing at the local airport, and an elusive airport at the destination appeared as well. That's really weird. Not sure what to get from that other than what it is. And for the last one of tonight, 38 safe. 30 is to be watered twice per day via overhead Meister, I'm gonna assume. Should the Meister break for any reason, tenant should water 38 by hand until it has been fixed. Lighting is provided by computer-controlled lighting array. Tenants watering 38 by hand and maintenance personnel fixing Meister or lighting should wear hazmat suits to prevent accidental cloning. 38 was found on an abandoned farm in New York in it was first thought to be a common apple tree. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that 38 was growing things other than apples, and in fact, other than fruit. 38 has the ability to clone any object that touches its bark. Objects begin growing almost instantaneously and reach God damn it. Objects begin growing almost instantaneously and reach maturity within a matter of minutes. A weight limit of 200 pounds per object has been previously recorded. Objects that 38 is thus far cloned included apples, oranges, watermelons, eggplants, candy bars, snack foods. See Addendum 1. Televisions, toasters, laptops, keys. See Addendum 2. Chairs, wine, DVDs, CDs. See Addendum 3. Cats, dogs, and people. Human and animal cloning through 38 is not recommended as they appear to age quickly. The majority of these clones live on average 2 weeks. After thorough examination of the deceased clones, it has been determined that they have begun to ferment before death. Object is currently held on Site 23, and there are currently no plans to move it. Dr. Klein has requested that personnel discontinue the cloning of items from the vending machines. See document 338-1. Addendum 2, Dr. Klein has requested that personnel discontinue the cloning of personal items. See 38-1. Dr. Klein, okay. Discontinue the cloning of movies and music. Cans of Miller, Budweiser, and Foster's. Dr. Klein has furthermore expressed customary disapproval of the quality of such cloned items. C1B. Okay, I would like to remind all personnel that 30 is not, and I repeat, not a toy. It should not be used for cloning car keys, movies, music, or items from the vending machines. If this behavior continues, I will be forced to limit access to 38B. Or to 38, 38-2. It has been noted that 38 is able to clone 500. However, such pills only work 30% of the time, with chance of successful healing dropping as time since clone increases. Since 60% of the cases where the infection is permanent, symptoms of infection remain, though further infection is neutralized. 38 partial testing logs, select experiments only for full test records, yada yada yada. Intent confirmation of mass limit. Investigation into consequences of exceeding limit. 100-pound steel ingot made contact with the outer bark of 38. Chamber vacated. Caution. Load ingot at typical speed, but growth halted abruptly. Growth halted abruptly. Shorted completion. Examination of the end of the aborted. What the fuck? Yeah, that facsimile revealed a rough texture superficially resembling miniature scale tree bark. Detached from 38 as typical and was subsequently found to weigh precisely 200 pounds. Investigation into duplication of non-biological and animate matter. SCP-173 deemed a suitable test subject because of its lack of verifiable life processes. Introduced into a containment chamber by Class D personnel. Contact made with outer bark of 38. And 173 returned immediately to containment. SCP-173 facsimile began development at typical speed beginning at point of contact. As consistent with previous results, growth halted at the 200-pound threshold, in this case terminating development after replication of the head, right arm, and partial upper torso. Class D test subject was ordered to break eye contact with the clone. When test subject eventually blinked, no movement was disturbed in clone material. Extinguishing and re-establishing of containment chamber light supply revealed no apparent reaction from the clone material. Experiment concluded. During storage of clone portion of 173 was observed that the partial facsimile was in fact making violent gestures at a drastically slow rate. Movement was shown to continue regardless of state of observation. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Mister. Why? Why would you call it a mister? I'm pretty sure it's like a meister. No, it's not a mister. Shut up. No, it didn't take me a while to realize what you're referring to. Shut up. I'm curious as to if they have like every single possible page. I think there is. Yeah, there is. Okay. Good. Well, that's cool. There's a new one, you fucker. Are you kidding me? Fuck you. Damn it. Bastards. Well, no, I said I'm done. I'm done. My brain's shutting off. It was interesting. Some good ones, some bad ones. All around really entertaining to read. Though my throat just completely gave out. If I can fit all these things in the title, I don't think I can. Otherwise, yeah, I'm going to conclude that for now. That was interesting. Got a lot. No, I don't plan on reading literally fucking all of them. I kind of want to just read the old ones, the ones that matter to me. Because I have a feeling the new ones are going to suck even greater dick. Jesus Christ, 7 hours. Holy fuck, are you kidding me? God damn. I didn't think I would go for that long. No, or... Well, that was fun. I'm gonna probably go make something to eat and drink and